What is going on, everyone? We are here with week 9 of the NECC leagues, and we got a great matchup for you tonight. We got Augustana against New England College, and these teams both fighting for that final playoff spot in their division. Both these teams are currently 1-7, and I believe if the math goes right and the matches go right, the winner of this matchup could be moving on to the playoffs. So I'm joined here by Hano, and Hano, what are you looking for in this matchup?
Well, obviously, we're looking at top tier collegiate esports and Valorant here, so I'm expecting huge brain plays and some very meta strats to obviously come on out. Yeah, as you say, both teams are 1-7, so they haven't had the greatest record in the season so far. But
Mhm.
I'm sure, well, one of them will have to at least come out as a winner tonight, and so one of them will be going to 2-7, which, as you say, does put them in contention
Yeah,
for a playoff spot, but I don't
it'll
believe
be
it's all in their
close.
hands. It is going to be close.
No.
There's I think the team in is it sixth place or eighth place, whichever the last spot
Mhm.
is for that playoffs ranking. They would need to lose their game tonight, and the round diff would have to be pretty extreme for either of these teams to make it. But as you say, technically possible. So pretty important game for both these teams to win.
Yeah, and we're going to take a look at exactly which players are on the roster tonight for each team. So starting off with Augustana, we have Viberosa over there, then Zeta, and then we got Agent Nana, followed by Rice and Godim. So this is going to be a great matchup. You can see a really wide variety of the ages
Yeah.
throughout this roster. We got a couple seniors, we got the freshmen as well as the two sophomores. So it's going to be great to see what kind of chemistry this team can bring. And now just going to take a look over at New England College, and going to be a little bit different of a look for them. They don't have any seniors on their roster playing tonight. So it's going to be interesting to see. They don't have that leadership type of experience. So, Hano, just based on these, is there anything specific that you want to point out? Maybe a major that these players are taking this year? I
Well,
saw I saw a lot of the computer science, eh?
yes, well, on Augustana, there was a lot of computer science, but over here, we've just got digital game and game design. So,
Mm-hmm.
we've got like the kind of very STEM heavy computer science majors, I guess. Again, I'm from the UK, so my knowledge of how the American collegiate system works in terms of majors and minors is quite small. But from the looks of it, this is a little bit more humanities. You've got history, business,
Mm-hmm.
maybe. Maybe these. I mean, look, in the UK, humanities tend to have more time to spend maybe gaming. So
Exactly.
maybe this team's got more hours in, more experience. Maybe they're more warmed up. That's my take on the majors. We'll do it that way.
Well, yeah, that's a great take on it, and I'm going to be going into business next year, so it's great to see
Ooh,
one shot boy here taking that business major, representing for my people, and we're going to move into the map bands now, and we got a great pool for you, bringing it pretty much on those first two maps back to the beta days. We're going to start off with Bind with Augustana attacking, and then Haven is going to have New England College on the attack. And if it goes to that third map, we have Ascent, which was introduced in Act 1 of Episode 1. So we have two
it
beta
was.
maps as well as Ascent. So if I do the math right, I believe that's 3 of the first 4 maps introduced to Valorant. So going to
Yep.
be an OG matchup today, and we're going to see if we can get any of these OG agents as we head into the agent select on map 1 in just a second. Hano, our first map is Bind. Now, we all know that smokes is a really important characteristic for their team comp. So, what are you looking to see in terms of which agents are being picked?
Well, obviously, with the controller shift up that happened over the last sort of couple of months, with the nerfing of Astra and the changes that were made to Viper, we're most likely going to see the Omen and the Brimstone. But something I want to quickly touch on is what Zeta is
Yeah,
hovering here. Bind, the only good map, I would say, for Euro. Not great, anyway, still not a particularly strong agent, especially in the pro. Meta right now still doesn't see too much play, but if there's going to be a map that you play this agent on, it's going to have to be Bind because those teleporters so much information that you can spread around and fake out, as Yoro's abilities are called, very, very easily. through those teleporters. And the
Yeah.
control I would like to see here is definitely Brim.
Mm.
With that ultimate ability, can easily clear out teleporters and clear out those tight angles that you find here on Bind so often.
Yeah, Bind is it's an interesting map. I have a bit, some mixed feelings about it. It sometimes is one of my favorites, sometimes is not. And it looks like on the New England College side, we're going to see probably
Choose
one
your
of
agent.
my favorite agents in the game with Brimstone being picked up here by Trojan. So it's going to be great. And you can see on the other side, pretty much mere comps for the most part. You have a couple changes, the breach coming in instead of the Cypher, and then the Jet switching out for the Reyna as well. It's obviously that smoke difference, which is Omen and Brimstone. So overall, you have a couple of those agents that are quite similar, but again, quite different choices here from either team, and it's going to be great to see what these teams can do.
Yeah, I'm a particular fan of the raises coming out from both teams. Very, very strong agent here on a map with, as I said earlier, about those like corners that Brimstone can obviously nuke from the sky. Raise can do that with just paint shells. Very, very strong, especially towards the A shot and hookah area. You can do a lot of damage, and there's not many escape routes for those players. So certainly strong pickups there. And the Jet, an absolute standard, of course, spring coming out from Augustana. NECC Grims deciding not to pick up the Jet. It's usually an absolute staple in the meta, but they clearly got something on their hands as they've brought out a Cypher, one of the lesser seen agents as well, I've got to say,
Hmm.
in the meta at the moment. Not particularly strong, especially when it comes to the attack, but hopefully they're going to get some rounds here on the defense to start themselves off. Otherwise, they might be in a bit of a pickle as we start off with the first pistol. And like set up right here, so Nana gets the initial kill, first blood onto
Pushing up
one shot
bath.
bot.
Whoa, they're pushing up shower, it looks like, which definitely going to be difficult for the defenders here is they don't have anyone covering it. But no, there goes Chaotic. Unfortunately, does not connect with the Ghost, and he's going to go down. You have Rice picking up the kill in U-Haul, giving them a serious advantage. It's now a 4 versus 2 as the spike does begin to get planted. It's going to be pushed off. Looks like Corey also taken out on that flank, and now it's just down to Trojan trying to defend with a classic. Picks up the Ghost, though, after taking down Rice. Zeta, though, holding short on breach, but no, not going to get spotted off right away. The Brim, and it's not going to be it. Omen, Agent Nana going to pick that up. A great kill from her, securing the first round for her team.
Remy with the stimmy, not quite able to pull out the 1v3. And as you say, first round going over to Augustana, who will be obviously buying up here. And NEC Grims don't look like they want to try and force it at all. They're going to stick to these classics. They obviously have pretty good utility for the defense with the Cypher cages, tripwires, as well as the paint shells. There's definitely an opportunity. They've got agents that could be strong if they can just acquire one of these SMGs, maybe pick up the Marshall. There's a potential for an upset, but we'll have to see what pans out as the Brim playing very close here. Rice's bot does get destroyed. The teleports come on in and they're flanking Rice's down. Zeta gets 2. But the initial blood did go on to the side of the NEC Grims. They have managed to acquire the gun, and Zeta had to back off so far here as the players all gambling towards this B site, and Augustana still hanging around. Spike is at least going towards A, which is certainly the correct play. Agent Nana, she finds another, and it's a 4-on-2.
Is one shot aware that there's a flank coming here? No, nope, not aware. And Zeta gets the third, also going to be getting another ultimate orb for him, but no, it's not gonna be enough from Corey as Corey goes down to the Spectre. 4 guns still up for the Augustana side, so that's a great buy round for them off of that pistol round win. But now it's going to be interesting as New England College, they have the weapon advantage. They are able to full buy here. They got the Vandals in hand as well as the Phantoms, and they're on defense for round number 3.
With the rifles out, they've actually got the stronger arsenal here, and they'll be in a position to win potentially their first round of the game. It's an important one as well, because if this doesn't pan out their way, Augustana starts to build up a little bit too much momentum and will be able to pull ahead quite significantly with the round lead. That Al drone going to spot out Viberosa there, who is going to have to fall back, but that's only one agent spotted. The rest of the team could be absolutely anywhere. Agent Nana going to back on off. Oh, Zed is about to be pushed here. Trojan has to check this corner, is going to check it, finds the first kill, looking for the second, but whiffs hugely, and Nana will find the trade. Corey on the flank. Here's so much movement, though. Doesn't want to go out. Finds one, looking for the second. It's easy kills for the Rays.
Oh, and Corey picks up 2 there. He's been flanking quite a bit, so I was a little bit worried that he'd get spotted out, but no. 2 clean headshots, and it's just back in their favor. A 4v2. And now one shot. Gonna get one with the Spectre. Did not buy up with the team, though. Rice gets one. And Corey finishes the round off. A 3K for him. What a round is going to be. The New England College Grimm's first round of the game. 2-1 matchup. But now again, Augustana going to have that buy and the operator coming out for Godim. And it is going to be an interesting round.
Yeah, the first operator out for the attack. Usually it's not as effective being on the attack. It's quite a clunky gun to use while trying to clear those angles on the offense, but we'll see how this Jet does use it. Obviously, with that dash, does have that kind of escape tool to get away, and Godim finds the first lovely little iron shot there. Does have the info that the Raze was there as well from that bot, and with 4-5 players now towards this B site, the hit is surely about to come on in, but they've waited so long that actually the Rainers managed to rotate. It's going to be a 5-on-2 on site, and Sober's looking to rotate as well. One shot bot caught out of position, takes a little bit of damage, but able to deny the execute with that Leer. Out comes Rice, and Corey with the first kill as the execute comes on out. Nana going to be blinding the site, decides not to. And these players just freezing in hookah.
Yeah, it looks like they're stuck here a bit. You saw the trapwire came in clutch for that kill, but Viberosa is on the site, gets 2, but he's quite low on HP. Gonna get taken out by Corey now, and it's a 3 versus 2. The rotate going over towards A site, but no, tripwire's in the way, and they're gonna know that the rotate has happened. Gets hit again, and now you can see the defenders making their way over, but no, Corey has the timing. And Corey moved out of the way just in time. It looked like Godim was gonna pick that one up with the op. The spike is down, and it's a 1 versus 2 on site for Lester as he's stuck in that corner of heaven. But no, you see Corey makes his way over with the satchel, gonna be able to help Locker out, and now it's going to be a tough retake from them. They're held by the operator in shower as well. You got Omen and Hookah, and the breach in short. Agent Nana picks up the first one, and it's now a 3v1. And Corey, a smart decision from him is to save here. Not going to be able to pick anything up, and it's 3-1 in favor of Augustana.
Certainly is, and it's a useful round for them to pick up with 3 left alive as well. They're going to have plenty of cash to drop their teammates, and those credits going to start mounting for them. NECC Grimm's obviously only keeping 1 gun out of that round. It looks like they want to buy up, so they have about 3 rifles, a couple of sheriffs maybe. It's going to be an interesting buy from them. They bring out the Guardian. It's going to be interesting to see how Crab decides to use that. But a couple of ultimates already available. Nana going huge the last few rounds to secure the spike plant and a couple of kills. So that ultimate is available. And Bind having a lot of angles and corners, and especially towards the back of that B site, that teleport can be incredibly effective. Godim is just going to be holding towards showers here, and not much action at the start of this round.
Ooh, but the aftershock does come through. Absolutely just concussing Locker, trapping him in U-Haul there. Does not look like he wants to get too aggressive. They're going to take out that first tripwire. The Roomba, the Boombot, is available from Rice. Going to clear out Hookah now. You got the flash coming in from Breach, and oh my. You just got all of this util being used on site, and the judge comes out, but Vibrosa is going to finish that one off with the Hunter's Fury. They're making their way in. Corey on the flank. Yet again, the Boombot is going to spot out Zeta and just going to use those paint shells to clear U-Haul once again. And oh my goodness, The Brimstone bringing that one out as well. The ultimate are being used this round. This is a round of util. The spike is planted. 1v4 for Corey. Did save last round, so I'm not expecting him to save again. Could surprise me, though. Getting held by the op of Gaudium over on short. Going to rotate over towards Shower. But when you have 4 of these attack players on site, it makes this retake pretty much impossible. You got every single corner of the site being held by one of these attack players from Augustana College, and now he's just gonna make some noise. And oh no, the shot does connect on Gaudium. The op goes down. Does not look like they're gonna have an opportunity to pick it up unless it was already picked up there. And he's just going to save for the second round in a row.
Oh no,
Rice at 30 HP took Corey down. And yes, Zeta did pick up that operator. 4-1 now in favor of Augustana.
Another strong round from them. Obviously, the NEC Grims didn't have much in the way of a buy there, so it was going to be a difficult one for them to win out. But the ultimate coming on out from Trojan was pretty effective, forcing both of those players out of lamps. Unfortunately, all 3 of the players alive at that point decided to swing into that brim, and that just was not enough. Yeah. Ancient Nana here, 5-2 with ultimate ready. Rice with ultimate ready as well. Got him as well. So 3 ultimates up for the attack, and they're posturing very heavily towards this B site here. Cypher and Brim on the defense with no orbital strike available, and Cypher also not up. They're going to have to rely on this utility that's been set up so far. The camera already killed. Got him spotting it from outside of long there. I didn't even know that they could see it from there.
Yeah, a little bit of a weird angle, you know. I play quite a bit of Valorant. I never even knew that was a spot that the camera could go. I was a little confused when I saw Nana looking up there. I was like, what's she doing? But yeah, we get our questions answered now, Gaudium. Just going to be pushed off a bit as the smoke takes off all of his cover for the operator. And oh no, you can see the buys for the side of NEC just not looking good. The Frenzy almost picked up that first blood on Vibrosa, but unfortunately did get taken out. Agent Nana now just going to peek in from long, followed up by the operator. Looks like the op did take that first swing, and it's clearing sight as well. And oh no, we have a Rosa ult coming out here. Not Vibrosa with the Rosa ult, but still Rice did not connect with that ultimate. Oh, one shot. Looks like he got spotted. Not sure yet though. And oh, the classic does not connect yet. The retake comes through. Rice picks up Locker. And, okay, now it's all down. Here comes the party, and it just does not connect. Taken out 5-1 in favor of Augustana.
Another big round for Augustana College, who 5-1 up now, looking pretty comfortable here on the attack. Still top fragger Agent Nana. Still has the ultimate available, has it up for about 3 or 4 rounds now, but again, saving it for a time when it's actually going to come in handy. Got him having a little bit of a rough time with that operator, had some initial picks, but it's been trying to swing on out towards that B long position's been denied a couple of times, but Nana's been there on the trade. Now, with Augustana setting up outside A here, they have got 3 players, NEC, ready to repel this, and they should have a full buy. So an important round for these guys to pick up, and utility coming in straight. But Nana with the entry, this is huge, as it's now down to a 5-on-2 on A site. The smoke's going to come on down, and they are going to stop. The Aldrin comes on out, but the AWP misses, and Corey could potentially get a double kill here.
Yeah, Corey does connect, does end up going back on top of that box, and looks like Chaotic did take the tank that damage, but able to pick up to Corey on top of the box. I don't think it's a very expected position of him, considering he did get that pick. And something important to note, both players on the side of Augustana currently do have their ults available, right? We saw last round that both showstoppers, 1 per side, were used throughout that round, and neither did connect. But now the util is being used, just trying to clear, figure out what's going to happen as Brim smokes off the entrance from Showers. Corey taken out by, takes out Agent Nana, and they're just going to make their way back. It looks like Gaudium has nowhere to go as the spike, it's stuck just outside of short. Not a gun in the arsenal, not a weapon in the inventory for Gaudium, and he's just going to have to try to get as many picks as possible. And then the Bladestorm connects for one, gets another, but unfortunately out of time. The two nice shots, though. I will give it to Gaudium. Couple nice shots, bringing him back to the top of the leaderboard. Still has that operator in hand, and quite a bit of money. Right, the credits on that side, they're just amazing. When you win 5 out of the first 6 rounds of a Valorant match, you're going to have your weaponry stacked for quite a while. But it's a good round for NEC to pick up. They're clawing their way back into this match.
One of the nice things about the credit cap, of course, being at 9,000 credits, is that the comeback is always possible. You still have to win about 3 or 4 rounds, but you can break economies. It doesn't get too far out of hand. As winning the first 5 rounds of the game, they're starting to hit 4 or 5k in the bank, even after several rebuys. But it's still breakable for the NEC Grims. And Locker changing up the cam placement here, spotting on towards Hookah after that last one towards Long was spotted out. A nice little util setup, a very spicy little tripwire set up there, and Nana going to take some initial damage still. About half HP remaining. And it looks as if they want to set up an ult into the B, and that's going to be a huge Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, and I love the Rolling Thunder here because it's able to come... Oh, chaotic! Somebody
Huge
check his PC. Dang! That was a jiggle peek of the century. But here we go. The Rolling Thunder comes out completely clearing B-site. Locker not in a great position. Vibrosa picks up the entry for his team. Rice gets one. Locker taken out in the back of sight. It's a 4v2 now on the retake. Corey and one shot. Corey's already here, though. I don't know how Corey does it, but every single round he used to be on a fast flank. Unfortunately, the satchel not going to get him far as he hits the wall. Zeta picks that one up. It's a 4v1. Corey, once again, the final player left standing, does dodge the shot from the operator. Zeta picking up quite a few tags on him, though, down to 43 HP. It's another on Zeta, but Gaudium connects on the third shot with that operator. 6-2. They're beginning to run away with it a little bit. So these next couple rounds are going to be pivotal for the NEC side.
Certainly so. Locker currently yet to get a kill on the board, and that's something that you really do need to see from your site anchor. Unfortunately, had a few rough games so far. The utility just hasn't worked out. The cameras have been countered, and Augustana still with a strong lead as we start to head towards the end of this first half with a 4-round lead and plenty of opportunities to make it more. God, I'm going to be walking up yet again towards this A short with the operator in hand, while Vibrosa and the Rays are going to look towards this Showers position. There are 3 players on the A side, and the Aldrone comes on out. Will spot the Jet and the Breach. The ult goes straight away out, and it spotted both players, but can't find a connection. And all of Augustana College will get away for free. The Rays is taking a bit low towards Showers, but I believe that's from a different engagement, as 4 players now going to be on this ace in a second. If they're not quick, Augustana might get overwhelmed on the attack. Oh no, Crab finds Zeta through the smoke, playing so close with the Stinger, but it's mighty effective as he finds the second.
Stinger's giving me flashback to beta days where it was completely a viable gun. And the spike's gonna get planted now in a 3 versus 3 retake. Very doable round if you are the NEC side. Does not look like they have the weaponry, but in these types of close quarters, anything is possible. Vibros is sitting up on bench while Nana holding the crossfire. But Corey!
Huge!
What are you doing, Corey, with those 2? Absolutely obliterating the other side, and now we have the showstopper coming out, going to be fired off the wall. 5 HP on Gaudium. No, Corey finished this one off, and there we go. It's 6-3. Corey with another 3k, just keeping his team in it right now, and wow, what a round that was.
Certainly the carry player here for the NEC Grims. Corey always in the right position at the right time, manages to rotate so quickly on those flanks, and also able to pick up the kills while doing it. 13 for 6, greater than a 2KD right now, which is pretty much more than anyone else on the scoreboard. Nana is close, but she's still lacking a couple of kills there. The rebuy is going to come out from Augustana College plenty of cash to do that. And realistically, they might be able to get another buyout the round after this, but last round would be a pretty rough force. So their economy starting to
No.
potentially crumble. Spotted out towards long there. The AWP peak won't be possible. Hookup cleared out there by the Rays. And it looks like a B site take tie as 3 players rotating around. The read has come out from the NEC Grims.
Yeah, and I was really hoping we'd see that op versus op battle over on long, but unfortunately with that recon dart being used, it just kind of forced the defending Brimstone off. Trojan did not have the opportunity. Going to be smoked off again, so it looks like going to have to make another mini rotation here. The paint shells come out, and oh my goodness, the util being used. Zeta was able to pick up the first blood of the round on Lonker. The spike does get planted. Chaotic has an angle on Gaudim, but not Gaudim picks up that one with the operator. Gaudim holding, CT was taken out, and I was really hoping to see that op used to success by, the defender's side, but no. One shot picks up one, but going to be taken out right away, and it's 7-3 as the defenders are just cleaned up to finish that one off.
Very strong round from the attackers as Gaudim goes from being 4-4 just 2 or 3 rounds ago to being 10-5. A couple of the skills were obviously from that round with the knives where they couldn't really do much, but starting to make the operator work for Augustana here as the kills start to rack up. Corey still putting up a big score on the board, and with all that utility that came out onto the locker, that Cypher just unable to do anything in the face of that much utility. Crab trying their hardest to pick up some rounds and some kills, but unfortunately being spotted out pretty heavily. Rice going to need them out. Crab's going to have to move. Surely gets away with half HP, and got him on the angle. Goodbye, Crab.
Oh, and now we have yet another ultimate being used in this team. They're good at one. If they're good at one thing, it's definitely utilizing their abilities. We've seen some amazing util usage from them, but Trojan gonna use that orbital strike on U-Haul, forcing the attackers to make a rotate out. Gonna pick up that headshot on Zeta. Does not know that Rice is sitting in that corner. Looks like Locker may be the player going to go up in a confrontation with him. Oh, Trojan does hold heaven quite well. Locker gonna get taken out by Rice, and it is all down to Trojan. And is gonna pick up that kill on Rice, but Gaudim cleans it up yet again. And Gaudim, since picking up that operator, has been going off, right? So great showing from him so far today, and it's gonna be the last round and a half, an 8-3 map right now. And this is generally, if I do have my facts right here, this is a defender map, right? So it's going to be important for NEC, if they want any type of chance to get back into this game, to win this round, as I'm afraid it might just be too little too late if they don't.
It is hard at this level of Valorant sometimes to classify a map as defender or offense sided, just because of how these teams might decide to play the offense and defense very, very differently. Maybe NEC Grims have an incredibly strong attacker sided setup, but with the Cypher it is unlikely. So realistically they should be looking to pick up at least this last round here of the defense, and hopefully the pistol as well, to get themselves back into this first map. Got him trying to find some shots there, but won't be able to find it with the knife, so going to bring out the operator, and yet again it's Rice on the entry, finds one shot, but going to be flanking elbow super quickly. Locker's got to pay attention. Trojan, oh no, Trojan not in the right place at the right time. Rice gets 3, could be on for the ace here as both these players are towards CT. Corey stuck back here, not on the flank this time, and Crab very, very low, does drop, got him, but Rice could still be on for that ace. The Aldrone taken down, and Rice with full HP, 3 kills to their name. Both players walking out of CT, but Rice isn't going to check him. Here's them running around, should swing the angle now, but Crab already onto it, and it's Nana that picks up the double kill, secures the half very, very in a major way. Let's say 9-3 right now. Augustana College looking pretty comfortable.
9-3 curse though. Whoa, we've seen a few of those.
Well, now that you've said it, it won't happen. If you say it, I swear it doesn't happen.
No, I think it's the caster curse. It's the caster curse here.
Both.
We have to say that, right? Like it's part of our obligation. It's written in the
contract.
It's like, yeah, pretty much. That's what I was gonna say. It's like in the rule book of casting Valorant. If you ever see a 9-3 matchup, you have to mention the curse. And we're just gonna go into the second half of this one. You can see I like this setup from Augustana quite a bit more than I liked the NEC Grimm's defense setup. You know, they have that util spread out between both sites, which I think is something that's really important in the Aftershock. I did not know that an Aftershock could go through that much of the map to even hit Hookah from that A site. You can see the rotation coming out of Corey quite early, but we have seen that he is one of those players that does like to get a move on. Those ghost shots not going to connect to start the round off, and Nana caught in backside, going to get spotted out by the recon drone, but does destroy it quickly. The paint shells and the util being used well, but Nana, as she's moving away, connects the headshot on Chaotic, and oh, Corey's in sight. Moving around now. Trojan gets one. It's a 3 versus 4, or 4 versus 4, sorry. And the attackers look like they do have this round to, it's their round to lose at this point, but Nana picks up another with the ghost. Locker is quite low.
That's
Nana
3.
with a third. Ace potential. No, Rice picks that one up as Nana unfortunately taken out by Locker. And oh, it's a 1 versus 1. Oh my god. Wait, gonna have to dodge the paint shells now. Able to do so, and Rice picks up the 10th round there. And what a round from Nana. Seriously.
Wow. Huge from her to pick up 3 kills there on that retake. 16 and 7 as well, kind of topping out the KD charts right now with plenty of ultimate available straight off that first round. So certainly a strong start for this Omen, and probably going to see it continue here on the defenses with Augustana picking up that pistol round. They're very, very likely to push it to at least 11-3. And wow, what a tough retake that would be for NEC Grims from 11-3. It's almost impossible, but it has happened before. So, you know, they still got a shot here. And again, this just being map 1 tie, there's a lot more to see, I believe, of both these teams. So at the moment, Augustana looking pretty strong. That could all change when we hop on over to Haven for map 2. And God, I'm just holding it down with the Marsh right now. Sees there's at least 2 players there with the bow sticking out.
Headshot!
And Crab is just too far out. And the location of Gotham revealed will fall off. 5-on-3 right now. The defense at a huge advantage.
Yeah, and you know, you mentioned next map. I think if you are on the NEC side, they don't, unfortunately, a couple of their players, they're not having their best map. And I think if they can turn it on come Haven, we could see a completely different scoreline. I think if we look at that leaderboard coming after this round, you can see it's been a rough map for a few of them. Gaudium going to connect with another one. Corey, though, able to take out Gaudium. The force buy by Corey. I like that purchase. The Hero Spectre now. Locker's just going to hold down the flank. The spike has not even come close to entering sight. Vibrosa going to take Corey down, though. It's a 4 versus 2, and I don't really know how winnable this round is. They're down in the weaponry. They're down in men, and Trojan's down to virtually 1 HP. 1 tap to pretty much every weapon in the game. Nana going to tap him there and going to pick up the final 2. She's been having a great map. 18 and 7 so far, 11-3, and it does not look like the 9-3 curse is going to come out this time.
No, I mean, of course, that being a bit of a rough buy, you don't expect the Grims picked up one up, but realistically, should they've even gone for the buy there, they do need to get rounds on the board, so it's kind of a desperation one. But here now, obviously, in the 3rd round of the second half, they still just don't have much available to them. The Marshal, a couple of shields, a couple of sheriffs, and potentially they can get some quick picks with that weaponry, but it's looking more unlikely by the second. And Augustana with a commanding lead and just 2 rounds left potentially in the game for them. Crab, though, finds the initial pick. That's a Sheriff headshot and goes for the gun. Zeta, predicting it very well, will go for the counter. Corey trying to escape, and Nana in a wonderful position here. A little off angle. Ready for that long aggression. It's probably going to come out here from Trojan, not even checking it properly. Nana will knock him down. That's, I think, 19. Potentially might be the first player to hit 20 kills here on the server. And with just 3 players left for the offense, is looking like this might be a done map tie.
Yeah, I think this one might be a done deal. If you are on the NEC side, you just got to say GG, go next.
Go next. Reverse sweep, you know?
Yeah, this map wasn't their pick either. Or was it their pick? Let me check. Oh, this pack was not their. This map was not their pick.
It was. It was their pick, wasn't it?
No. Augustana chose to start on Bind. So I was a little worried for a second that Augustana just dominated the NEC map pick, but it could just be a map that NEC is not too comfortable on. They didn't get the opportunity to bam it, and Viperosa picks that one up, gets a second on the swing, and it's all down to Locker with a classic. Gonna be just taken out there. Nana picks that one up to finish the round. 12-3, and I'm gonna say it, I have to. Is the 12-3 curse coming out? I don't know.
I mean, 9 rounds in a row. It will be a challenge, but yeah, I think this one is over. Chaotic Crab and Corey have put in a shift, trying to stop Augustana College's overwhelming force, but it's been a bit too challenging. Corey's done a great job with some beautiful 3Ks, some amazing entries, but it's just not enough at this point. And Locker and OneShotBot, I'm sure we'll be stepping up a little bit on Haven, as this is the last buy potentially of the game, potentially the last round of the game, and every single kill is going to be incredibly important. And Corey wants to walk up towards long here. Will they expect Nana in the corner? The Aldrone comes on out. That might fake them to think that a player hasn't already crossed. And oh no, the server is going to check it. Nana in position. Crab takes the shot. And the first entry coming out for NEC Grims. This might be an opportunity to secure at least one more round here in game 1.
At ease, soldier. Molly.
Oh, I don't really know what's going on too much here. The spike gets planted in a 5v3. You got the slow peek with the operator earlier in the round. And no, what's gonna happen here? Oh, Rice gonna get taken down. Zeta and Gaudium able to pick up 2 though. Is this the round that NEC is able to win? It's a 2 versus 3, but it is a very winnable 2 versus 3. Nope. I take it back. I don't really know how winnable this one is, and Locker gonna pick up the final 2.
It's huge.
Closing the round up. The comeback has started, and here we go. The comeback started up on this one, 12-4.
Locker actually, I think, doubling their kills there. So good round from them, and a good sign of, that maybe they're warming up, ready for map number 2. And look at that race spray there, kind of beautiful. In the recent the cinematic for Reykjavik, which is coming up in about a week's time, the spike was shown to have legs, which is something I'm quite worried about.
What?
If the spike was to start crawling, yeah, I know. I mean, it was just a hype video, right? So surely there's nothing to it. But like, if a spike can walk around, I'd be kind of worried.
I don't know. If the spike starts running around, I think that's it for me. I can barely figure out where it is now when it doesn't have legs. So imagine it's just running around the site. And we're moving in here. We got the quick flank from Gaudy. I'm gonna check that corner, and I have no clue why Chaotic checked that, but almost was lucky he did. Gaudy gets 2 to start off this round, and it's not looking good for the NEC side. Here we move now, just making their way up, trying to figure out anything. The spike, I have found the spike. Don't worry, it doesn't have legs yet, and it's currently on B long, trying to make their way in. Nana on top of that box. I believe they know she's there, just because they did molly that one out. It looks like they might not check the angle. They do, and Trojan's going to pick that one up, and you can see the defenders already rotating over. They're making their way through now.
Look at
Rice
the
on
jet.
backside,
Got
but
him.
got
One
him.
shot will hit that gun drop.
30
Oh,
seconds left.
Didn't hear it.
I don't think did one shot know he got shot. I'm
I
not
don't
sure.
know.
Not sure. He got shot, but just continued to move away. And you can see Gaudium is chilling, just not knowing what to do. The orbital strike does come in, clearing the entirety of back sight now. And whoa,
10 seconds
Rice.
left.
Rice is on elbow.
Spike
In the smoke, but Trojan picks it up. Gaudium gets a third. They still don't know that Gaudium's on flank.
Last player
And
alive.
Trojan is chilling, trying to clutch this round up. 4 HP and a Dream sitting inside the smoke, being held by everybody on the defender's side. They're gonna pick this one up, and that's a wrap on map number 1 for us. And that's a wrap on Bind. Haven is coming up next. 13-4 was the score, and that one was a nice little rhyme.
Yeah, pretty one-sided, gotta say. There didn't see a lot from the side of NECC Grims, but Augustana looking pretty on fire. Certainly, Nana stepping up hugely there in a lot of those rounds and got him as well. So some beautiful plays from the Jet and the Omen, and obviously just excited to see what happens in map 2. This could be a very swift 2-0, but this will be NECC Grim's map pick coming up, so hopefully they've got a lot better of a chance.
Yeah, and I really do feel that we saw Locker got heated up a bit towards the end of that first map. So I think if he, as well as their Reyna, can really pick it up, we can see a completely different scoreline. So that's it for map number 1. I believe we're going to go to a quick break, give ourselves, the casters, a little rest, as well as give the players a chance to talk things over, figure out what they want to do on map number 2. We'll see you in a few. Welcome back, everyone. We're back from that quick break, and we just finished map 1, which was Bind, and it was a 13-4 win in favor of Augustana over New England College. We're gonna head right into map number 2, Haven, so you guys don't miss any of that action. So again, I am joined by the amazing Hano joining us, I believe, from the UK. He got that accent. So we are going to go into the second map in a best of 3 series, and the winner of this map, potentially, if it is Augustana, could be put into playoff contention. We talked about it earlier, and
very potentially.
It's a stretch. I won't lie, but it is doable. And please lock Neon, please, for the love of God.
I want to see
lock Neon. My favorite agent in the game. So much fun.
She has been out for ages now, and I am still yet to cast a proper game with her in. You know, I've seen some friendlies with it, but not a tournament game yet. Like, obviously not been the favorite of the meta at all, but you would think that at some point this agent would come out. I mean, Yoru's quite sparse, but I have seen him a couple of times. Locker changing it up this time, going off the Cypher, going to be going on to that Killjoy, which is certainly an agent that I prefer.
I think for this map specifically, a much better agent. And Corey gonna switch off that Raze. One shot, I believe. One shot was on the Reyna last time. So not really too many changes. Looks like Chaotic gonna head back to Sova and Trojan. Ooh, Ash. I don't think I've seen Astra since the nerfs. So it's gonna be fun to see Ash. She's still a good agent, and she just doesn't get
definitely
the love.
On Haven.
No, Zeta, why are you doing this to me? I needed Neon, and not I'm gonna go back to Omen. Oh, they
hovered Neon and they hovered Yoru. I was excited for both of them, and neither of them came out. So, unfortunately,
but like Yoru, I understand. No offense to Yoru or any Yoru fans out there, but he's not really one of those top agents. But when you look at Neon, she has the kit that she could be useful. So I don't know
much
if
better
it's
than
just
Phoenix.
me. Exactly. I don't understand why she's not chosen more. You know, I'm a Neon fan. I use Neon quite a bit. You know, I just try to have fun, and she just doesn't get the love she deserves. Same thing as I didn't really think that Brimstone needed that buff going into this act. So like it's interesting here, because he's been picked a lot more recently, and we're not going to see him on this map. So it hurts a little bit.
It does hurt a little bit, but I'm excited still for this map. Locker on the new agent. Corey now on like the hard carry Jet. Obviously, Raze was very, very strong for that player, but putting him on the Jet to match Godim should hopefully work out quite well for the side of NECC Grimms. Trojan moving off that Brimstone onto maybe hopefully a character they're even more familiar with, and obviously with the Stars nerf not as powerful, but still here on Haven with so many sites to hit, you can fake out well with the Astra still. The push coming out straight away from Augustana towards C. They've got so much information. They should know that it is an A hit, and Agent Nana yet again with first blood. Did it in the last map, did it in this one, and it's a 2k.
Wow.
Ibrosa finds a third, and it's the same players absolutely popping off here at the start of game 2.
Yeah, and you know, this is a matchup that you can't really sit back on this map. if you are on the side of NEC, this is a do or die map for you. It's your entire playoff hopes on the line. And Locker pushing up, you can see Rice did not connect with the headhunter, but does connect with, you know, is classic, but is taken out, unfortunately. Trojan able to take down Vibrosa, but Godim gonna close this one out. It's 1-0 in favor of Augustana yet again, and I believe they're now 3 for 3 on pistol and second rounds so far. Or sorry, not 3 for 3. They are 3 for 3 on pistols, and if they do win this round here, they'll be 6 for 6 on the first 2 rounds of each half. So,
which is pretty dominant.
They've been solid. all right. A 13-4 win is dominant, but winning every single pistol round so far is also quite impressive, especially on the defender side of Haven, because as you mentioned, it has 3 sites. The only map in Valorant to have 3 sites, and the interesting part between Haven and I'm gonna get interrupted for a second as the push and Garage does come out. Zeta picks up one, going to be taken out by an unsuspecting classic below him, and Corey good for 1 on the trade as Godim was able to take out one shot bot and making their way up. Now they do have the spike down, so is this going to be quite a different round from them? The headhunter from Rice does connect. I thought it didn't at first, gets 2, and it's all down to Corey with the Marshall, and it didn't work out for him. This Nana cleans that one up 2-0, and they are now 6 for 6. So before I pass it off to Hano again, I just wanted to say this is the one map in Valorant that I honestly believe, or one of 2 maps, sorry, if you include Bind, because it doesn't have a mid at all, but I honestly think it's one of the 2 maps in Valorant that doesn't have a defined mid that's important to take control of. You can argue that Fracture doesn't have that as well, but
yeah, Fracture probably.
I wouldn't say that though, right? I honestly believe that it's important to understand that that taking control of the defender's spawn is important for the attackers. If they can do that, they take away all the rotates. So it's interesting to take a look at when we do quite rarely see that map as Chaotic picks up the first blood, and it's just another good start, as we've seen a good start on both of the first 2 rounds on this map so far for the NEC Grims.
Zeta just going to sit here with this Ghost and gather info on the fact that there is no one towards Garage. The spike drop towards C long, and Crab trying to walk on up, gets spotted out. All 3 players actually towards the C long position get spotted out, and they're just going to freeze up. Don't want to go in anything too quickly. Nana going to drop a smoke towards the front of C, and that will delay just a little bit. The spike rotating all around. There's an entry onto A entry onto B, sorry, from Corey. That's huge, and A has been completely abandoned. Corey might be able to find this Sova, but Vibrosa comes out on top. Manages to pick up the Vandal as well, and the spike going to be on this A side. Vibrosa knows and has a lineup. Let's see where that lands, and it's perfect. One shot takes quite a bit of damage there, but Killjoy will get away scot-free. And Trojan set up here. They were going to lure him in, but just going to play it passive.
All right. Nope. Vibrosa picks that one up, and it's now a 3 versus 3. Got a little over aggressive, I would say, from the NEC side. He just got to hold the site at this point. Trojan gonna get 2 as Rice picks up 1, and there we go. Trojan gets a 3rd, and it's 2-1. A good, really solid round there from NEC Grims.
Certainly a good sign to see them picking up around early on in the game. They struggled quite a bit. I think it was 5-1 was the scoreline we saw.
Yeah,
I
do
think
think
second
they won
round.
the 3rd round though last map. So
fair
I
enough.
think it did start off 2-1. So we might be heading down the same path we saw last
Oh
time.
no!
But
not a 13-4.
The op has not been taken out yet. So
that's true.
It's not a complete mirror of what we saw last time. So that's a plus on our side. The Recon Bolt does get 2 over on A, but does not look like they're going to be committing. And Chaotic is chilling right up by B site. Oh, takes down Zeta the Sky to start off this round, and now we're just going to see the Owl Drone clearing out B site. Does not look like they're committing there. They are baiting the rotates over, though. Rice is going to get tagged up there, going to have to use the teleport just to get away. And that's one of the best things about Chamber is you can be quite aggressive but passive at the same time. So it's something I really do love about him. They're making their way, though, now up Garage, and you can see Rice spotted one on long. Rice on that Chamber just has an absolute wave of players coming his way. You can see 3 now sitting in Garage. Rice did get the first one on Trojan. On long gets a second. Godim gets the third of the round. Nana! And wow! Oh, Rice!
Woo!
Woo!
With
And
the 3K.
if that's not the clip of the night, I don't know what is. Because I thought Rice was dead up against 4 players and able to pick up 3 without being taken out. What a round from them.
And now that tour de force could be brought out at any time. And, you know, we said the operator hasn't brought out. Well, I can tell you one thing better than that. The tour de force, very, very strong in the right hands, especially on the defense. There's such low latency between your first and second shot. So quick to aim. You can see so much. It's just 10 times better than operator. And we'll see if Rice brings it out this round. Hasn't bought a gun. So I'm going to assume that is the case. And there it's popped. See where it goes. It is towards C, and unfortunately, yeah, all of NEC is towards A. Nana playing on top of the boxes. Might be able to go big here as one shot bot. And the rest are walking up with classics. They won't see this omen initially. And if they don't check that spot, they could all fall to that omen.
Oh, and the Hunter's Fury comes out, gets a tag.
There's a tag?
To start that ult off. Unfortunately, not going to be able to pick up an elimination. And Nana, you saw the head, Nana. Oh, okay, there we go. Picks up Locker. And we got the first 2 down on the NEC side. And I was going to say earlier, oh, Nana gets a third. Nana, another ace potential. I believe she had 4 in a round earlier last map. And
yeah,
it's a very similar scenario now. Nana's gonna peek long. Oh, look to your left. No!
Oh.
And Chaotic gonna pick that one up. Does not know that there's another player to his right. Godim gets the final 2, and it's 4-1. And oh no, following the exact same storyline as our last map did. And if I'm NEC right now, all I'm thinking is we have to push B.
Well, they've got to change it up somehow. They do have 5 ultimate abilities available. Certainly a sign that they've got to invest a bit more into these rounds. And certainly they need to start getting some on the board. They do not want a repeat of Bind, which if Augustana College is able to pick up this round, it will be pretty much a carbon copy. One shot bot spotted out towards long, and Augustana and Sova there, just going to back off. Crab had a bit of a banger actually on Bind. Had some really good rounds and some very good kills come out from them. The spots onto the player, but the dash up. Oh my goodness, just can't find the kill. And that Hunter's Fury will unfortunately go to waste. Got him here. Gone up Trojan in a good position. Finds the kill. Corey with the knives out there, ready to go into A. Nana's in position, finds one. Does know the jet dashed in, so should be able to call it to the teammates. The blind going to go in, completely blind Corey on like 10 HP. What can they do, Nana? Clearing towards the left, but Corey's going to get the hell out of there. As towards A long. Both of them going to sit back and chill as Trojan lurking for the pick towards B, but it won't happen. Trojan gets dropped. Rice, another kill, looking for the last one. Oh, no, it's not.
Wow.
Still Killjoy, sorry, still alive, but Rice 1-2. Could be looking for 3. Locker. Stuck towards A long.
And this is not looking good for the NEC side. And Nana, are you going to check? Nana,
Oh,
almost connected there, Locker. Able to pick that one
A's
up.
open.
A is open. Wow. And he's going to make his way up here now. Does have that lockdown available. I don't think that this is the round that you should be using it necessarily, but you know, you never know. This is a must-win round for their side, and does not plant the spike. Going to be out of time now. All right, not too sure what happened there, but going to end up saving the Vandal, and it's now 5-1 in favor of, you know, that Augustana side. They're playing some strong Valorant tonight. and on a map that honestly, when I look at it, feels quite offensive. And I said it last time about defensiveness, and I'm going to say it this time about offensiveness. When there are 3 sites to cover, it is quite difficult to hold it all down. So I am quite impressed that they've been able to do such a good job at that.
I mean, it's again, it's a repeat of what we saw in game 1. So Augustana consistently strong, no matter the map right now, as this is, of course, I believe NECC Grim's pick, right? So this theoretically should be the map that they're stronger on, and Agent Nana just cleaning up as they find another kill onto one-shot bot, and certainly on the A site, an absolute demon.
Yeah, all right. I like that they're able to, you know, recognize that they do need to pull back. Chaotic picks that one up with a sheriff. Wow, and they do have B site. And how low?
Oh.
How low is that Sova right now? The Odin did come out, and 2 HP for
2
Vibro.
HP,
2 HP in a dream. Oh my god, Dean. And this round is completely turned around. Something that I thought could completely go in NEC's favor is just completely wiped away, and it's 6-1. Oh no. No. The headshots came out with a Vandal. And sometimes, you know, you think that Vandal shows that you're gonna get that round win, but no. Unfortunately, did not happen for them.
Yeah, got him not top of the scoreboard currently like they were last game, but has managed to get the operator out. And if I remember last game, you know, they struggled a little bit at the start, but once they had that operator out, they did go absolutely insane with a lot of kills for their side. Nana, again, consistently at the top, 10-4 and out. And Rice, following up close behind 8-3, doing a very good job here on this Chamber. Certainly a very meta pick, I've got to say. Chamber, incredibly strong at the moment with the Tour de Force and the pistol ability does have, as well as the trademarks, all very, very strong. Very, very useful as both those players go absolutely huge towards middle. There is a window player picked off and an A main player picked off as well. 5-on-3 right now. And the NEC Grims just struggling to get even started in these rounds. And that's something that they need to change it up. Or change up somehow. I'm not sure how they will achieve that. But they just can't keep getting picked.
It's tough, and on a map like this, you really do need to find success offensively, and they've just haven't been able to do so. And that, like, Augustana, they're playing really strong Valorant right now. I wouldn't say perfect, but quite close to it, right? And they're making their way up now towards B side. It looks like the one site so far that I really feel that NEC has done a really good job at always being able to compete for is B site. They've been able to clear it, able to push through it, and I think they've only actually committed to it one time so far. Going to be a lot of utility used on Garage. The double shock dart does come out, keeping Locker out. Nana, though, connects with the headshot. Corey, it's all down to Corey and Locker, and Corey does have an operator in hand. The swing, and Nana connects with that headshot. Oh, gets over and got him. Cleans that one up. I thought Nana was dead, but no,
Yeah.
Nana improves to 12-4 and a 7-1 lead for the Augustana College side.
Seems to be able to weasel their way out of death there and jiggle their way around the corner and put their scoreline at 12-4. So the Omen having an even more dominant game here on Haven than they even did on Bind. Now, there are 3 ultimates out for the attacking side. And one thing we haven't really mentioned is that Haven is one of those maps that tends to lead a little bit heavy on the offense side. If you're not picking up more than half the rounds here on the offense, you're having a bad half. So that is another poor sign for the NEC Grims. And there's still plenty of opportunities for them to put it back, and a 7-5 half theoretically still possible. But I think we need to see a little bit more from this Jet here, Corey. The Killjoy ultimate will go down. That's the lockdown out. And they don't look like they're going to be able to break it. So they're going to have to play towards the back of site. Zeta in a good position. Nana as well, but Nana gets dropped. Zeta gets 1. Zeta gets 2. That's huge for this guy. Does have the ultimate available. Not going to be able to use it just yet. Yeah, just throws out the flashes, but got him. Saves Zeta's life. And in the 1v4, what can Corey do? Gets 1, but gets shot by Rice from the Heaven position. And it's 8-1 tie. This is a bit of a stomp, and Augustana College might be the team to put themselves in contention for playoffs.
Yeah, honestly, it looks like it. And I think one of our tiebreakers is around differential. So having, I'm not going to say blowout, but having this much of a commanding lead and a commanding victory so far really does favor well for them for even bolstering their chances of making the playoffs by that a little bit. It's going to take a bit of a luck in terms of what the other matchups end up finishing out as today, but it's going to be tough for them, even if they do win this matchup. Now, from the match perspective that we're watching right now, I honestly feel that both teams have had their fair share of matches. As Gaudium almost connects with the operator there, it's just been a difference of who's able to actually capitalize their chances. We saw that, and Gaudium interrupts me with that beautiful operator shot, but one shot bot trades that one out. Zeta picks up another trade now, and it's a 4 versus 3 for the defenders. And they have the man advantage. Yet again, Lester gonna get taken out by the operator now, was not able to connect on those few shots, but Corey right before that did pick up one for himself. Gonna have that Vandal now, as there looks like he's making his way towards B site. They don't have the spike. And we mentioned earlier the spike possibly having legs coming up. It does not have legs, and it cannot run
unfortunately
to the players. That's a situation where if you're the attackers, you're like, please just follow me to site so I don't have to go back and get you. And Gaudium holding Garage with the operator, connects for a bit of a wall bang on Corey, pulls out the Blade Storm as well, and
left.
he's just locking down C site now. And Corey, though, good for another one. Will he pick up a third? Does not yet in this fight. It finishes a little early. Trojan, though, able to clean that one up. And it's all down to Rice at max HP. Corey, I believe, is 2 shots to the Vandal. Trojan up at that max health and shield as well. Has the Vandal in hand. Still has all 8 bullets remaining on the Headhunter. And Trojan, with a nice little flick there to finish that round, is 8-2. And they are clawing their way back here in the first half.
Certainly a good shot from Trojan to secure that 2v1. It's always a bit worrying when Rice is in that position. Certainly a strong player, one that's pulled out the clutches before, and with that 11-4 scoreline, one that could easily picked up that 1v2. And the 8-4 scoreline, as you say, is, well, it's a difficult one. NEC, if they win the next 4, put themselves at 8 and 6, and that would require winning both the last 2 rounds of this half and the upcoming pistol, which they've yet to win a pistol here in this series, which could be quite important. But it's Crab and Gaudium that have gone huge and picked up one either side. And Crab finding that trade and now droning on out. Won't see anything. Does know this guy's on site, but won't actually find them. Should know that they are towards that backside from the angle of that Sky Flash. And Locker with, I love that scope actually on this Guardian. Really easy one to use. And Nana now moved over from the A site towards B here to hold back on this aggression.
Yeah, and I was going to mention earlier, before the Seekers were used on that defender side from Augustana, that last map we saw that the second any type of ultimate ability was available, it was used quite well by that side. One shot does pick up the headshot now, making it a 4 versus 3 in favor of NEC. But Nana gonna pick up that headshot, evening out the men advantage, and Rice with the tour de force gonna get one as well. And now we're just coming in towards the end of this round. And as I was mentioning earlier, we haven't seen that same utility usage that we saw in map number 1. It could be the different agents, and some of these players not being as confident as they once were. Well, that trap's just gonna slow him down, but the spike is still gonna get planted. A 3 versus 2 as Nana teleports with that ultimate up into heaven. Locker gonna go down. Unfortunately, did not get the audio cue that Nana was sitting up in heaven. And we mentioned before,
Nana gonna stick it.
The Hunter's Fury not used. Okay. That did seem like a prime opportunity to use that Hunter's Fury, and it's now 9-2. Still has that operator in hand.
Lives.
And somehow gonna survive the timer. saved him there, and it's 9-2 last round and a half.
Could be the absolute same story here as we talked about the 9-3 curse in the last game, but it didn't come out. And if NECC groups can win one more here, maybe they'll have another chance at pulling off the 9-3 and put themselves in a position to maybe carry out a reverse sweep, because that's what is required from these players, with Augustana College picking up the very first map of the series. They're in a pretty safe position right now. Even if they lose here on Haven, they will have plenty of time to come back over on Ascent, as that would be the decider if it can be pushed to it. Crab gonna dump that Hunter's Fury, but yet again, it just doesn't find anything. And again, I think as you're correctly saying, it's just not being used at the correct times. They're desperately trying to find a pick, but the wrong way to go about it. The Hunter's Fury not usually used blind like that, and definitely more used towards getting some damage and isolating some positions. Zeta is smoked off here and does see the Killjoy, but got him alone on the back of site. Should go down. Trojan does get one with Vibrosa with the trade. Corey has got the kill as well onto Vibrosa, and now it's a 4-on-3 as we have got 4 attackers remaining. It's a good chance for them to pick up the round, but one shot bot swings way too wide, and Zeta will find the kill. In situations like that, you just can't be going that aggressive. Crab does find a response. 2-on-3. This retake going to be quite challenging, especially if Corey can hit a knife here. Not going to happen. It's Nana, the star player for the side of Augustana, trying to go huge. Locker finds 1, and Locker finds 2. And the NEC Grims secure their 3rd round and a chance at a 9-3 upset.
Switching sides.
Wow. You know, we said it was in the caster rulebook, so I have to say this. I'm legally obliged to say this. 9-3 curse? Question mark? You know, it could happen. Always could happen. But I'm not too sure, just based on what side these two teams are on. We get the beautiful view of a teddy bear now on Haven. I didn't even know that was up there. It looks like Valorant does like the Riot devs. They love hiding these little things in the middle of their maps. And we're going to go into the second half of Haven in just a second. Augustana needs just 4 rounds to close this one out and improve to 2-7 on the season.
Corey here going to spot out a couple of players, but going to be backing off towards that seaside, as it is the hit that's coming in from Augustana as they fight towards this garage position, and they do find a pick, but there's a second player there who's found a response. Trojan doing great work. Corey just not having as much an impact as they were able to on the Rays previously. It's Jet just not working out that well for them, and although Trojan here does have some utility and a chance potentially at forming up a retake, it is 3v4. 2 players are low on the side of Augustana and got him. Walks out a bit wide. Crab gets 1. Agent Nana with 2. And looking for the last player. Trojan the 1v2. Walks it out with a reload. Rice will right click. The Classic takes their head off 10-3. And I don't want to jinx it, but this is exactly what we saw last game. Pretty much identical rounds 1.
I think so.
And Augustana College 10-3.
I seriously think that this was, other than I think last game we were at 6-2 instead of it being 8-1. But wow, I'm lost for words at this point. You know, it's been so close in so many of these rounds, and Trojan having a much better game than on map number 1. Unfortunately, just reloaded at the wrong time. Very much could have won that round. And oh, the headshot from Chaotic starts this one off with a bang, taking out Godim, who so far has been the Martial menace on these first 2 maps. And Chaotic again does get hit by Rice, but it's not going to be enough to take him out. And one shot going to get spotted out by Zeta and the Trailblazer. It's a 5 versus 3, but the Vandal now from Nana, it just completely takes away any hope of holding this down for the NEC side. You have a Vandal and a Phantom on site, and Corey, I don't know how Corey's alive still. The shock darts do go, and Chaotic of all people gonna get hit by that shock dart. He's taken out. Now they're moving into C site. Complete change up from what we've seen so far. And oh, Locker gonna get the first one as Zeta was just trying to take out that turret, and Agent Nana gets 1. Another for Vibrosa. That's 3 on the round for him. And it's all down to Trojan with a Classic in hand. Gonna need to come up big to keep his team's hopes alive, like we talked about earlier, right? This could mean that in terms of pistols and bonuses, that yes, Augustana now a perfect 8 for 8 on the first 2 rounds of each half. They've won. It's just insane to look at, right? And they're 2 rounds away from finishing this series off, 1 round away from series point.
And it's looking all the more likely as Godhim gets that operator out here in the 3rd round. And though they haven't got full shields, I don't think they're going to need it. They're currently 13-8. Rice 13-6. Nana 19 for 8. And these players have been absolutely huge over the course of this series, consistently doing well. And that's what you like to see from a team. Consistency is key. And Corey on this Jet, yet again, unable to find that initial pick. Set up a bit of a whiff out towards middle. Did only have a ghost, though, so you can't say it's too bad. Vibros are going to be traded. That Vandal, not too confident they're going to be able to pick up a pick there with the Vandals. They swap out for that Spectre, and I think, decent play.
Yeah, now they're moving in. They're just going to... The defenders looking to be getting quite aggressive now. And here we go. Oh. Okay. Chaotic able to get 2, I believe. 1 shot bot, unfortunately, taken out by Viberosa. And now Trojan just playing. I like that spot Trojan's playing at. Does hear quite a bit of rumbling currently in that attacker spawn. And Trojan. Oh, no. Trojan. Oh, gets 1, and Viberosa goes down. It's a 4v1 Guardian. Looks like he's just going to have to save this operator as we go into the final round.
30 seconds left.
It's probably not going to be the final round, as obviously NEC Grims should pick this one up, and that will put it at 11-4 with the defense finally taking a stand here. 5 seconds remaining in this round is pretty much over, and frankly, it's good to see NEC Grims pick up around here. The defense shows that they can do it. It is possible. Maybe a flame of hope to their side that might be possible to pull off a comeback. It will be a challenge, but 11-4, they've already closed the gap by 1. Why not make it 7 more?
Yeah, okay. All right. The comeback has started here. 11-4, and they are picking this one up, and it's not looking too good, but anything can happen here in NECC. Valorant, they're gonna make their way up. Looks like we're gonna see a bit of a B garage push. The spike gonna be dropped outside of that C and B connector. Now they're just making their way up now, not really committing too much to anything. You can see that Killjoy util being used primarily in garage. I think that's a really smart play from the NEC side, just letting them focus on B and C site. Really good usage of KJ as well, giving Killjoy a lot more of an opportunity to rotate if needed. And now Trojan just gonna check mid a few times, just make sure nothing's going on there, but they're making their rotate in towards B now, in towards garage. And let's see where this goes. No 1-shot, but the crosshair is a little low. No. Oh no, 1-shot. Unfortunately got
but look where Trojan
there.
is. He's out in the middle, and Crab goes huge, finds 1 Trojan as well.
Oh.
In that advanced position, found a 3rd, and the NEC Grims have found their way back into this round and potentially the series. As Crab goes huge with 3. Nana, the star player alive for Augustana. In 3 versus 1, will be teleporting onto C-side, but Killjoy's there and ready for it. Denies the teleport. Nana, 3v1, is about to get flanked. Ori in position, but it's Trojan that picks up the 2k. NEC Grims, they stay alive for another round, and potentially the comeback is real, as Augustana College cannot buy this round. They're not going to have much utility or weaponry of anything to speak of, and NEC Grims should have a free one here. Let's hope they do not throw it away.
All right. Wow. This is a great opportunity for NEC. They have the weapon advantage, and they're starting to claw back. And I don't know why, but so many of these sides so far have been the exact opposite of what I'd expect per my usual Valorant gameplay as well as professional gameplay, right? You see Haven a lot more of an offensive map, Bind a lot more of a defensive map, and we've seen the opposite so far. They're making their push up on the C site, going to get tagged up quite a bit by that turret though, as Rice not going to have too much to do. Locker and Corey both able to pick up one respectively. It's a 5 versus 3. The push comes through. Zeta, though, able to get that one, making it a 5v4, or a 4v3, sorry. And now the Hunter's Fury comes out. That's a smart Hunter's Fury. Unfortunately, not even going to pick up a single tag and making their way in. All right, let's see where this goes. One shot bot, able to
lovely
pick up that
headshot.
one. I like it from him, but Nana gets that. It's a 2 versus 3. You two have the Seekers available from the attackers. And Zeta, no, and it's all down to Nana. I don't think this is a round that Nana can necessarily win. Down to 45 HP, and they're just holding her off. And no, it's going to be 11 to 6.
Yeah, that's a good sign from NECC Games. Obviously, a round that they should be winning there, but again, you know, some mistakes coming on out there. The Hunter's Fury unable to find anything, and that's been kind of a pattern across both Sovas for this entire series. Hunter's Fury just not being used at the optimal times, I would say, and even at times when it's just not realistic to use it there. It'd be rather better to be going in with your gun and accompanying your teammates. Corey just gets completely destroyed by Gordon there on the operator. Unfortunately, that is an initial pick coming on out for Augustana College, and so far they've done very, very well when they do find these initial picks at securing the rounds. And that Hawk going to go on in. Zeta with the flash knows there's no one left on this C site.
All right, they're making their way up now. Looks like they have that C site on lock. They do have the weapons this time to back it up. Last round, they were on an eco buy. Do not have that same type of worry that they did last time. And here we go. Making their way through now. One shot. Gonna have a quick and easy play here if you can connect. Gets one. Does not get a second as Zeta picks that one up. We're gonna get traded out. Viperosa and Chaotic as well, picking up some for their team. The Hunter's Fury comes out.
Good.
Oh, you gotta cancel it. Able to cancel it.
I think he's won the round though for his team.
If he gets this shot in, he wins it. And it's so close, and he dies.
Oh,
and it's 12 to 6.
That was so close. That was 0.53 seconds, I believe, left on that defuse, and my God, what a round for Augustana College. They've made most of the rounds look pretty easy, but that one there was a spicy one. 12 and 6 with one more round. Augustana College comes out with the W from this series and potentially puts themselves towards playoffs. But of course, they've still got to win that extra round. It's very, very possible NEC could be on the comeback, and they've had some good rounds as well. Crab been going absolutely huge the last 4 or 5 rounds to secure those picks, as well as those late round plays. Playing towards the A long area. It's Rice, though, that finds the initial pick, and that's first blood onto One Shot Boy, who unfortunately has been falling quite often towards the start of these rounds. And Crab going to fall on back towards the site as the Astra smokes come on down.
All right, now Dojan just going to go for that flank. The man advantage in favor of Augustana. They have the opportunity now just to close this series out. And here we go. Chaotic and Nana both get picks for their team. And it's a 3 versus 3 as Corey was able to connect. Rice, though, with that tour de force. Gonna go crazy. Oh my goodness. It's a 3 versus 1. They have the opportunity to close this series out. And here we go, making their way up ever so slightly. And
Locker gets one.
Locker.
Gotta find 2 more. There's Rice is so low as well. It's very, very doable, but there's not much time on the clock, and they've really got to find a player now. Got to tap the bomb or something. Going to drop a killjoy. This could actually do it for them.
That, though.
I don't think there is, and Viperosa swings on out. And that is the end of it for NEC Grims. They are, I believe, therefore knocked out of playoff contentions. But huge congratulations to Augustana College, who, depending upon the result, of the other games do have a shot here. And congratulations to them for, completing the 2-0.
Yeah, honestly, that was a great series from them. We saw a lot of really good things from both sides, I'd say. For that NEC side, if you are listening, honestly, you guys played great. Great season from you guys. Unfortunately, not the result you wanted, but you know, always look forward to the next split and working together as a team. So great showing from both sides tonight. Great showing from both sides in the split. So we're gonna I think that's the end for me and Hano tonight.
For
We're
us, it
gonna
is,
go
yeah.
to a break in just a minute. I'm gonna say goodbye. Hano's gonna say goodbye, and then you're gonna get our next best of 3 series. So I'm just gonna check out which one that is, and I believe yes, it's gonna be NKU against TN Tech Gold. So your casters for that one, if nothing's changed on that spreadsheet since I last looked, is going to be Vision and Orbital. So on behalf of myself and Hano, just a massive thank you to both teams for having a great showing today, giving us some great Valorant to cast over. And thank you to Tofu and Bulby. Those two completely did everything behind the scenes for us. Tofu was our producer tonight, and Bulby got you all those amazing views as the observer. So massive thank you to them. And without them, this entire broadcast wouldn't be possible.
Yeah, and obviously, just want to give a quick shout out to, I think, the MVP of that last game there, Tado, which I think we probably both want to agree on is Nana there, Agent Nana, who I think dropped 42 kills across that entire series. So considering it's only 2 games as well, pretty good going for that Omen. So certainly a strong performance from them. And to pick out another couple of names, I think Rice did very, very well, and Crab and Corey did a huge job for the other team as well to try and pull those rounds back in their favor. Wasn't possible, and Stana wins the day. But what a series it was, and some very, very hype rounds. So thank you for having both me and Ty, and I believe that is goodbye from us, and hopefully you guys will stick around for the next best of 3 series.
Yeah, we'll see you guys another time.
And welcome to our second series of the day over here on the NECC second broadcast here. My name is Orbital. With me is Vincent. You know us, you love us, or hate us, one or the other. But you are stuck with us for the next hour and a half to 2 hours to 2.5 hours of awesome NECC Valorant actions. We have a banger of a match lined up for you here today. Vincent, how you doing?
I'm doing good. Doing fantastic. I'm ready to get some Valorant straight into the veins. It's going to be a good time. And we have a pretty darn good matchup here today as well. Got Northern Kentucky University going up against Tennessee Tech. And these two teams, they've been doing pretty darn well. Both top of the table rosters in the Emergence White division.
Yep, it is going to be NKU coming out here with a perfect record. And I might add, not just a perfect record, flawless record as well. Have not dropped a single game. Excuse me. My nose decided to act up here. And of course, on the other side, TN Tech sitting at 6-1. A little bit rockier start, but still going to be a phenomenal time. And very, very excited to see what they can bring out here, especially in the Emergence division. And again, this is the last week of the regular season. This is the time to buckle down and really show yourself. And considering both these teams are playing for the top, I assume we're going to have a very competitive match here. I don't expect these teams to be slacking off. This is for placements. Keep in mind, if NKU loses one, they are going to be sitting down. They are going to be losing their first place respectively, and they might fall down to about third or fourth. For the side of TN Tech, they're looking to try and claim that first place spot, depending on how the rosters shake up and the matches tonight shape out. So keep in mind all of that going in. Yes, they made playoffs, but it's all about that placement.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, the only loss for Tennessee was against U Ottawa Gold. That was last week. It was a back-to-back 13-11 couple maps. So things were definitely very close. Now, NKU did beat that U Ottawa roster 13-8 and 13-2 respectively. So it's going to be interesting to see if we can see Tennessee step up to the plate or if we will be seeing NKU kind of take it. But let's see who's going to be taking the server here for our games tonight. And well, NKU, they're going to be bringing Dr. Isolation, Plasma Rick, Jace, Money Moves, Mikey, and Pyro. And on the flip side of that, Tennessee roster is shaping up as well. Take a look at the starting lineup. Minty, Peace, JY2K, and Millie, and then Donut closing things out. This is an exciting matchup, an exciting couple of teams there, and I'm looking forward to it. Orbital.
And I'm excited to also see, who is going to be breaking out here. Because, again, when you get up to these top matches, these matches of basically the big dogs in the regular season, it all comes down to, those single factors, those, hey, are you ready to step up to the plate? Because at this point, it's a battle of the stars, and I'm wondering who is going to be the star for the entire match, because we have three amazing different maps here lined up for you tonight. Of course, we know them, we love them, and you can see the ones that are banned out. Icebox Haven taken right away, and then Ascent Split were picked up 1 and 2. Fracture and Bind banned away in the next rotation, and then Breeze is going to be that decider. So, a fairly regular map setup here. Nothing too crazy, nothing too, I want to say, out of whack here for the final week.
Yeah, I saw a lot of Haven and Icebox this weekend, and at least for me, I'm excited to see Ascent and Split coming into this, and I think that it's going to be an uphill battle over Tennessee Tech to get to that final map of Breeze. I think that they really need to pick up Split in particular if they're going to be able to take us to that third. Nonetheless, I'm excited to see if that will be the case. So, like we were talking about, 6-1, Tennessee Tech, no slouches, but they are going to be going up against the best and the brightest in this division as we get underway into the agent selection for our first map.
Of course, we are underway, and you can see NKU sticking out on the attacking side, and for them, this is kind of that icing on the cake. If they win this one, there is no chance for anyone else to catch them, right? They are alone in being undefeated, so it's really up to their own point, right? It is do or die for their own side, and we can already see some very, very basic agents being locked in here. The Sova is going to be brought out for Jace, and then a Money Moves is going to be on that Brimstone, so this is keeping within the current meta, I want to say, and again, it's very nice seeing that Brimstone come into play. It adds a little bit of variety. We'll see if TN Tech decide to go the same.
Yeah, we will have to see that. I mean, I will say the Brimstone's obviously a whole lot of fun, That being said, I don't know if it's going to be the most consistent pick. That was the lack of an additional stim beacon has now made it a little bit more difficult to get value out of that speed boost. But nonetheless, the rest of that composition makes a lot of sense to me. Down to the wire here for Tennessee, and not looking to go down or pick early. Chamber locked in, as well as a Jet. And then the KO. This KO has become more and more popular as time has gone on, though I think the Chamber is probably my biggest question mark for this Tennessee roster. You don't tend to see a whole lot of Chamber on Ascent. It's usually the KJ, like we see from Plasmaric, or even, I could even argue a Cypher at times. So, though you tend to see the Killjoy almost exclusively.
Yeah, this is one of the few I want to say that can get away with it, right? With how some of the sites are set up, right? It's very narrow. When you only have 3 corridors of entry, that Killjoy's, I want to say, utility goes through the roof, and that's what you're really, really looking for. Taking a look, at least in this side, we are going to take a look at a deep spread coming out here. It's going to be TN Tech already going with that default start, and NKU going to be looking for a potential A rip right off the bat, which would be very, very fun to watch. Of course, pistols to me are always some of my favorites. I will always say I love the bum rush techniques of pistol rounds. I want to see, kind of the skill check come out here. Who's really on their game? But of course, we do see more defaults usually, even though they stack on one side. It's usually a little bit slower play, and they still want to pick up that first round because it is important to grab that first round and try and grab multiple rounds underneath. That is going to be a very nice suppression, and peace says peace to Dr. Isolation.
Yeah, the 0 point gives a lot of information over to Tennessee, and now NKU have to fight back from that. Gonna see if they can get aggressive. Yeah, there we go. The stim beacon out on line, and Peace going to continue to find success as Millie does the same to a side as Millie even confirms a third. So Tennessee starting out very strong here on Ascent.
Took him no time at all as well. Millie's really going to enjoy that 3 cap to their ultimate charges, right? And Peace, able to do the same, was able to, I think, pick up an orb on the back end of that one. So that was very, very nice to be held. And they are going to buy out here. So again, double marshals into the 3 Spectres. That's fairly standard as well. I am surprised, though, to see a double marshal on JY2K. I'm curious how that one's going to play out. Of course, it is just to have one on each site. That is fairly standard again. But it will be NKU. This time prepped accordingly, spread out in a defensive pattern, and just hoping for some default kills.
Got a flash drive over in middle, and yes, very much a default setup here for the attack side. NKU trying to find back, or at least create some space. They've taken over mid, though. Jace has even spotted out one player. That's Donut. I'm going to see the Sky Smoke go down in response. And they're going to all group up right around that Sky Smoke, even get ready to push through it, overwhelm at mid. But we could be seeing this push from the Sova in towards mid potentially could deny at least one player. Meanwhile, the push through into market comes in. It's going to be JY with the Headhunter to connect the first couple of shots and a quick scope as well. As Dr. Isolation is only good for 1.
That's actually very, very well played. Again, for TN Tech to be able to lower casualty levels to only 1 loss at the very, very lower end of it, that's, I want to say, amazing, right? Those are some of the rounds that you do get a little bit worried about extra deaths going over. And so to be able to flush out only 1 with only 1 casualty is very, very nice. That is going to mean that their eco round here moving into the 4th is going to feel very, very good, right? They're going to have plenty of money to work with no matter the outcome of this round. And for their own side, if they do end up taking 3 in a row, that'll be a fantastic start for their chance at taking down the undefeated Kings. But you know how it is. NKU rifles are very, very much online. And the opening spray coming out here, or opening shots at least, over on B.
Yeah, NKU with the rifles, with the weaponry. Big advantage into this round. Obviously, Tennessee still bonusing up, but ooh, nice find there initially by Peace. That's a bit of attack damage, but when he moves, making some of those moves at the moment. Now Minty having to play close angles and gets a nice frag there as well. Playing a incredibly hard and fast with the rules. Getting aggressive. Plasma eventually there to trade with the Nano Swarm, though. And things now starting to slow down just a bit. And as I say that, Millie with the re-aggression to confirm that, okay, this is probably not headed towards A. More apt, it's going to be a B hit.
It is going to be that try, and so there's only one defender right now on that side, and that's JY with only that headhunter in hand. So, I mean, you're not really going to get too much value out of that. Yeah, the Trailblazers going to spot you out. You're just waiting for the rest of your team to circle around. Everyone coming in from the same side, though. So it's a full defender spawn. Retake attempt, and JY able to find a headshot on Money Moves. Can you get one more, though? If you can get one more value, that actually trades it into your favor. And keep in mind, weapons have now been traded into TN Tech's hands. This is actually looking okay here. How's this flank going to happen, though? Behind him, Boats. Pyro able to mow down Millie.
The double setup there in Boathouse is strong, and having that initial player to take the fight. Donut does go for the kill through the box, but now time starting to tick away, and neither of these players really need to be swinging. They are going to give him a fight, but Plasmeric does clean things up on the trade. NKU on the board, though a relatively expensive round. They lose all 4 out of 5 of their players, and now Tennessee, they have a big opportunity here to very, very quickly fight back the economic game.
I think they already won it in one form or another. Pyro sitting on only a Spectre with 200 left. That is not what you like to see here. I'm not exactly sure what happened in that eco factor, potentially buying out a bit too much in that third round, right? But that does hurt a little bit. Having a Spectre instead of a full rifle here into the gun round does give a little bit of value to TN Tech, especially with this operator online. Donut ready to go on the back end, but a very nice lockdown is going to be placed. Should clear out a majority share of B. You can see just a hard spray. They're going to use 4 seconds of that lockdown to go ahead and make their way into the B site. Dr. Isolation takes out Peace, and the Jet Mirror goes away of NKU.
Spike planted.
Retake for still alive here for Tennessee. The lockdown used very, very well, and I do think that's a great idea. Just safe. Don't need to over-aggress. Don't need to try and win a round that's going to be so very difficult to enter back into. And Tennessee Tech go for the save. I'm a big fan of this decision making, and there's a reason that they're near the top of the table, Orbital, and I think having the wherewithal to make this decision before getting too far forward, before losing players, is great.
I mean, you trade around for an ultimate, and that ultimate may or may not have gotten the value that you wanted, but you minimize the losses, right? And as you said, we are very impressed, and you still pick one on the back end. Oh, that is... Millie just made that even more acceptable, right? That call to go ahead and hold nets them a 1-1 trade. Yes, you drop around, but, I mean, you're okay with it. Now you don't have to worry about that lockdown anymore. So, it will be TN Tech feeling pretty okay with that situation. What does occur, though, is it is going to start sucking money into NKU's favor. Keep in mind, even though the round did go in a much slower pace, TN Tech still handed the round over, so Econ's building up for NKU, and keep in mind, this is the squad that is currently undefeated. They know how to play with this kind of advantage.
Yeah, certainly used to playing with this advantage. Looks like we're going to be seeing a bit of aggression here at the A side. There's one player actually on the site, Donut rotating in, but the Sky Smoke is going to call that off, at least temporarily. Shock bolts going wide. No damage being done. And Peace looking for maybe the potential to get a kill then dash out, but no one's going to give them that opportunity. As I see that, the Brimstone is ready and waiting, and this chat looking for the aggression. Doesn't quite get it. And here we go. The timing not working, and Money Moves finds the opening.
I wish we could have seen that perspective over in A, because it looked like the Jet peeked all the way out and didn't see anything, didn't swing over towards Cellar, and that was a mistake. NKU find that opportunity. JY, of course, has to teleport back, but the noise has been heard, so Money Moves is going to understand that up on Rafters is kind of where everyone is tucked away. Millie, of course, leading that front way charge with the KO. You get a little bit of a shock. You're going to drop it right in front. That's flashbang. Menti takes out Pyro through the wall. That was a deep spray. Underneath, you're going to spray as well. Menti going to empty about half a clip in. Millie's going to take a swing. Gets the kill on Jace. And that will be a very, very nice one. Again, Dr. Isolation, though, on the back end is able to get the flank off. Can you get a second? Yes, you can. Dr. Isolation isolating two. JY going to find one with the operator. And in the 2v2 situation, time is winding down very, very quickly. And the defuse is not going to happen as Menti bites the dust. JY is collateral damage. And NKU take a second in a row, or take a third in the row, as you can see there on the round scores.
Really strong post-plant utility being set up there by Plasmeric. And in addition to that opening frag, right, from Money Moves Mikey, the timing was perfect. Peace thought they had cleared out the angle. I have to imagine that's what it was. It was very, very strong, but it just wasn't fully cleared. Again, like you said, I'm a little bit disappointed we didn't get to see where Money Moves was hiding, but I assumed they were playing around the smoke, and that's what happened. So, nonetheless, a very strong round coming from NKU, and now Tennessee, despite their good decision-making, probably going to be working with very limited utility, certainly limited on the bodies as one body's dropped.
And that was a bit of a revenge kill there, I think. Honestly, JY with this headhunter and these single shots has actually done extremely well, right? Has been very, very good in those situations and really been able to prop themselves up and give themselves a nice KD. But that shot had a little bit of personal feeling behind it, I think. Very, very well done. Menti is going to swing, find two, immediately eat 94 damage, and go, I want nothing else to do with this. So, Pyro's going to swing. Money Moves gets one. Pyro gets one. Millie takes two down, though, in an act of revenge. And now, with 125 to work with here, you're going to have to face the wrath of 3 until your second teammate can come around. Pyro going to send out the Seekers. Get some information going, and this is unfortunately going to give away Millie's position. Gotta take a spray, though, and Millie goes on the offensive. Well fought. Jace is going to take out Millie. It's down to a 1v2. What can Donut do?
No health on one of these players, and the duel on the site goes his way. The Molly down in order to deny re-entry. Guiding Light has to go in, but Donut just sticking on that defuse, but not for long. Hits the shot and takes the round. Tennessee doing everything that they needed to do, and talking about what the difference maker was. Millie with 3 kills, and it was a fantastic timing for the Sky Smoke. Millie, the communication between them and Donut, putting down that Sky Smoke, making it difficult for NKU to enter into the site, and thus, Millie able to win 2 duels through the smoke. Perfect. Exactly what you want to see.
And I also want to add on top of that, normally a single molly would not be able to zone someone off, right? If they were full HP. I want to give credit, or I want to try and give credit. I feel like there was a call out saying, hey, Pyro is low, the sky is low. A molly will keep them from being able to follow through, because you saw it, right? The molly tick down, it was doing too much damage, and that's the reason why it stalled. There had to be a call out that Pyro is low. I want to give him credit if it was there saying, hey, we had the call out, we knew that molly would work. As we do have entry here into A, we are going to see a very hard charge here. It is going to be NKU looking for a bit of revenge, but JY with that 2 to force is going to take one. Orbital Strike takes out another, and Donut says no plant for you. Dr. Isolation underneath is going to have the Blade Storm available, but already 2 cap down gives TN Tech a great advantage here in this A-side retake.
I mean, at least the Blade Storm's still alive, but a couple of blades missed out. Now just one to work with. Here we go. Everyone misses their mark. It's Jace versus 3. The defuse tapped there by Millie. Triple swung even as JY2K puts the Tour de Force to work. But it wasn't just the Tour de Force. It was the Orbital Strike, the Blade Storm, and the Tour de Force being used there by Tennessee Tech. And they do have a lot that they were utilizing in that round. That said, NKU also lost out on the Blade Storm of their own, as well as that Orbital Strike. So lots of trading of ultimates, and ultimately it just goes Tennessee's way.
I feel like Tennessee so far have done extremely well with their ult economy, with their balancing of it, trying to match NKU while still having an advantage, right? Every time one of the ultimates or NKU comes up, Tennessee have an answer, whether it be the lockdown, whether it be their own Blade Storm, whether it be you know, the orbital strike coming in, it feels like Tennessee do have the number, at least on this map, which is very, very impressive. I give them huge props for that, of course, and I want to see a little bit more. Double smoke does go down. This is going to be tripled, actually, into the B, and that's going to give opening, but Millie gets a great defensive kill. Can you get another one? No. Pyro says, get out of here, Millie. You can't hide in the corner any longer. Hunter's Fury is going to go out. The crossfire of another Hunter's Fury tags out Donut. It's going to be very aggressive on both ends. Massive utility used for this plant, and Pyro finds JYSP, takes out Pyro.
Pyro getting a little bit overzealous there. Really needed to wait, be patient. No null command for Tennessee is, oh, Mikey. This is a great timing there. The Stinger working wonders close range. Now 2 left to play in the Molly, making it very tough to re-enter. 2-on-2 still as Mikey continues to play inside the smoke. It fades, and Donut goes down. Now it's all about the nano swarms. The nano swarms go out. Time ticked away. It's all over.
That is going to be the round. What a hairy situation. And as you said, the nano swarm MVP utility of that round keeps it at a 4-4. Of course, that was a hard-fought round. It's going to be a full buy coming out of NKU, and their economy is doing okay. Not fantastic, but okay. A couple members over 1K and one at 750. They're able to stop the multiple round charge of TN Tech, though. And TN Tech, of course, working with the budget buy, one fully kitted out member. The rest working with the pistols and the sheriffs. What can they do here? Tennessee going to do a very, very safe setup here again. 2 faded all the way back to defender spawn. 1 peeking A and 1 peeking B main. This is going to be a very, very dangerous situation. Ooh.
Yeah, but they really lacking a lot of information. Granted, it's basically just a straight-up A push here with one player attached to mid. Dr. Isolation, the one to find that second prong of the attack. There is the null command, but it's, like you said, a thrift shop buy. They don't really want to be over-investing. Thinking of investments, the Seekers going out. Cabbages can't find anyone as Mikey pushes forward aggressively. A second there for them in the round, and Millie left alone. Just 8 HP to work with as well. The flash drive trying to buy some space, but Plasma to win things out. Tennessee Tech not able to do much of anything at all in that round, and it's a flawless victory for NKU.
Feels great. Gives you a little bit of a step up, and especially in a 4-4 tie, you like to be the one to come out on top. This is the time for Tennessee, though, to tie things back up, of course, as they have full guns online. Everyone should be able to buy. Menti, I assume you can do a bit. I guess not. It is going to be the Spectre buy, even after a save, which definitely hurts, but you have the Hunter series, right? You have that ultimate online. You're going to really, really enjoy that one. Millie has that null command, and we haven't seen it used, so I'm very, very surprised about that. Dr. Isolation getting suppressed and isolated out from the rest of the team, as everyone else is, again, going to fade towards mid and A. And KU understand that they've had a lot of success on that site, and are going to try it again, but you swing too early, and Peace is going to take out Pyro.
Very nicely done. Peace has been the one to find opening picks consistently for Tennessee Tech. The Hunter's Fury, I mean, it's trying to deny the lockdown. Unfortunately, it doesn't do that, though realistically, that doesn't really mean a ton. Donut now trading out, the null command being put through. Allows for NKU to be suppressed the whole time there. Dr. Isolation, timing not on their side as Donut comes around the corner. Tennessee Tech using their ultimates to great effect, and especially that null command to make things easy on the retake.
And it's awesome to see the level of play that we have right now. The teams are not giving a single inch over. 5-5 with 2 rounds left to play. Neither side wants to give up anything here. You can see it, yes, for the side of Tennessee. Millie putting up phenomenal numbers here. Well over a 1.0 KD, or, you know, at least a 1 kill a round. On the flip, though, it's been NKU really with a nice spread of kills all the way through. 7 and 4. Those are the highs and lows. Wonder what else they can play with here, as that's going to be a little bit of a recon bolt that goes straight down. So that should be taken out quite quickly, but no one's there. So again, Tennessee realizing that, hey, B might not be that dangerous.
Never seen that recon bolt before. It's a very
I'm not sure if
interesting
it was
one.
intentional.
I hope maybe we see it thrown again and maybe our observer can pick up exactly where that lands. I wonder if there's an interesting angle that makes it very difficult to hit. That's a nice find. The takedown no longer is in effect. So there's no information to be gained there on the catwalk. Molly to keep out the invading Tennessee Tech players as the site is overwhelmed by NKU. Orbital Strike is on the cards here, so NKU's post-plant utility is very strong. Obviously, the Nanoswarm's adding to that. Ooh, very nice lineup there by Minty. As we talked about the lineup earlier, now talking about the lineup with the rifle. Millie coming to fruition as Jace trades one, but it's still not enough. And now it is that post-plant utility that's going to be asked to be picked up. The Swarm Grenade and the Orbital Strike both being pulled, and Mikey able to take out their gun at the right time. Now, the Nanoswarm going to be a little bit too little too late as the halfway mark was already pulled. Tennessee Tech with a big round to confirm number 6.
Oh, and that hurts so much, right? Because you used that Orbital Strike, because you invested so much into that round, and you lose it there. So that one is a little bit painful to swallow, and for Tennessee, they're going to be very, very happy about that situation. Yes, Millie did get cut down, but was able to meet the halfway point, so that Nanoswarm did not get as much value as you were probably hoping for. It was a well-fought round. Tennessee Tech looking to get one more to space it to a 7-5. Moving into the second half, because again, I believe this was NKU's map pick to kick things off, so going to be very, very curious to see if their defensive posturing is really where it is, and if so, then this 7-5 spread that is a potential, or at least a 6-6, could be their signal for the charge back. Pyro, of course, going to get the stim pack, stim boost, moving forward very, very quickly, and it's a quick flush into B this time around. Of course, Menti staying on top of the Molly as Money Moves says thank you very much.
Yeah, that's one of the things that kind of makes it very difficult inside of the Sky Smoke. As the Orbital Strike goes down, you can't see where you're at, and sometimes you don't realize you're sitting on a Molly. That said, the numbers have thinned here for Tennessee. It's going to be a Blade Storm as well as 2 other players to come through. And Donut is doing the thinning of the herd on the opposition to find that frag there with the Molly. Here we go. Retake coming up.
No knives hit, but the bullets do as JY gets a beautiful clip through a wall. Pyro takes out piece, 8 HP on JY as Dr. Isolation takes that. Donut is going to follow through on 1, but Pyro finishes it off. And just like that, first round doesn't matter. 6-6 between both these squads, and it'll be swap of sides as NKU start on defense.
There we go. A very close series is what we were expecting. A very close half is what we've got here on map number 1 of Ascent. And well, this map, by the way, just a little bit on the defensive side. It's so this is pretty reasonable. If you're Tennessee Tech or NKU, you're liking what you're going to be seeing at the moment. Not a whole lot of armor being bought up. Just a couple of classics, along with the Ghost and a Frenzy for Money Moves Mikey. On the NKU side, more goes to work with here for Tennessee Tech, but let's see how that goes. Well, I don't know. Where did that first shock dart go?
It looks like it goes straight down. If that's the same one from before, it looks like
No. It's a different one. It went backward.
Then I am not sure. We'll say it's a 500 IQ play. You know, there's a very fine line between genius and insanity. So I mean,
you're not wrong. No, that's fair point.
we give it the potential, the potential ability to be absolutely massive. But of course, it doesn't do too well when there's no one there. So the most of the information that you get is, no one's there. That's great. Tennessee though, they're gonna go ahead and pressure over on A. Great suppression going through.
Oh,
that's multiple, but Dr. Isolation takes out Menti to kick things off.
So the 0 point doesn't catch the controller there. They push back, and Money Moves is able to put down the Sky Smokes, though it's unfortunately not going to matter as Millie climbs in, finds all the frags, 3 on the pistol last time, already has a 3rd on the pistol this time. Now it's down to the 2v2 as the retake comes forward. Dink onto Jace, which really puts the pressure onto Plasma Rick as the push limited. Not quite coming in too quickly. The Headhunter could be used here, but JY not interested and might pay for the trouble as Jace, long range, low health, wins the duel against Donut. A big round, and it's NKU's.
NKU feeling good about the pistol win. Wasn't as clean as Tennessee Tech's, but it's a win, of course, and getting that start off is also going to help boost up that econ in terms of the ultimate charges. You can go ahead and see that there. Millie, on the flip side, is looking at a 4 out of 7, and again, coming out with some awesome frags, and at this point, if Millie dies, that's a decent force out of Tennessee Tech that they're losing on that aggressive side. 3 Spectres, though, as Money Moves is going to go ahead, bring out a little bit of a heavier duty weapon. Completely zeroed out on the money range, so this is a gamble of an all or nothing.
Saw great moves right there by the Brimstone in the last round for NKU. Let's see if that's going to be the case once again, though Brimstone on the wrong site this time. Was it A on the pistol? Now over at B. It's going to be the Jet in the sky here to be holding back the aggression. Jace looking for info over in middle. Not going to find too much at the moment. The chamber fully pushed back. Dr. Isolation, that might have given Millie the information. Millie, who's been so very strong. Unfortunately, Dr. Isolation with a nice tap there to the head as the cloud burst goes down. Means that things aren't looking up for Tennessee.
Ooh. JY tried to take a few shots, couldn't find a hit as there was a little jump through mid. However, a little bit of a fallback here. NKU ready to go on the side. And JY says, hey, spotted you. I see you there. 30 seconds left to try and get the plane down. Of course, Plasma in the backside is going to get 1 with that Nano Swarm. Again, it's a utility kill kind of day as JY is able to find 1 kill as well. 4v3 as Donut is going to get the plan. Jace ready to go with the Spectre. That's going to be a blind sent through as a very quick peek, but Boathouse is going to find 1. Oh, that recon bolt did not catch as best they wanted. That means Menti and JY get free fire on 2 as all of a sudden the tables are turned. JY with the Headhunter takes a 3rd, and Tennessee Tech say, hey, you ain't winning the 2nd round.
Yeah, that's a nice closer by Donut as well. NKU fall apart there on the re-entry. The utility going a bit wide for Jace, and that's the start of the fall from grace as NKU are unable to win the gun duels in order to get back into the site. A little bit mistimed, right? The guiding light, you know, could have come in a little later, really allowed for entry into that site, but no, it goes early. Then the missed recon bolt, adding insult to injury, and of course, JY2K hitting all the shots, whether it be the Headhunter, the Spectre, or the pistol. Everything working out. It's Tennessee Tech now have the buyback. That's going to be a bit of information, though. The recon bolt early on, as we are seeing a bit of an investment from NKU side. They aren't giving that econ up just yet.
Well, what can they do? NKU, of course, not exactly the happiest with what just occurred, so we're going to try and make something of it. Dr. Isolation, of course, falling back, didn't want to take the raw peek, and says, okay, that's going to be multiple little storms down. JY getting 1. Dr. Isolation takes 1 back. That's going to pick up and swing on 1 with the Spectre. JY takes 2. And Menti with that large machine gun says, hey, I'll match you, JY. 2 and 2 is the call. Or 2 and 1 and 3, I think, so far. 1 member left alive as Jace goes, well, crap. I got a shorty and a dream. As the smoke drops in. I mean, really, what can you do here? Menti goes, hey, Harris gonna call my name. And that'll be the finisher. TN Tech going to go ahead and take a second in a row here. Put themselves at 8 over the 7 of NKU.
Great win there by Tennessee Tech on the eco. The follow-up is just as good. They make the entry into the site look very, very solid, and Millie has been critical. Look at the KD ratio here. It's 18 and 11, but 11 assists as well. Really putting that 0 point to great usage and clearing out the angles, making it very difficult for the NKU defense to work. And well, it was the same thing on the attack side, or on the defense side, excuse me, for Tennessee. Now it's the buy round though. Or at least it should be. Yep, NKU have the money. A Blade Storm is on the cards as the Tour de Force as well is being pulled out. The button pressed for Tennessee on that chamber.
A little bit of a slow start here as, again, TN Tech being a little bit itchy to try and jump the gun, and that's the reason why. It was a very, very quick dash out from the jet as Tennessee Tech say, all right, this is going to be a little bit spicy. Good range of calls as the turret is going to be taken out. NKU fully have information saying, okay, we know where they are. Money Moves wants to make some moves here as that's a huge swing. They line them up, get knocked down like bowling pins as Money Moves Mikey takes a 4K.
That was nasty. Nasty stuff for Money Moves. Doing everything they needed to do. And I talked about their movement and the pistol round, how it was really smart to not be denied any sky smokes and anything like that. Now with the rifle, stepping up in the big moments that matter. 15 and 13 now to work with there for the Brimmy boy, as NKU right back to winning ways, right? I mean, they won the pistol, they lost the follow-up, couldn't quite win the force buy round, but as soon as the guns were back in their hands, they've done well. That being said, a couple of ultimates here. Tennessee Tech, the no command, we know how powerful that can be. On the other side, the orbital strike is ready for NKU off the back of that quad.
Here into the 17th round, it's going to be a little bit questionable what happens next. These teams have not let off a larger lead than, I want to say, 2 rounds apiece. And you can see here why the trades going back and forth. And a single team really want to give more than one flawless victory to the other side. Tennessee Tech still working on a little bit of a slower entry here. Again, they had put down that bomb, or that spike into the attacker spawn, decided for a default, and now opted to go towards A. 40 seconds left. It's going to be a slow crawl, and Dr. Isolation feels like they have a bit of information about this. Ooh, good suppression going up top, and the smoke going to clear the vision.
Yeah, there's that null command I was talking about. Dr. Isolation, that was a very interesting decision. It would have been great if they got one and fell back. That was the idea. Unfortunately, it doesn't come to fruition as Plasma Rick now really needs to win this fight, and JY looking in the wrong direction, and it leaves an equalized situation. That's a very strong orbital strike there by Money Moves. It's Donut down and out. Millie able to get away, but going to get tagged up there by the recon bolt. Plasma Rick applying the pressure from the backside. Is now Minty missing out. Has to go for the 1v3. It's that first frag. Recon to try and give the info, but the defuse, it's been coming the whole time. There was no chance that Minty would have been able to get there. The spike not planted for him, and Tennessee Tech with a bit of a weird round there, especially that plant position. I'm just not quite sure what the plan was.
It was an odd one for sure, and NKU, of course, gonna also kind of scratch their heads and say, well, we got the round, now we're in the lead again. They have a chance to go ahead and move towards that significant 10-round score, be able to get into double digits and really give themselves a little bit of a wider berth. And if they win this one again, Tennessee Tech will also be down into that eco. We have not seen an eco for quite some time, considering the bounce of economies. It's always been someone has guns, someone has that opportunity, but Jace with a great swing on Donut is going to try and take that first one, and then more. Dr. Isolation is going to help out as well. That puts it down to a 3v5, and Menti trying to get some shots back, immediately bites the dirt, as Dr. Isolation says, alone I can do wonders.
Tennessee Tech is stuck between a rock and a hard place here. Mikey, with so much information in this position as well. The blades are out there for Peace, but he's going to have to do some massive, monumental maneuvers. Millie has been the biggest player here as well for for Tennessee. Meanwhile, the Peace goes down, and it's down to the singular player, Jace, to follow up, and a couple round wins in a row gives that double-digit mark over to NKU. But you know what? You got to give respect over to Tennessee Tech right now. Out of the 14 maps that have been played for NKU this season, 10 of them have been won by a 13-6 margin or less. That means only 4 teams have been able to pull out more than 6 rounds on this NKU team.
That's a ridiculous stat to be able to hold, I feel. Right? Like,
Yeah.
that just... And I want to express the reason that we say that. A standard map is usually like this, right? 13-8, 13-9, that's almost considered average. And then, 13-10, 13-11, it's considered very scary. To cut down those number of rounds to 6 just shows their domination. And again, that's why we're giving so much credit over here to Tennessee Tech. They deserve their spot in the upper echelons of this Emergence White division, I believe. And it's well worth it. I'm very, very excited to continue seeing them play, because no matter what, even if they lose out this game, I'm sure game 2 and potentially game 3 will be even more of a banger. Money moves, of course,
Mikey.
hiding in the corner. This could be so dangerous. A nice swing, and that's going to be some help from Jace, as it will be a very, very nice clip. NKU swing on 2 in mid, getting themselves a 5v3 opportunity. Well, Donut said, nope, you only got 1. So 4v3. I take that back.
Yeah, I mean, Mikey getting a little bit ahead of himself there, to be fair. Pieces found their way, snuck their way into this position. Not quite sure how that happened, but okay. A little bit of whiff shots there by Plasma. Don't worry, Dr. Isolation has your back. Peace. Going to be doing nothing peaceful. They've chosen some violence, but unfortunately for them, not good enough. 3 rounds in a row for the first time since the very beginning of this game, where NKU took 3 after Tennessee Tech won that pistol round and the anti-eco.
Phenomenal play, and out of nowhere we were tied. At one point it was 8-8. That's how close it was tied up, and now NKU exploding out here. Just need one more to put themselves on match point, and it will be up against the gun round here. If NKU are able to win this one, I do believe it'll be a little bit of a bargain bin buy. Might be able to get 1 or 2 rifles, but I'm not sure it's going to be the full buy coming out here, so that'll be very, very interesting. Shot bolt aimed straight down, and Plasma Rick said, hey, not going to deal with that today. Great denial of entry, as Peace went ahead and said no longer is the lockdown going to stop us. Tennessee Tech, go ahead and enter into B.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty hefty price to pay. That orbital strike is very powerful, but it is certainly an effective way to get rid of a lockdown, and that's what they do. Entry here. Gonna have to look both directions. A crossfire setup, and Minty hits them all. Pyro now with a couple of their own. 1v2. Has to get the 4th kill, or 4 kills here in the round. Has the Trailblazer. There's no more guiding lights. Suppression to deny that Trailblazer is a great decision. Push coming through. Pyro unable to meet Millie. 9-11 is the score. And Tennessee, after 4 rounds of defeat in a row, they finally figured out a way to bring it back to themselves. NKU now the ones to try and answer back.
Gonna be real happy about that one. Of course, Tennessee Tech gonna grind their way up to a potential 10-11 score. As you said, Peace, the one that I'm kind of watching for, what weapon is gonna come out here. I do believe that's plenty enough for a rifle. And did that really just happen?
I didn't notice. What are we talking about?
So sitting on about 2,600, opted only to a sheriff.
Interesting. That is certainly a decision.
It is. There's no primary
Blaze Storm
here.
either.
What? All right, Vincent, break it down for me. Come on, give it to me.
I don't got it, bud. I don't know.
All right, we're both floundering here. This is weird.
Yeah, I mean, I could have understood if it was a Blade Storm. I also could understand if it wasn't the fact that Tennessee is down by a couple of rounds. But yeah, this is definitely not what you'd expect. But to be fair, Peace has been very good with that weapon.
Oh, 100%. It's amazingly well done, and it's just because of that, Dr. Isolation with the up, it's a little bit beefier weapons out currently, and I guess it works if you are running with the entire squad, right? That Sheriff, that one tap, you might be able to be covered by the rest of your team.
Oh,
and I love the call, the rotate coming out here. Oh, is Money Moves going to be able to cut them off? This is going to be so dangerous. Swings on one, no gun control there as Money Moves is going to have to try and heal up with the stim pack. Can't really get too much as the rest of the team is going to get into position. That's going to be a Jace ready to go on the long side, but Pyro gets a peek on the piece. And Jace gets a shock bolt kill on Menti. The rotate was a good call, but they aren't able to follow through. And it will be a team ace for NKU to bring themselves to match point. Game point.
Yeah, here's the real problem, right? Tennessee need to stop allowing Mikey to get so much information. With Mikey just kind of chilling in mid so many rounds in a row, it's so clear what's happening before it can happen. NKU have the knowledge before Tennessee Tech can even adjust. They don't have any way to deal with it. And it's all off the back of that aggression, that information play from Money Moves. Mikey in middle. And here we are. Potential final round of the game. The null command going to be thrown in. Suppression. Good for a couple, but that's massive.
Oh, Dr. Isolation! You can't do it to him like that. That's a 3K and a half with the power shots coming through. The operator ripping through Tennessee Tech's opportunities here in game number 1. Yes, you get the revive. Yes, Millie is back. But it's a 5v2 and the opportunities are quickly dwindling down.
Yeah. Little to work with. Just one of those Sky Smokes left to work with as well.
Oh, and Mikey.
Dr. Isolation still prepped and ready. Has a third. Yeah, Mikey on the flank. Exactly.
Ooh.
Oh, Millie doing some nice work there.
One enemy remaining.
With the Guardian. But Donut now trading 1-for-1. It's Mikey to eventually find the final kill. It's 13-9 ascent. Head of the way of NKU, as we would tend to expect based on the fact that's their map pick.
It was their map pick, but again, we have to point out this is a squad that has so far in the regular season been a powerhouse and cleaning maps up 13-6. For the side of Tennessee Tech, they were able to push it to 9 and tied them up all the way to round 8, which I think is very, very impressive and needs to be kind of pointed out over and over again. I'll do this until we get to playoffs and we see Tennessee Tech potentially fall somewhere along the lines, but they have shown their gumption here, and I don't think NKU are going to take things easily at all into map number 2. Again, it will be the side of Tennessee Tech's map pick. I do believe that is going to be that ever so lovely split, and that'll be with Tennessee Tech on the attacking side first, so we'll have to keep eyes and see if this is going to be a 2-0 or a 1-1 scenario. Don't go anywhere. The NECC B stream will be right back. And we are back, ready to go with game number 2 of this fantastic series for the Battle of the Top. So far, NKU has come out on top, but it was not easy by any stretch of the imagination. Tennessee Tech really laying it in on their own map pick, on NKU's map pick, no less. They were able to show that the Titans can bleed and are looking to do for the first time against NKU that no other team has done, which is push them to a map 3. We are now moving into the second round where it will be Tennessee Tech's map pick. We'll see what they can do.
Yeah, I'm curious to see. Split is where we're headed. That is Tennessee's map, like you just talked about. And NKU, the mid-round aggression is really what won them that defensive half. Mikey especially doing a huge amount of work with regard to getting that mid-control in the mid-round and determining whether or not there was going to be rotations or no rotations coming through from Tennessee. Now, as we head towards Split, we're going to see some different compositions, I would have to imagine. And Split is a very different beast than Ascent. But we're agent selecting right this moment. I would love to see a breach, Minty. Let's lock that in there, bud.
You know, we might be talking about Menti in the breach, but I'm talking about Millie, right? Game 1, Millie, phenomenal player coming out here and really was the MVP of Tennessee Tech. I will say that now.
MVP
in game
of the
1
server.
Yeah, like that was ridiculous to watch. The entire time it was Millie feeding in those kills, consistently hitting headshots, and the rotations on par or higher than, and as you said, MVP over Mikey even. And Mikey, I mean, that's a tough act to be able to follow up on. So Millie, I'm really interested to see what they do. Again, this time around, it does look like is going to be working with a bit more util on the back end. Is going to be running that Sky, which will be a very interesting piece. We know you're not actually going to run that, so let's see what you're actually going to pick up here.
I mean, Sky isn't bad, but yeah, I don't think the Neon's gonna be rolling in. No. All right. I'm gonna be honest with you, Orbital. I have no idea how this agent works. I've literally never casted a Neon ever.
We have it. Oh.
I literally don't know any of the abilities. I'm not lying.
This is. All right. So, again, there's this... Why we're so excited is you heard Vincent number 1. This is going to be the first Neon for Vincent. This is my first Neon as well. But I'm fairly certain that Peace picked this up and said, sure, let's go ahead and try and run this. So let's run down the abilities real quick. Fast lane, of course, on this ability. First ability here, it is going to be just kind of a narrow hallway that you can chase on. Gives a little bit of extra pressure for them to work with. And you can see it blocks off and damages people. Think of it like a doubled Phoenix setup here. And with the Q, it will be a relay bolt coming out here. A little bit of extra damage on the back end. High gear, of course, being able to increase the speed and really allow for a slide charge of all things. It's going to be, it's crazy fast action moving, and then the overdrive, right? Very high speed with a short duration, but it is one of those, think Apex speed in Valorant. That's what we're looking at here.
That's a really good comparison, actually. Yeah, it's kind of like you turn into an Apex character. And there's those walls we were just talking about. The speed going to be going forward is Dr. Isolation might be caught out in the open. He's looking for something. Isolation with 1. The right click not going to connect the kill, but the second attempt is there. 4 still alive here for NKU, though, as Millie brings it back to a more even scenario. Not quite all the way, though, as Peace was alone, but just for a moment.
And I like to see it, of course. It was a very aggressive start, and as I said, I personally appreciate any team that takes that pistol round and sends it into a skill check, right? Send it up, just rush, give it your best shot, and I like it. You got 2 kills, you lost everyone, but it was a good test to kind of see what's going on. And we'll really have to keep eyes on Peace now because, yes, we talked about Millie, we talked about Money Moves Mikey, and Money Moves Mikey again at the top of the standings at a 2-1. Peace is still going to be like the apple here. This is going to be the one that we got to watch. Spotlight all on this Neon. What can Neon bring? Is this going to be the make or break agent?
Yeah, I mean, I think the difficulty with Neon is that other agents do Neon's job better. Mm-hmm. That's the reason we don't see a lot of Neon. So we're going to just have to see if Tennessee can kind of make that work. That's a very nice guiding light, doing some shenanigans there to get that into position. Tennessee unable to follow up, though, on that position. NKU's defense looking strong. They've got 3 players pretty much committed to the B side, and that's where Tennessee Tech are headed. Sky Smoke no longer in position. And I'm assuming at some point we're going to see the call to roll forward. Maybe not, though. This Trailblazer could find lots of info, and at least does give away that there's some players here. So the push coming forthwith.
Yeah, Millie tried their best. Of course, rushing around with util in hand is always kind of rough, but the wall goes up, and that means that they will have a rush. Pyro is able to take one more down before falling on their own, but Jace is able to follow up. Plasma Rick is able to take one as well, and Jace takes it with a 3K. So it is going to be that Jet sitting on 4 out of 7 charges, feeling real good after that anti-eco.
Very nicely done. Yeah, do love to see that. NKU now with a couple, and yeah, Jace coming up big time. Playing on the Jet, making things look relatively easy as well. We were seeing Jace play on the Sova last time out. Dr. Isolation on the Jet. We've sort of flop things around now. Dr. Isolation playing on the Killjoy and the Jet for Jace.
Eyes are open now, as again it's going to be a little bit quieter. NKU going to be waiting for someone to make the move. Money moves Mikey though. Oh, you open up what? Able to swap him util to the weapon. Money moves Mike. Going, I did not deserve to make it a 1-for-1. But they did. JY is not going to find out that, hey, this might hurt a little bit. Menti's able to take one. Dr. Isolation gets a Nano Swarm kill. Jace is able to take one as well. And it feels like it's a complete wash. NKU coming out in style here. Cleaning up on that save round. And picking up 4 weapons to boot. 3. Carried over 3. Sorry.
It's not just a feeling, Orbital. It's the reality. Just dominating over the opposition, NKU, and I think a good example of that is that Money Moves had the iPad up, was making some moves there, trying to put some smokes down, only to get swung and be able to put it away, get the gun out, and still come away with a frag. That's just not something you see every day, not something that should be allowed to happen, and that's what happens when Tennessee don't check your corners. That's a big giveaway. Wall coming out in middle to deny it. Peace, though, seems to have an idea. Unfortunately, swung away at the wrong time, just off the Plasma Rick swing.
It's a very, very quick swing as well. The Peace just trying to get those jumping headshots or anything, any sort of value. As again, this one's a rough one to try and play into. Money moves Mike again, watching as Burn goes down. And they're gonna try it. In this game, unfortunately, Ice does not put out the fire as much as we wish here. So I do believe the Sage is very sad in this moment.
Well, I mean, listen, if you get cold enough, then it's basically like you get burned. So
what is it, frostbite at that point?
And well, Tennessee certainly burning in KU on the entries, as Pyro now has to fight back along range with the Vandal. A couple guiding lights prepped and ready. Oh, nice blind with spray though, and JY come leading that. Now Jace doing some work though, down to a 2v2.
It is down to that 2v2, but it's down to a 2v1. Tennessee Tech say, look, we're not dealing with that today. We're going to get at least 1 round in. You're not going to do a run of 4. Dr. Isolation, though, says I might have a few other things to talk about. Great swing, gets a headshot, still full HP. Down to a very, very hefty gun round. Up goes the turret, and the teleport comes out. Oh, but the bot might give it, and it does. Dr. Isolation says you don't get this one. Pulls out the 1v2 clutch and makes it a hefty, hefty 4 in a row.
Yeah, unfortunately, 4 is on the cards there for NKU. Tennessee Tech struggling a bit, even in a big round like that. I mean, granted, you do have to give them credit for the fact that they did so much damage into that round. I mean, 4 kills, spike plant, and forcing a 1v2 clutch is very strong. That being said, 4-0 is still 4-0, and rounds are what win the game, not eco damage. As we get down to the gun round here, a big turning point is a possibility. Is see Tennessee Oh man,
No.
that's nasty.
Yeah, money moves Mike. He goes, yeah, I didn't expect that one either. A blind spray, and somehow 4 of the 7 bullets land directly in someone's body. Tennessee Tech are flabbergasted here. They thought they were moving forward into A, and immediately were stopped here, and they have not taken a step forward since.
That's tough luck with 2 Fs.
That one, that's the one that you're just like, come on, right? Give us something. Double Nanoswarm is really going to cut down on the HP and zone them away from any sort of situation that they were hoping to put themselves in an advantage. They'll put it to a 4v2. JY stuck in the back corner will at least get plant money, but the spray is going to come through. Jace going to take out Millie, not before Millie takes 1. And JY2K is JY2 dead. This is going to be 1 HP in a dream. Jace takes the 3K.
Man, that poor map took about 12 million bullets. And in addition to that, I mean, trying to dodge around in there, JY playing a really, really rough situation. NKU continuing to dominate. It's 5-0, and well, this is certainly not the start that Tennessee Tech were looking for on their own map pick. Now, granted, it's their map pick, so NKU got to choose to start defense, and that is one of the things you have to overcome. When you pick split, you have to be really ready and willing to start on that attacker side. It's an uphill battle, no doubt.
It's one that it's one that both these teams have kind of not faced before, or at least in this series, right? Tennessee Tech before, keep in mind, the furthest distance that we had until the second half was about a 2-round difference. I don't think there was any more than that. So to have a 5-0 kind of situation occur might be sending them into a little bit of a mental shamble. That's really, really what I want to keep track of, because, again, for this type of squad, it's imperative on their map pick that they get a good start here, that they get that opportunity to run up that score. But so far with the early pick, Tennessee Tech down 1 and a collateral. Oh, Jace, you can't do it to him like that.
Well, he is doing it to him, and he's been doing it to him just like that. Same thing for Mikey, who just presses W through a dark cover and finds a frag. You never want to be seeing that come to fruition. And even Millie, who we've praised at length already, has been struggling to find any lasting or reasonable success in this round. I mean, okay. Mikey is just playing games now. He's like, come kill me. Bet you won't. Only Millie certainly will. And Mikey goes down. Definitely getting a little bit overzealous right there. A bit ambitious.
A little bit cheeky as well, right? Very obvious noise making at that point. So Money Moves is very much enjoying everything. Triple M threat is what we're looking at here. 6-5-2, but the real threat is Jace on the back end. Now has a Blade Storm alive and kicking. Might not even need it. Peace sitting with that pistol. And again, that pickup of the Neon hasn't really shown any major glimpses of glory, right? We were very excited to take a look at it, really interested in that gamble that was going to be coming around, and unfortunately has not shown too much, as I believe that was a Rolling Thunder going through, and now the Neon, the walls going up as an immediate spray behind. Money Moves Mikey says not even close. Dr. Isolation takes the Nanoswarm kill. That's the second of the game so far, I believe, as the Defender Lockdown will keep the entirety of Tennessee Tech away from the site.
And that lockdown is going to get destroyed, but Money Moves following up. It's just 2 to play. The Rolling Thunder not getting much value. Jace, even with the Blade Storm, maybe not even necessary, but a whole bunch of Q buttons pressed and a whole bunch of nothing gained. For Tennessee, it's 7. And NKU already won the half. What more can they find?
At this point, as close as game 1 was, Vincent, I'm feeling like NKU have a chance at just running away with the rest of these rounds, right? Not only in the econ fashion, you're taking a look, right, going into that eco setup for Tennessee Tech. It feels like Tennessee Tech are also in just that mental shambles, right? Their charges are not really working. Their ability sync up is not as clean as it was in game number 1. Even on their own map pick, they're a little bit, caught out, a little bit decent to some of those scenarios. And with Jace on fire, although missing 2 shots, might give them a chance back. I'm still possibly seeing a double-digit round score here for the side of NKU.
Well, if something doesn't change, then they're definitely going to be looking at that. This is maybe the change you were looking for. Tennessee Tech doing some good work, and I mean it's off the bat of NKU getting very interesting with the swings. There was some vision there that maybe wasn't reality. Donut though, I love Donut playing this passively. Pyro might get caught out in the open here. Is it going to be swung? Yeah, Plasma going to win that duel. Pyro, unsure why they didn't know that was going to be the case, considering the fire coming from behind, but nonetheless, Plasma healing themselves up, but probably just going to be saving. Yeah, that's the plan. 7-1 will be the scoreline.
Oh, thrifty round win, and Peace is able to take it with 3K. Brutal fights all around, as that is going to be the weapons picked up. Peace going to carry over an operator, and I think that might be dropped to someone else. I'm not sure if Neon is the one that enjoys operator as much, but we'll see, of course. Donut wondering what weapon they should buy. But of course, NKU going, we're not too worried about it. We're going to just buy right back up with their fat wallets and be ready for this next round. They're looking for their 8th on the board. And it is going to be 2 ultimates apiece here. Plasma Rick sitting, which is 1 stack away from getting the resurrection, which could be pivotal here. Peace ready to pop someone with the old school skin on the operator. I really, really like that one. Just kind of, reminisce of other FPS games.
Yeah, it certainly is. Yeah, but NKU, I mean, they don't just have cash. They got like a platinum credit card. They got everything they could want. And Jace might be looking for some timing. Can't quite find much more than 1, but Minty has fallen. So the orbital strike going to be coming in. It's going to deny nobody, at least entirely. It's going to apply a lot of pressure, though, force players out in the open. And, well, it's a team effort, but NKU take it back.
They take it back in fashionable style, I have to say, with 3 as well. And I will say both these squads have done this to a fair extent over the last game and this one as well. But NKU has done it to an exceptional degree, is allowing for plants to go through, right? A lot of teams, of course, you always sit there and go, well, a plant, you don't want to let that enemy team plant or anything like that, but to willfully give over a site and just say, hey, we can't really aggress here, we'll take it on the retake when the rest of the team is here, is something that I think teams should do a lot more often. Yes, it gives money over, but it gives you better chances, right? Instead of taking a 1v3 firefight. That's exactly what NKU Esports does. However, they do it very quickly, so as soon as the site is taken, they're already moving members over. They give no time for Tennessee Tech to prioritize positioning appropriately, and it's allowed them to continuously have these fast retakes, and I can't wait to see if they can do it again. But of course, Tennessee Tech going to try and not allow that to happen. Plasma Rick getting a huge spray off, but it really hits not even the wide side of a barn.
More from the walls here. The entry into the site has been stalled pretty effectively. Now Peace. It's a great crossfire setup here from Isolation and Money Moves Mikey. Yeah, now Dr. Isolation going to take that duel. Going to force them to look their way. It's just JY2K to find 2. Pyro and Plasma Rank do fall the double P. As Tennessee put into position to potentially maybe bring this back. JY needs an ace and the res available. Bringing back Donut. But unfortunately, just farming his deaths as Jace keeps things in the positive stead. Dr. Isolation on low HP. Still alive and kicking on the site, though.
And in the 1v1, Dr. Isolation is still so scary, but you know who's more scary is the JY going, why are you looking that way? As that'll be the ace for JY. An 8-8-3 scoreline. The Sage getting a little bit upset and getting cheeky here as they take a second round. NKU 2 away from double digits, or it might be an 8-4. One or the other would be acceptable, but NKU really just don't want a 9-3. No one wants that curse hanging over their head.
Yeah, I mean, an incredible round, right, for JY, but it is a bit of a one round run, right? It's going to be hard to reiterate that into the next coming rounds, especially when Jace looks to get aggressive there. The flash from the guiding light is good to apply the pressure. Now the push continues, but it's Plasma Rick this time to win that duel. Only one player, excuse me, 2 players remaining for Tennessee. JY, surely not again.
Surely not, but 4 ultimates live. You gotta think NKU are gonna try and play with something. Well, they say they don't need ultimates, of course, and why waste the ultimate when you already have a 1-5 advantage? JY getting a good swing on Money Moves Mikey, and we might see a bit more. Spike is picked up. Jace is gonna start clamoring for a little bit of fun, and Dr. Isolation goes, I got this. I got this. I don't got this. JY goes, why me? And Pyro takes the headshot. 9-2 is the round score as NKU are looking to swing into the second half with a massive lead.
There was a rare floating stim beacon there. Did you see that? Over
It's
in
new
mid.
tech. New tech.
Yeah. Nice stuff. 92 though, I mean, this is already a very, very strong half. And it's looking to be even worse potentially. Look at the money. It ain't great. Tennessee Tech, they've got a can opener. They have like a Swiss Army knife maybe, and a couple dollars in their pocket, like a quarter to try and throw at someone. It's pretty much the buy they're working with.
With that wall going up mid, Peace goes, yep, this is my life now. All ultimates are up. Bladestorm is being called out as, of course, you can't really carry ultimates over and in the next round. That's the rough part. What will they do, though? And Jace goes. Bye-bye, Millie. That's one. And again, Jace with this operator has been ridiculously good, I have to say. This looks so good. Well, you know, I praise one and then that happens. But still got to kill, you know. Jace, how bad can you be to miss a shot? You know, rabble, all that good jazz as they're top of the leaderboard, and I'll never be able to do what they do. Of course, Dr. Isolation is going to go ahead and take one for their own. Money Moves Mikey takes a lot, and then the final right-click Jace annihilates Donut, turns him into Swiss cheese with a flawless 10th round.
Yeah, and maybe I was a little ambitious talking about what they had working with them. Tennessee Tech basically working with, you know, maybe a banana peel. You know, just going to try and throw it out there, trip somebody up. Mario style. It's Mario Kart, but hey, you know, whatever. You got the point. Tennessee Tech, 10-2. I mean, that's not great, but it is still defensive split, right? Anything can happen here. There is a whole lot of favorable positions on this defense, but you're going to have to start out with a pistol. And kind of as you've been talking about, the face check, right? On the pistol round is a pretty aggressive thing to find to regularly see. And, oh man, JY nearly denied its donut to swing and help out, taking him Jace.
Gonna be a nice opener for sure. Tennessee Tech need a little bit more. They not only need to win this pistol, but they want to win the following. They got, I believe it was a 5-0 scenario at the beginning against them. They want to be able to return the favor. He's hiding on the edge, waiting to see if anyone decides to be cheeky and walk up this side flank. But, of course, it is going to be a rotate over to the B side. Peace goes ahead and mows down Money Moves Mikey. Plasma Rig goes up the wall. You know the entry is going to be good. Nice blind comes out, and Millie gets the information. Says, okay, this is going to be a little bit dangerous. Millie takes out one. JY takes another. And swing around the side means a very blind Plasma Rig who falls to Millie's gun.
Well, there's step number one. Win the pistol. Tennessee Tech have done just that. Now they have to continue as they move forward. NKU looking a little disjointed in that round, to be completely honest. But they've earned some earn some time to get right back into this thing, considering the fact that they've looked so good all the way until this point. There's really not a whole lot of investment here. Dr. Isolation with a little bit more cash invested, though, has the Ghost, but everybody else is working with classics in this round. Not going to see the forced buy, which I think is great from NKU. It just kind of shows that they're making smart decisions. They're not playing overbearing. They're not thinking, we got rounds to blow, so let's just buy.
I like that, Cole. Just, it's a send it mentality. I like that, right? It's just, hey, listen, we got 7. We can afford to waste 3, right? Like we could definitely afford to waste 3. Just kind of shooting the wind at that point, and at the start here, they'll have that opportunity. Pyro gonna get spotted out as that wall goes down. Really, really not enjoying that that little peek that just happened. With that wall falling, though, it is called out, and you can see a little bit of a rotate back, but it's actually TN Tech that make the first rotate, and NKU rotating into the defenders. So that is very, very interesting to see here. With about 35 seconds left, it's just going to be a hard bum rush into A, and hopefully Tennessee Tech are ready for it. Donut prepped on this rope side. Of course, only one defender inside. Pyro going to send out that blind.
Guiding Light catches piece temporarily. The Paranoia coming through, and in fact, it's teamed up there with 2. Donut over the top for 3 kills. It's just Pyro left. Needs to die here, and will. Millie to put them to bed. Flawless, in fact, on the round for Tennessee. But remember, that was 5 classics. Well, 4 classics plus a Ghost, to be fair, but now things are starting to heat up, and here's where Tennessee Tech, I wouldn't hate the idea that they just bought in here all the way, but with the fact that they had that last round go flawlessly, they're sort of forced into playing with these SMGs and with the judge, which definitely gives them a big disadvantage coming into this round. Since it's 10-4, you don't want to be giving NKU any extra rounds or more than you have to.
Really, really don't. We'll see what happens here. Of course, there is an opportunity for something crazy to happen, and that might just be it. Jace takes a real high rise and unfortunately makes himself skeet shooting friendly. JY2K takes out Plasma Rick, and it's going to be a 3K piece rounding out the back end. And it's a clean sweep just like that. Tennessee Tech sweep 3 in a row. Not a flawless round, but you only lose Menti. And that was a gun round, Vincent. NKU toss away their econ advantage, and now Tennessee Tech reap the benefits.
Yeah, and now actually I think NKU or Tennessee Tech can basically buy the rest of the game. Right? It doesn't matter any rounds they lose. They upgraded all 4 of their rifles there, or all 4 of their SMGs into rifles. And of course, the last person has to buy back in, so their money's good. Strong cash here for Tennessee. And it was really off the back of the play from the Guiding Lights, actually. That was the key component. Really helped them out. Those flashes really strong from Millie. And we're going to see what NKU have to do in this one. They have a limited amount of weaponry. Trailblazer to come out and try to find some space.
And of course, the Trailblazer gave enough movement as Menti is going to take out Jace. And rotating in on the back side, it is going to be NKU tucked in the back corner of B. JY2K is going to spray 1. Can Money Moves Mikey get anything else? No, you can't. Not really. Unfortunately, it's only 1. And again, it is a little bit of a save round, so you're not too worried about it. Peace is on the hunt, though, as Dr. Isolation wants to isolate a few more heads, but can't find it as they are isolated themselves. Donut moving to 10 and 14. They close the gap fairly well, and that's a safety net quickly swindling down. NKU lose 4 in a row.
A very quick 4 in a row at that, but here's the gun round. We saw that first one really coming to fruition, courtesy of Millie and JY2K doing some phenomenal work with the Spectre. So we head into this next one, though. NKU have pretty much everything they could ever want. Working with a 5 rifles setup. They're going to be looking towards mid. The early wall going to be denied. Has been the pretty standard fare, I think. At least that's what we saw in the first gun round for NKU. So Northern Kentucky in good spot, but isolation goes down. It's Donut to find the opener.
This is Tennessee Tech feeling real good about this. And as we said, game number 1, right, NKU on the defensive side felt much better. I'm now starting to think Tennessee Tech, with all kind of these free rounds, is giving them a little bit of a bump to their drive. So we'll see if that plays into it, right? We'll see if that defensive side can continue to build the momentum. It is a very real thing, momentum swinging. And if NKU allow this kind of momentum build up to get out of control, it could be very, very dangerous. Jace is able to take one. JY fires right back, and over the top of the smoke gets 2. Pyro is able to finish it off. 3v2 though. NKU not enjoying the situation. Donut is going to teleport in. The call from the shadows is answered, but no kills are found. Donut going to chase a little bit further as Peace is going to rotate back. It's a little bit of a burst. Mid is going to be the call. That's going to be a swing. Can you get 1? Yes, you do. You trade a 1-for-1. It's all down to Pyro against 2. Can they clutch it out?
Yeah, no ability to get any heals here. That overgrowth only works with your teammates. So Pyro doing a good job of rotating into an open site. Going to be able to have a spike plant, sure, but 1-on-2 ain't easy. I'm going to have to see how this works. Donut pushing forward. Oh, the Seekers are available, so that's going to give some good info. Knows that one player is up there on the left side of Heaven. Minty playing on the right side of Heaven. Not really got anything to work with. The Paranoia. 2 dark covers still in the hands of the Omen. This Paranoia, I don't think he's going to reach. Yeah, Pyro not going to be there. Not going to get any info off the back of it. A big frag there for Pyro. Quad might get caught out with the guiding light, and he does. Donut with a big round 1 for Tennessee, and the comeback continues.
From a 7-round deficit, we are now looking at I want to say 8-round. I'm very sorry. It was an 8-round deficit, and this is the right call. We were curious if NKU were just playing around, but the time for playing around is over. And they called for the timeout. I think this was definitely needed. You could see NKU getting a little bit sloppy, and this is, I will always say, is one of my biggest fears. It's scary to kind of play around with your food right before you finish, because to go from, I want to say, a feeling of tension, of that high energy, of that precision that you feel, dropping down to the low energy of, oh, we won this round already, we're getting things, kind of shaped up, to now have to get back in the drive is very, very difficult to do. It's something that quite a few teams struggle to kind of deal with, and that's why you never want to let your foot off the gas pedal. It's a little bit dangerous, and I'm curious if this timeout is what they need, right? Again, they've lost 5 in a row. This is exactly what NKU did to Tennessee Tech before. And I want to see NKU rip it right back. Go ahead and grab these last 3 rounds, finish things off, prove to everyone that they are still the undefeated squad, not dropping a single game here in the regular season.
Certainly been a comeback of massive proportions. 5 in a row, like you just talked about. See a, well, actually, weirdly enough, a force buy, full force buy, in fact. Jace, though, electing to go for nothing as the Bladestorm is available. It feels like NKU, once they break it open, they might have more success, but they've really struggled to get that first crack. As Jace looking for the Blades is going to get put to bed. Their piece finding some success.
Eyes are open. Money moves Mikey, the one that we've watched through a majority share, is now on the off swing as Peace is allowed to grab 1, but is detained on the back end, but was able to get out of dangerous territory. Really, really well played so far. That's going to be the shots up top side of Heaven. It's going to be a very, very dangerous play. 1v3 once again as Tennessee Tech continue their onslaught of the re-aggression. Team that has continued to defy expectations here into game number 2. They take a 6th, and now, Vincent, I can't believe I'm saying it, it's a 2-round difference.
Yeah, and I mean, that was another gun round for NKU. They're playing kind of laissez-faire, it feels like. They aren't making adjustments. They're not really trying to do anything other than just press W towards the site, which, like, to be fair, it's been successful for them, relatively consistently in this game. But still, that it factor that I had been seeing is no longer there right now for NKU, and it's a little worrying. Not gonna lie.
It's always just there's times where you just gotta go, man, this went bad. And there's a time where you just gotta say we messed up. Oh, donuts. I'm curious what happened there. I almost feel like the mouse went off the mouse pad, right? I wasn't able to take the full swing aside, and that hurts. Unfortunately, user errors can occur. And that might have given the opportunity. Yes, it's still a 3v4. The rest of the team looks like they're going to pick it up. That's very, very thankful. Peace now coming online with the Neon. But Pyro gets a great deke into Peace there. You picked up the one shot, said that might not be the best, into a 1v3. Is not going to rock with the Vandal. What do you get? You need precision shots here, and that's unfortunately the shot. Pyro is going to fall to Menti. And it's now a one-round difference. Vincent, Tennessee Tech are on the cusp of making a massive comeback here.
Yeah, this gun round is critical. NKU really need to get back into this thing if they want to win this out in 2. Keep their win streak alive. They haven't dropped a map all season. And now they're on the cusp of being brought back and pushed to the limit by Tennessee Tech. NKU, though, they have the weaponry. They have an op here for Jace, a consistent factor. But it's been JY2K really that has stepped up along with that Neon as well. We talked about it. I mean, 3 kills in the last 2 rounds is certainly a strong showing. Here we go.
I mean, the Neon getting some kills is great. I'm still unconvinced by the Neon, the character, right? But Peace has definitely picked things back up, right? That is what I will say here. Definitely started looking a lot more clean in some of these engages and some of these peaks here. You can see it there. That swing right there is what I was talking about. Phenomenal play. Being able to take out Dr. Isolation, who has also been a driving force for NKU. Both these squads have been good, but Jace, again, finally finding the rhythm back. Great body shot into Peace. Take out that lurker and grant yourselves, for the first time, what feels like an opportunity here into the mid of this round. 4v4 to call it out.
Nice res there as well by Plasmaric. That's going to bring Dr. Isolation back. And NKU with the first advantage they've had in a long, long time. This has not been something consistent. Millie standing tall here. One frag, can't quite find another. That being said, Donut is in a great spot. Got to use a dark cover there to push off the screen's position, or maybe that was Heaven. Yeah, Heaven, excuse me. Chase looking to deny the Omen. In between a rock and a hard place is Chase. Is JY. Finds the success. Money can't make the moves this time. It's Plasmaric versus 4. Low health and no health as Peace once again. Another 3K. Wow.
Vincent, what's happening? My brain hurts right now.
It's everybody stepping up for Tennessee Tech, and well, NKU, they've had no answers, none whatsoever.
I mean, I feel like Jace has an answer. Jace is 24-12, right? Like, putting up massive numbers, but agreed. Like, what is happening here? I knew probably 3 or 4 rounds were going to fall here just at the beginning, right, with the opener, with kind of how NKU were playing, but this is, and Peace takes out Jace. Peace just annihilates Jace right there in the opening mid-battle. Oh, that's your top fragger. Oh, that hurts, and NKU, you gotta pull it back together. You gotta do something, or else Tennessee Tech are going to mar your perfect record. Peace, of course, ready to go on that edge, looking for one more that decides to peek their head out. Dr. Isolation prepped and ready over here on A. It's going to be a battle of Donut and Dr. Isolation. Who is going to win that gun battle? That's going to be a peek, and Donut wins it out. Money moves Mikey. Does find JY, but with the blind, it's going to be a little bit dangerous. Money Moves Mikey finally takes JY out, but you're sitting on 30 HP. This is a chance. Things are tied up. If there's any time for NKU to break out, it's right now 3v4. But you're on B without the spike. You spent your spike bearer on a solo mission. And Tennessee Tech find gold here as NKU now have to sprint to try and get that objective.
That's just safe. They shouldn't go for this, I don't think. I mean, there's a nice shot by Pyro. Maybe they can bring it back. The Cabbage is going to be committed, and well, that is going to find a couple of players pushed all the way back. His piece. Pyro missing a shot, pushing forward. Millie and Donut, they have it. 11. Tennessee Tech have 11. And they've taken the lead, first lead of this entire game, too. As we have just seen time after time, NKU flubbing this one. And I just don't understand. Like, they've been so smart all game long, and then they do something like that, right? Where they're pushing the spike alone over here at A, where the rest of the team is over at B. It's one of those basic mistakes that can happen to anyone, but it's just not what NKU have been doing all game long.
I can't believe we're seeing this, Vincent. I can't believe we're going to see this happen. Just Tennessee Tech coming online after some brutal rounds early on. And now this is going to be the plant, though. NKU, for the first time, find a plant while keeping all 5 alive. And that is something that they have not done in forever, I have to say. In the 8 to 9 rounds that have been played here, that's going to be the Rolling Thunder going through. No one's really found out. Peace is going to go get the Zapper on. Plasma Rick and Buddy Mike are going to be able to take one apiece, and Plasma Rick makes it 2. Is this going to be the turnaround? Yes, it might be. When he moves Mike, he takes out one more. And the jump down from Peace meets Dr. Isolation as NKU finds signs of life at the very end and move to an 11-11 score.
All right. Everything basically thrown in there with the kitchen sink for Tennessee. I mean, they had the zappy zap, whatever we're calling it. I don't really know. I'm sorry. I apologize. They had the Rolling Thunder.
Great, by the way.
It's the overdrive. Overdrive. There we go. Professional caster, by the way.
BTW.
And in addition to the fact that they threw in the Rolling Thunder, so looks like the NKU were trying to go for this again. They're gonna throw the lockdown in to just ensure that the side is open. But here we go. Orbital Strike is interesting. That's a odd position, and JY got skill. Beast coming through, able to get the heck out of there too. 2v5 now, as it's all falling apart for NKU.
Oh, they wanted it all and lost it all. A flawless round victory after that small win on their end. NKU fall heavily here in this 23rd round.
I was just
jeez, what
was such an obvious play from NKU. I mean, Dr. Isolation, there was 5 people for Tennessee waiting to retake. Oh my goodness. NKU now against Map Point. We could be headed to Breeze if Tennessee win this round. Overtime is on the cards if NKU can pull it back. They are working with a limited amount of weaponry. They have an Odin, sure, but they're missing out on 2 of these guns, or 2 of these rifles. Spectre, alongside a Stinger for Pyro and Co.
I love the fact that we say they budget bot while having an Odin on their side. That just shows the disparity of the econ situation that's been occurring, right? Like, they did not really balance it as well as some of we thought. And that leads to some of the situations like this. JY again finding first blood. Dr. Isolation now going to find Millie. But JY goes on a rampage. Knocks down 4. This is it. It's an ace to cap it off. JY2K says, why did we do this? That is going to be a 13-11 score. A nigh flawless second half as Tennessee Tech push NKU to a game 3.
Yeah, I mean, the second half was 11-1. That was the second half. I mean, it was crazy, ridiculous turn of events, and I mean, I can't believe we're headed to split. I'm absolutely flabbergasted. The step up from everyone was so impressive to me. JY, Peace. I mean, how many 3Ks did Peace pick up? Donut had some big moments. I mean, yeah, granted, Minty had a really rough game, but everyone else stood in and stepped up. So it really didn't matter. It didn't matter in the long run. 27-14 for the stage of JY2K. Quad there on the backside of things as well.
And it's terrifying to think that that could have been NKU's finisher, right? They were sitting at a 10-2 record, by the way. They had the first half on lock. Now moving into Breeze, as we said, the decider map here. We are going to see if the fall of NKU will continue. Again, they're not going to fall out of playoffs or anything, but they absolutely don't want to give up their first place seeding. Don't go anywhere. The B stream of the NECC will be right back with the conclusion of this thrilling series. Welcome back, everyone. We are here ready to go with our final game of this series. Again, there's even more NECC Valorant action to be had after this. We have one more series here on the B stream, and then, of course, there will be the final match over on the A stream. That'll be starting at 11 p.m. EST. But I mean, this series here, we are moving into the finale, as here in this division, the unthinkable has happened. NKU, a squad that has not dropped a single game in game 2 of this series, took a little bit too much time and ended up paying for it here. We are now on to map 3 of Breeze to figure out if they will retain first place or fall just short and allow the squad of Tennessee Tech to come out on top.
Yeah, I mean, listen, NKU, they got a bit overeager. They were up big and they were slapped down by Tennessee. Tennessee did everything that you could even want. Everybody stepped up. Peace, Donut, JY especially. It was huge. As we head into Breeze, though, we're gonna have to see if NKU can stand tall. I mean, mentally, I gotta say, I don't know what the NKU camp is sounding like, but there's teams that would get mentally boomed off the back of a loss like that one. We'll have to see if NKU has the wherewithal to bring it back because, like you said, they haven't been doing any losing this semester.
And I give credit where credit is due. Tennessee played a phenomenal game. NKU, though, as we said, still know how to play their own, and I expect after that map, there was a point where they just kind of said, all right, we know we messed up, might as well kind of own it, right? There is that situation, and because you're now onto a third map, you can do a hard reset, right? You say, okay, now we're fresh, right? This is absolutely ground zero. It's a best of one. You have Breeze. Hopefully, Tennessee haven't really played this map, haven't been able to really hone out any of these figures, and NKU potentially have the upside. With NKU starting out on the attacker, though, it's going to be quite interesting as both teams have kind of shown themselves as a defensive-sided squad. In both instances where teams found their leads, they were on the defending side. So really keep that in mind as we move into this final map.
We got some key differences here. Got a big difference in the Sentinel and a big difference in the Initiator. We got a KO along with the Sky for Tennessee Tech. Meanwhile, just the Sky, no KO. It's the Sova for NKU, and on the Sentinel side of things, a very rare, I feel like, Cypher. You don't see that all too often, especially not after Chamber was introduced. Chamber has been, if you're going to be playing that Sentinel, the Sentinel to play regarding Breeze. So some interesting decisions. We'll have to see how it goes. I think NKU a little bit weaker composition-wise.
It could be the composition, but it could just be the mental. We'll see which one comes out on top, as the cameras are going to be very, very important here and where they decide to be placed. As you said, Cypher not exactly the greatest on this map, and we'll see if that holds true. Again, if they come out with some cheeky spots, that'll be important. Of course, that Viper is going to start shooting through, as we do get to see it here on Breeze. Is going to be really, really important to also watch those poison drops, the walls. No Neon gracing our screens, but a very quick plan from NKU is still well and alive.
Pyro going to introduce themselves to Min Team. Millie, on the other hand, going to trade back and pay Peace as well there with the Sheriff. Missing some shots is Dr. Isolation. But Dr. Isolation on the flank has been pretty consistent. Plasma getting involved as well. To the toxic screen goes Peace. Is now Peace now the only one alive. Two to find. Now knows that one's close. Nice job of getting the runaway, and Plasma coming to play Crossfire for NKU. Picking up a massive win in round number 1. NKU taking the lead.
And I'll say for NKU, this is more their style, right? Very, very fast pace, a little bit more groundwork, but I expect them to keep a very rigid aggression set down, right? This is what kind of got them in trouble in game 2, but really benefited them in game 1. Mainly, I think it was Money Moves Mikey taking very aggressive peaks, very aggressive corners. With the elongated battlefield that you have here, and with the angles that can be held, I'm hoping they can use it to their own advantage. And just like that, Peace tried to do what we were saying that NKU should have done, and NKU bit that right off. Said you're not allowed to play that out here. So it should give them a man advantage, possibly a little bit more, as Menti is able to take out Plasma Rick, but only with 8 HP. Money moves Mikey, gonna take out Millie. Donut takes out Money Move Mikey. And that's gonna be the mid lane battle as Dr. Isolation in the mid ground says no thank you. 3v2, Tennessee Tech down 1.
That's a little no scope there, and yeah, Tennessee Tech might just be down 1, but to be honest, the HP bars not really favoring Tennessee at the moment. JY did have low health, is brought back, but he's quickly taken out by Dr. Isolation. Minty with 8 health to work with. Limited, looking to rotate in through middle maybe.
I mean, you could definitely try, but with 8 HP, you're hoping for a headshot or 2, considering everyone else is full HP. Dr. Isolation should have a raining shot. Marshall just goes right over the head of Minty. I mean, yeah, you don't really have too much to talk about. Dr. Isolation able to pull 5 in 2 rounds, 1 away from Bladestorm. That's going to be the start to NKU, bringing things back under their control, especially on the attacking side here. Taking the first 2 is going to feel good into this save round, though. Tennessee Tech going to try and rip things right back.
Yeah, and that being said, you also have to understand that this is a bonus for NKU. They're only going to have a singular rifle to work with in Plasma Rick, and, well, we'll see how it goes. That Marshall, though, was very effective in the last round. It can be effective here as well. Minty on the aggression, in through the doors to middle. The toxic screen for the defense going to really cut things off and set up some aggression, JY, on the site. For now, has the rendezvous should it be necessary, as NKU sneak their way out and put the pit down for the Viper.
With the Viper's pit, that should be an easy plan, an even easier finish here, as the entirety of Tennessee Tech are going to try and rotate around, but that's going to be spray, and JY finds the crucial pick. Down goes the Viper's pit. Unfortunately, JY can only get 1 more before falling, but that might be enough. Tennessee Tech immediately snap up on that opportunity. Jace is going to get blinded out, suppress, and gun down. Tennessee Tech come back with a vengeance and carry over 4 full weapons.
Nice job on the bonus. You know, NKU, their buy was pretty shoddy at that, you know, and it's sort of understandable. The defuse coming through, and now NKU, money-wise, they're great. They have money to buy back in, and we're going to get that first real gun round on the board where both teams have the full weaponry at their disposal. JY, the only one to go down in the last round, a little bit on the poorer side, has to go for a Bulldog, but that's about it. Tennessee in a good stead. Dr. Isolation actually has a Bladestorm ready as well. That could be big.
Could be very, very big. But of course, here into the 4th, it's very, very important to see who comes out on top in this gun round, and can't wait to see who holds it high. Peace is going to try their best, but of course, Peace, no Neon to say the same. It is going to be just the regular agents. Mikey on the back end, though, cheating over there into mid, potentially finding a flank, but Pyro finds it first, and the sky-on-sky action leads 1 to fall out of the sky. Peace is now going to get deleted by Dr. Isolation, who is now back on that op duty. And Mikey ready to go with a little bit of a tripwire. Prepped and ready to go to try and catch someone unawares.
Oh, nice 0 point. Gonna catch a couple. This player suppressed and the fragment to come out as well. It's delayed the entry. Toxic screen gonna be going back up. Money moves. Making a swift push through that screen. Pyro and Mikey both find some success. JY over the top is good for a frag, but it's just JY alone. 1 on 5 now. Got that first, sure, but with limited bullets, limited health, and limited life, can't find much of anything. Tennessee Tech going down in that second gun round.
Second gun round, but first full, I think is really what we were looking at there, right? That was a full gun round on both ends, so that lends a lot more over to NKU, as we do see some half-hearted purchases coming out on the side of Tennessee Tech. Donut was thinking of actually full buying there and said it. Better thought about it. A little bit of a dance for peace, though, but it is going to be the Marshals and Sheriff and Classic combination here. Again, bargain bin set up, and just hoping to get 2 or 3 kills. That's the best that you can kind of hope for here, as it is going to be the null command for Tennessee Tech available with that Neural Theft and Blade Storm ready to go for NKU. Plenty to work with to steal a march forward.
Toxin screen down.
Yeah, that null command could be a pretty big deal, especially if a couple of these kills come through. Millie taking a pot shot, but it's not going to connect. Nas used the flash drive to buy some space. Being pushed in from multiple angles as the rotations come out towards B. Here we are. Push forward. Money moves Mikey with another fantastic shot. The push continuing to find success here as NKU, maybe not so much. That's a nice find. Piece onto Pyro. The shot fired across the bow is going to miss out. And
Spike planted.
the Tour de Force is pulled as well. So Tennessee Tech on the retake do have some tools to work with.
They do have a few, but JY able to find a great shot into Dr. Isolation. Tour de Force crying out forward, and Peace walks over the tripwire. All right. Mikey making the money moves here as that picks up a 3K. Donut is going to fall. And JY now caught in a very, very hard place. Walks straight into Plasma Rick. Menti looking for one more. Doesn't want to lose the operator. At this point, you don't really have a choice as Money Mike is going to eat one to the chest, but survives to tell the tale of the 4K.
Yeah, Mikey doing a great job. Finds the entry in the initial stages. That tripwire play was perfect, and the Neural Theft just to ensure that the round goes the way of NKU. As the buy coming back for Tennessee. They did use some. They did use the Tour de Force in the last round, but that's okay. Peace lacking in money, no problem. Going to be pulling the Blade Storm out as well. Dr. Isolation doesn't need the Tour de Force. Has the operator of their own, and it's an alien for now. NKU very much towards this A site.
Here.
Heavy lead, as you said, and going to be looking to do a bit more here. High angles held as Tennessee Tech look towards a little bit of the sky with Menti on the ground. In goes the Cypher Cage, but nothing is found, and a little bit of a jump scare there as Money moves Mike. He goes, oh, found someone. Suppression goes in, though, as Menti swings on 2. A little bit of HP left to work with, and that's plenty to try and get a third. Good blind makes the opportunity for JY to take out Jace with the head. Pyro now getting swung on, takes one. Menti makes it a 3K. And now we're at a 2-4 standstill. Tennessee Tech keeping it close.
Yeah, very nice round, right? I mean, Menti doing a great job. That was the player that really struggled there in game 2. Stepping up big time for the moment. Tennessee on a couple of rounds now. But look at what it took. You know, the Don't Command, the Blade Storm being used there. Seekers, I believe, as well. So lots thrown in, but that's well worth it, Orbital. It's absolutely worthwhile if you're able to find some success, and that they are. Unfortunately, the successor NKU has stopped his piece. His dispatch with the opposition's jet in quick succession. That mid swing very strong.
Swinging it up and high is, as you said, very, very, very much a possibility. JY finds Jay sleeping in mid. Mikey is going to do their best to set the tripwire up. Did pay dividends in the last round, but of course this time around it looks like NKU is not going to find as much. Tennessee Tech still with 5 very, very healthy members and are spread pretty thin across the board. But Millie says that's not a problem at all. Finds the 1v1 kill. It's down to 2. Money moves Mikey, slowly making the way forward from mid to A. I don't think that's going to provide too much. As the blind goes up, wall goes up as well. It is going to be the play up. Mikey finds Menti in a corner. And Plasma Rick gets suppressed as the entirety of Tennessee Tech are going to bear down on this site.
That first kill was nice. I mean, here comes the snake bite. Gonna be hard to adjust, but Plasma Rick does. Secondary snake bite going over the top. Not quite what you want to see, but Peace trading out. Money moves now. 1v2. He's gonna be having to come up strong. The Cloud Burst creates the 1v1s. Peace off, but Peace hits a nice shot there. Money moves barely swinging, but still gets taken out. Peace adjusting very well to the operator in the jet into this game, game 3, excuse me.
Game 3 with it all on the line, and it's playing out like game number 1. Close all around with no one really a clear victor. What is clear, though, is 4 ultimates for NKU are ready to be used. That's going to be Neural Theft, Seekers, Blade Storm, and Viper's Pit. Viper's Pit is the one I want to highlight, as that one here on Breeze is usually the catalyst for success. If it's on the defensive side, you get to lock down a singular rotation aspect, and usually that's done straight in a middle corridor. That, for the attackers, will be their chance to kind of sprint into the site, but a nice suppressive dart is going to keep everyone a little bit lay low. And Money moves Mikey, realizes that Peace is ready to go on them, and that's the swing that you want. Peace takes one. Peace is going to eliminate only one. Second shot goes a bit wider, but you can't stay there, as Tennessee Tech say, hey, found 3. Let's go ahead, collapse.
Very nice indeed. Tennessee Tech. Oh, maybe not going to be able to find this one as Pyro brings it back to an even stead. Seeker's committed as well. Menti is confirmed in this area. Oh, and long range chase with the Vandal is good for it. Man disadvantage now to be NKU pushing towards A. They're gonna find an open site. Nicely done. Nice find. And it's a Viper's Pit as well. The early Viper's Pit in this game didn't work so great, but Pyro putting JY down is one of those heavy hitters no longer in the server.
Pyro's also snuffed out here. Millie again on that stuff. Was at one point a very, very key playmaker in some of these situations for Tennessee Tech. Is now looking to do the same once again. Donuts, unfortunately, going to look to the left just at the wrong time, but is able to bring it right back. Camera is not going to be used. And the poison! Oh, Mikey gave away their position, immediately checked the camera, and when you're checking the camera, saw the poison going their way. That's one of the more painful ways to die here. Of course, Tennessee Tech unable to get the defensive posture, but are able to find the exits as 2 are deleted. And NKU will have to fresh buy moving into this 9th round.
5-3 scoreline here for NKU. It's been good. Tennessee Tech have had some good adjustments, good ideas, right? Like last round especially, they had a great holdover at B, but as soon as NKU realized the B hold was there, and they dispatched with the mid push, that meant there was nobody holding A, and they had an NKU pushed so far forward. They had so much success getting onto the site that it was going to be very difficult to find a retake from that scenario. We get into the next round as it's another relatively easy push here on towards A. I mean, it's clear, but it's about holding on. And JY has already found one back.
JY at points has also given us such great montage clips, and now with that, I believe Neural Theft kind of playing, or not Neural Theft, my brain does not want to work right now. And with that jump, though, they are going to try and spread themselves a little bit more together and ensure that they can get diffused. They have to clear out this hallway before they can do anything else, though. It is going to be an open face defuse. Hunter Fury goes out, and JY is able to get the second clip. But that's going to be the clip as the Hunter Fury claims 2 lives. Oh, they were able to get to the halfway point, but at what cost? Can you get back to it? When he moves Mikey, he's going to watch as Menti falls. And that'll be the win. Menti also gets clipped by the spike, and NKU are able to scrap together a 6th round. It was by no means easy, but thanks to Jace, they were able to clutch it out.
Huge moment in time there I mean, Tennessee really kind of had that one there, but it was, like you said, Jace doing some nasty work with the Hunter's Fury. And Jace not had a whole lot of success early on in this game either. I mean, 6 assists, yes, but only 3 frags, 2 of which came in the last round. So, NKU having each individual step up when they can, and 6-3 stead exactly where NKU would like to be on the attacker side. We got both the Tour de Force and the Blade Storm out for Tennessee Tech as they are looking to claw things back.
They're going to try their best, and Millie has said that the best opportunity for that one is just spam the Marshall through one of the walls. Not what you want to see most of the time, but you got to take those chances and just say, yeah, let's go ahead and do it. Already gave information that, hey, maybe B is not the angle that we want to go to. They're going to traverse straight back through spawn, try and link up in that A position. Hallway was very slowly panned over. But it is going to be the Chamber holding down that rough side. Going to take that peek, and JY says, you can't hide here either. However, Jace able to take out JY, so the Tour de Force will only force out one.
Oh, here comes the plant. Players finding a lot of info on that recon bolt. A little bit of healing going on. Blade still up and ready to go. Those are going to go out wide. Pyro's seen it. Chase going to continue to search for info here with the Owl drone. Sees a couple of players, though. One of which has fallen. That's courtesy of Pyro, who's now going to use the guiding light to continue to buy space. Money moves. Playing a good crossfire. His donut is good for a frag, but it's still very difficult as Money moves. Should be able to collect one and does. A second on the cards, and there it is. 7-3 as Tennessee Tech can't quite overcome NKU's defense of the site.
And Mikey feeling like they're back to form here, 14-6. Remember, Money Mike was definitely one that we loved watching move through games 1 and 2, or game 2's first half, I should say. Game 1, one of the pivotal members as to why they were able to take that narrow victory. And here into the third, really feels on point. Yes, the Cypher can feel quite weak, but the aggressive use of tripwires and the aggressive pushes have also netted them so many victories here and given them the win in the first half, right? And as I was talking about, I feel like the defensive side for NKU is going to look that much better as well. This is a team that, with the Cypher, is also going to shine with that camera work. And with the Viper available, it's going to be very, very dangerous. Of course, Tennessee Tech, this is something that I kind of dislike with the Vipers. An early pop at the Vipers pit with almost no information whether someone's there means that it's ultimate kind of wasted in the 50-50 chance.
Well, I don't know about wasted, but certainly is potentially dodged. But that does give the information and allows for the stack over here towards A. That stack, though, is sort of not going to come to fruition as the kill on towards the one player for Tennessee. It's going to allow for the B hit to come forward. And now that Viper sort of stuck in her own pit. JY, though, a nice shot there to deny one more. Now Donut. Here we go. This is what I'm talking about, stuck in her own pit. Dr. Isolation applying the pressure from the backside. Donut in a real tough spot, even getting tagged as well. Great, though, timing to turn around, find the success. It's only one, though, before Millie can bring it back. The neural theft from NKU to give the information. Jace is in a good spot. Gets blinded up, though. Goes for the recon bolt. Goes for the swing. Can't quite find it. Money moves on the flank again. He's been so good on that position. Null command available, but that would be necessary as Millie wins the duel. 3 turns to 4 for Tennessee Tech, unless...
Oh! No. 0.58.
Last round before the switch.
We all held our breath there, don't lie. Oh, man. Tennessee Tech will go ahead and put a 4th on the board. Wasn't pretty, wasn't easy, but they do it. They're going to look to try and close this into a 5-7 score line and keep it very, very close. If they can, that'll be the best case scenario. If not, NKU will be leading with a 4-round lead into the second half. We know what they can do with leads, and in both ways they can do that. Eyes are open, though. All weapons are hot as Peace is going to walk forward here with the judge. Sees one jump, immediately swings and catches Plasma Rick. As money moves, Mikey almost more or less baited that jet death.
1 for 1, though. I mean, that's not the worst case scenario. Though it definitely is favoring NKU more than Tennessee. Minty Seekers moving forward. Meanwhile, JY2K has consistently found these frags while NKU are sort of retreating. And now Minty does have a Guardian, but in a perfect spot. Should at least catch one on the rotate, I would imagine.
You'd hope for it. But in that rotate factor, feels like they're actually going to slightly cheat back towards A, so this should give Tennessee Tech a great opportunity to kind of pincer closed on these last 3 members. Dr. Isolation, Mikey, and Pyro walk straight into JY's crosshairs. JY mows down a third for Millie to finish it off. 5-7 is that score moving into the second half. And NKU, with the narrowest of leads, is going to try and suppress Tennessee Tech here on the defensive side.
Yeah, the slimmest of margins for the lead, but a lead none the same. This is, if I'm not mistaken, 7-5 was where we were at over on Ascent as well. Is that right?
I thought that was a 6-6. It was a straight even half.
Oh, you're right. You're right. My apologies. Yep. Absolutely. Close enough. But look at the frag difference here. 17 and 8 there for money moves. Everybody else sub 10. Sub 10 frags. A ridiculous performance individually. I think you're going to have to see more of that here on the defense if we want to have the same sort of success. And Dr. Isolation is going to be the first to have to step up, and does. With the help of Plasma Rick, putting down a couple of players as they try to enter through the snake bite.
And also on that B-side flank, it's always one that's kind of interesting to watch. Oh, Mikey moves at just the right time. FPS timing, that's what we call that. Not able to find the kill, though, so Tennessee Tech are going to have to look for gold somewhere else. The Sky is going to run directly into the KO. Or at least the KO runs into the Sky. Money Mike scans out one. Information is given away as 55 seconds are left. Tennessee Tech going to try and make their move here. The patience, though, from Pyro. So close, and Millie wins it out. And Millie takes out 2. Plasma Rick now going to find Donut. 2v3, but with the HP difference, might as well not be anything at all. JY and Millie run into each other, and Tennessee Tech going to look to try and rotate to A.
Oh, what a bad timing there from Mikey. Unfortunate. And wow, Millie even finds Mikey, despite Millie being the one who gets tagged up there by the cam. Tennessee going to be able to get that plant down, and it's a crazy health difference. Dr. Isolation with 13. Viper with little more, and suppression from the 0 point going to come forward. Not going to find too much. Millie with 4, looking for the ace, and he's going to get it. The big ace, the big comeback for Tennessee Tech in the pistol round, as they are looking to tie this scoreline up relatively fast.
I also have to say, this is one series that I've seen more aces and team aces than I think I've ever seen in a game, in a series of Valorant, right? Like, it's quite a few. So far, I think we've had 2 aces and 1 team ace, and that is 3 more total than I think I've seen in some of the other series. So, very, very well done to all of these players that are stepping up at crucial times. And I will always say I do appreciate what I like to call map specialists, or those players that for some reason are just in the zone for specific maps. It works wonders, at least for the mental, for the physicality of the game as well, in terms of going in, being that aggressive player, being that kind of safeguard there. Of course, Jace is going to get swung on here. Millie wins that one with the Spectre. And the anti-eco working out in favor of Tennessee Tech as they look to tie things up at 7-7.
Very nice. Pyro, though, with that trade back, definitely is nice to see. Minty, a little bit slow on the uptake there, maybe, but Dr. Isolation is confirmed. It's just down to 1, and it's going to be the Triple M himself. Money moves Mikey with the shorty. And he's shortly dispatched.
All right. I see you, Vincent. I see you right there. 7-7. Currently the score line as NKU are now hoping to go with weapons hot here. Gonna be running in with those rifles, 3 Phantoms and a Vandal. However, a Spectre for Plasma Rick, which I can only assume is potentially gonna go into a much larger purchase. Moving into that 4th. Of course, on the other side is the budget weapons that they are saving over. Bulldog in hand for JY. Marshall in hand for Donut. Sheriff in one. Spectre in another. It's a bargain bin of potential victory weapons here. As Tennessee Tech are going to try and reinvent themselves here on the B side. It didn't work the first time they did. Actually, I do believe it did after a little bit, but second time around, hopefully yields much stronger results as well.
Yeah, big bonus round here for Tennessee. Quite a bit of damage done, but don't worry, the overgrowth is ready to go. But that does tag off armor. You know, that's a big point that you don't think about. You have a heal, sure, but you don't have the additional armor to work with either. So, that being said, still looking like a B hit for now. The toxic screen up in a good position, and JY2K has found so much space over in middle. That being said, able to find that kill towards the mid side of things. It's a rotation being called towards A. The push and pull, the swing from NKU as they moved back towards B initially. This was a good move, but as I say that, it's not clear where these guys are headed. Tennessee, they're not sure. Finally, the spike is moving, but it's moving back towards B. They've done a bit of a double fake. The double swing from them as NKU caught out in the open.
Listen. When you don't even know what's going on, how can the enemy predict it, right? Like that's what is that? That's a chaos of war or something like that. I don't know. It's you know what? If you're just gonna confuse someone, confuse yourselves first and find the pixelator, and it seems to have done at least a decent bit for them. Tennessee Tech do get the plan down in a situation that I wasn't expecting them to. Donut takes out Money Moves Mike. And a little bit of swing, catches Plasma in the legs, and Donut takes out Dr. Isolation. You get one more shot, you swing it home, but you can't find the final shot. Down to a 1v1, and it's a very dangerous one to be had as well. Plasma Rick takes a little bit of a jump. He's looking the wrong way, but the final clear is going to go Millie's way. And that puts it at 8. Tennessee Tech take the lead, as that is going to be 3 in a row. Tennessee Tech, are they going to do it? Not only handing the first game loss to NKU of the season, but will they also complete the series and make it a series loss?
Absolutely. It's a good question. It's a fair one at that. And, you know, I will say, is this the first lead for Tennessee in this game, in Game 3? I think it is, yeah. Looks like it. So a big moment in time there as well. NKU lose the first gun round. They're going to be back to an eco, and there's the suppress as well from the null command. Everyone going to be rolling back.
Oh, Menti says, Dr. Isolation, you got to stop isolating yourself. 6 HP on Plasma Rick, as Mikey is going to try and do their best with 125. As the wall goes down, they do find the shot on the Menti. JY takes off a head, and Peace takes out another head. Headhunters all the way around as JY gets a headshot. 1 left alive. Mikey goes, what the heck just happened here? Tennessee Tech looking to put a 9th on the board, as they're going to lose 1 on the way. 13 HP for Mikey, as that's quickly taken away as well. 3K for JY2K.
You know, and I'm not making predictions here, Orbital, but I do feel like the momentum is very much in the favor of Tennessee right this moment. Now, that could change into the next round. You know, Dr. Isolation has an operator. Everybody has some Vandals to work with. Pyro back down to a Spectre, but otherwise it's a very strong purchase. But in my book, Tennessee, they've really swung this momentum, and now it's in their own hands. Now we could be seeing them run away with things here, kind of the same way we did over on Split. Tour de Force is available for this Tennessee side as well if they want it. But I don't know that they need it. That's a 0 point to look for some information. Doesn't get anything, though. Slow and steady. Oh, a big miss there by Dr. Isolation. You might get another chance here, but the fragment going to push it back.
It's going to be a cheat in on this corridor, but Money Mike is going to swing and get a little bit of money, but JY is quickly going to collect back. And that puts it at a 4v4. Tennessee Tech down to 50 seconds. Menti takes out Plasma Rick, and the lurk is no longer good. Hallway is completely zoned out by Donut. And JY sprinting over to B is going to get there first. But the long hallway might net some results as Dr. Isolation finds one on the rotate. Menti is down, takes another shot through the wall. Dr. Isolation just kind of spraying and praying to even things up in their favor. Bladestorm being brought out as well, saying, look, gotta have the knives. You have 5 shots in rotation. Donut finds the perfect weight. And Pyro no longer has that opportunity. The poison is going to force Jace off to the wayside and gave him enough time. 2v2 into the final minutes.
One enemy remaining.
JY with the big win there. Yeah, now Isolation alone, or down rather, Jace alone. It's Peace to swing out from the other angle. Tennessee Tech continuing to find success, and it's now 5 in a row. Another gun round goes their way. And like I said, momentum very much on the Tennessee Tech side of things. As we can see the buy here for NKU, it's a rough one.
Mm-hmm.
They're not fully investing. Interesting, like Plasma Rick could have had a rifle here. Has a judge right now. Jason and Money Moose have rifles and then the SMGs for one. I'm very confused at the idea, but I guess that, to be fair, okay. Well, that's unfortunate there. Peace, nice shot. I was going to say, to be fair, the judge makes sense if you're playing inside the Viper's pit.
It does. Just gone. That's all that happened there. Oh, man. Pyro is going to watch as Mikey and Pyro each take one apiece. Peace is going to finish off one more. 3v3. As that Viper Spit is all the way on the B side. Again, JY going to finish off Dr. Isolation. And with 2 fading into these corridors in mid, it's going to be a difficult one. NKU might have to give this one up. Allow Tennessee Tech to move to 11 rounds. Plasma Rick going to hope for some exit frags as Mikey falls to the hands of Donut. Tennessee Tech have not let off the gas at all and have played a fantastic Breeze map here. They are looking like a dominant force to be working with as they move into playoffs afterwards. They are looking for that first place seed. If they win here, that is a big opportunity for themselves. That'll be Donut finishing it off. 11 rounds to 7 as NKU are looking to battle for their series lives.
They're going to have to do that right here, right now. They not got anything left to play for, play with, really. Dr. Isolation has the money to operate her out. NKU, it's do or die. They have everything they could ask for, but kind of everybody individually for Tennessee Tech has been really overcoming the likes of NKU, and from a tactical standpoint, Tennessee Tech have really outplayed them as well on this offensive side. You know, back over on Split, Tennessee weren't really doing anything groundbreaking. Felt like NKU kind of outplayed themselves. Here, I got to give full credit to Tennessee right now because they are playing a very good game.
I wouldn't just say very good. I'd say phenomenal. I'd say fantastic. I'd say whatever other descriptions that we can have here.
Superb.
Because this is against the undefeated squad, right? Like this is a show to be giving us here for the final week of the last series, the last game of the regular season. This has been one and the same as Peace rips through Pyro. says no more to be had. Dr. Isolation signs JY, though, who has been one of the, I almost want to say, I want to say the reason why these late fights go the way of Tennessee Tech. So no longer having that ability to work with. Peace is going to go up and above. Mikey finds out that bird, and Peace shot out of the sky.
Yeah, big whiff there on the Blade Storm. That really could have been a big turning point there on the round. Now it's a man advantage for NKU. The pit going through. And the Viper's pit creating space. Minty and Donut both find some success. Shots fired, but the Overgrowth going to keep everyone healthy. Donut now finding that frag. Jace is the only one alive and gets tagged down through that Viper's pit, getting decayed away. It's match series point for Tennessee. NKU, they have to win 5 in a row to send us to overtime.
And Vincent, with the guns they have, I'm not sure they can do it. Oh, and Tennessee Tech, they're gonna ice NKU here. This is a brutal one.
All right. It's 12-7. It's not like it's 12-2. It's a little bit over eager, I think, from Tennessee. Might work, but it's over eager. If that is indeed the strategy. If you're not familiar with what we're talking about, you take a timeout to when you're right at match point, just to let NKU sit and simmer on the fact that they're about to lose a series.
Cranks up the nerves a little bit here, and we have gotten word as well that there has been a few ping issues as well, and
okay, well that's good news.
Yes, so maybe this is actually a nice pause by Tennessee Tech saying, "Hey, all right, we'll go ahead and try and check stuff out. Hopefully it helps." But underway now, no pauses can occur anymore, so this is play it where it lies. And where it's lying right now does not look good for NKU on the defensive with a budget buy. The bargain bin squad has got to pull some fantastic stuff out of their back pocket if they want to deny Tennessee Tech the 2-1 series.
Donut getting aggressive. Peace. Oh, what a great flick that was. The tag there on to Dr. Isolation. In addition to the flick being pulled off. Seekers committed there by the offense, or by the defense, excuse me. It's going to get a little bit of information. Now the no command going to make it very difficult for Plasma to use any of the utility they have at their disposal. That being said, Plasma gets a kill and falls back with ease. So nice usage of that Marshall. It's a 4v4.
It's a 4v4, but it's a 4v4 for the series here. NKU, what do? They have the neural theft. If they can find that, chamber. Maybe get some information, but of course it's directly inside the site. So no matter what, you gotta take that fight. Here we go. This is going to be the chance. Billy takes out Money Moves Mikey. Peace takes out Dr. Isolation. Pyro takes out Mency. Oh, these are going to be culminations of battles. Plasma gets a spot on the head, but Millie takes out Pyro. It's down to a 1v2. Plasma, can you swing hard? You find out one of the off, but you get shot in the back. And Tennessee Tech Gold will finish the almost impossible and take down the undefeated NKU Esports to claim the mini reverse sweep and take control of first place.
Yeah, a huge win for Tennessee Tech. I mean, they were able to overcome on Split with a ridiculous comeback. Everyone steps up to the plate. And then on Breeze, that second half, once again, it falls apart for NKU. Northern Kentucky, their first half was fine. And then second half, it's like they disappeared. Individuals weren't showing up. Individuals were having some weird moments. And as a squad, they were getting outplayed. I mean, like I said, over on Split, it was a whole lot of NKU kind of fumbling the bag. On Breeze, Tennessee Tech stepped up to the plate and they hit a home run.
There are points where you take advantage of your opponent's weaknesses. You take advantage of the mistakes that are made. And that was what happened. Tennessee put on a phenomenal show. And NKU, they got some kinks to work out here, some rough patches to iron out. Here moving into playoffs, sometimes a loss can help bolster you into those big serious matches. But of course, you do lose out on that first round bye or that potential first place seeding. We'll have to keep eyes on them moving forward. Of course, that'll be it for this series, but there's more Valorant action to be had as, again, the second match, or the third match, the final match of the speed stream will be Park University versus UBC Yellow. That'll be cast by Los and Laz for your viewing pleasure. Of course, me and Vincent are actually headed over to the A stream here for the final series of that day as well. That'll be UHM Black versus CSUDH Cardinals. And we'll see how that one plays out, as that'll be the final regular season series of this NECC Valorant 2022 Spring Split. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with some more Valorant action.
Hey, and welcome back to NECC Week 9, the final week in the regulation season. We have one more match for you here tonight, and, well, it's going to be a banger. A great one to close things out for both of these squads, just in general for the broadcast and for their respective season. And to help you carry through all that action, it's myself, Los, joined by Laz. And wow, Laz, you really do have an amazing mustache.
I appreciate that. I really do. And I just realized that both our names are 3 letters with L's too. Like, it's kind of a little ironic, but a little cool, a little coincidence. But like you said, we got ourselves an interesting matchup and some teams that have had a little bit of a shaky season so far. But we do have Park University with a 2-5 record versus the UBCO Yellow Team, which they're currently sitting at a 1-6 record. So UBCO representing my city. Let's hope that they can get a nice big dub here tonight.
Yeah, let's check out the rosters here for UBCO and see who we got on the docket today. Or let's look at Park. Let's look at Park first. We got Floofy, Jazz, Bean, Hooks J, and Blebeyost. Now that is a hard name to pronounce, but they're still in the running there for the postseason. They can still make it through, but there is the chance that UBCO are trying to take them down, trying to even up their odds from 1-6 to make it a 2-6 alongside their opponents. And they've got Biased, Voltageist, Pickles, Chocolate, and Sleeper.
Yeah, and definitely I've been able to actually see this team play before way back. And I mean, they definitely had a good, good run. They were able to make some good matches, but like I said, their season unfortunately hasn't been too great. But a lot of these score lines, honestly, Lois, they've been close. Like, I mean, there's been some 13-11 games, there's been some, 9-13 games. So it's not like they're just getting blown out of the water, but it is that, it's just never been able to cross that finish line, which has been kind of the difficult part for them. But like you said, they're looking to maybe start something a little juicy here tonight.
I mean, we're talking about the Challengers Conference, so this is a difficult conference to take part in. You have a lot of hard-hitting teams. This is the second highest division that we bring here in the NECC, so it's nothing to sneeze at. This is definitely one of those separation conferences where you'll realize who is going to be able to proceed to the higher and higher levels of competitive play. And, even if you're losing, it can be a great learning experience because the only way that you're going to get better, lads, is if you're facing off with tougher squads. So maybe UBCO can bring in some of their lessons tonight to finish off the regulation season. And let's check out what maps they're going to be bringing to the table today.
Yeah, this could be really change things around. So you can already see here the first map is going to be Ascent. So not a bad map, pretty predictable that we're going to see from a lot of these teams. It's kind of that standard pick in my opinion, but we do have things getting switched over to Icebox, which it looks like it was UBCO's pick. And if we're lucky and we get to a third, we get to go on the breezy trails.
Yeah, I'm liking it. I'm liking Breeze in the end, but Ascent and Icebox, that's the bread and butter. Every single team is going to be comfortable with these picks. Every single team is going to practice them, run scrims. These are kind of the two maps that you will always run into in terms of best of threes. So it's standard stuff, standard BO3. I'm excited to see how Park is going to kick open this series as we jump into their map pick first.
Yeah, and so it does look like one of the players just crashed. Thank you, production. So while we wait, one of the biggest things too, this is a pretty standard map pick like we talked about. I was kind of hoping, to be honest, I was hoping to see a little bit of fracture. But the fact too that we do have, the standard map picks that are coming in. Oh, it looks like, man, you know what? They beat me to the punch. We're going to agent selection already. But I was going to say this comes all down to the comp. It comes all down to this. This is really what's going to separate, the boys from the men. And that's, I think, what's going to be, pretty important for this. But we'll have to see what, gets picked here from the defending side of UBCO, because I think that's going to be a good way for them to start things off. They got to make sure they have a little bit more of a heavy comp on this if they want to get themselves moving.
Yeah, I'm interested in the Sentinel picks that we got going right now. Pickles, she's hovering over the chamber, but I don't trust any player at all in terms of hovering. I'll only accept until someone locks in. There we go. We got Chucklemint on the KO. I think it's a brilliant initiator agent. I'm glad that KO has resurfaced within this meta. Such a useful kit for information, denying the abilities, especially when you're going on for the attack. Not to mention just understanding who you might run into when you're taking a site execute. On the opposite side, we've got Sova, the classic initiator that everyone knows and loves. And, well, we don't have a full-on understanding. Only 2 players locked in.
Yeah, so I guess they played a little bit of mind games with us. But that's all right. We're just going to wait. There's always little technical issues, right? There's got to be some kind of a little bit of a hiccup. But like we said, we already got a little bit of a glimpse of what's already picked. So now it makes me wonder, are they going to switch that? Are they going to keep it? But there's only, 1 or 2 agents that were picked on both sides. So not really a big deal. But like you said, a Sova, in my opinion, is pretty much crux. You have to have a Sova on this map. It's just critical and just crucial to lock down a B site on defending side. But also, you get that recon bold as well in the attack, where you can get a lot of good information if you know your lineups. Hopefully they do. But we'll have to still wait because we haven't really been able to see the full kit here from both teams.
Yeah. What I was interested is also the Sentinel play. I mentioned it briefly in the beginning, but how do you feel in terms of Killjoy versus Chamber if a squad is only going to pick up 1 Sentinel? Because honestly, I feel like Chamber isn't the only Sentinel that you should have on your roster. It's more of a duelist than a Sentinel, really.
No, I definitely agree with you. I think everybody always has this great debate, right? But I love the kit from Chamber because, again, it's kind of this, I don't want to say budget jet, but it's kind of this, you can get out of these situations. You can go for early engagements and be really aggressive, and you can kind of get reduced to punishment. But I think, again, Killjoy brings so much variety in her kit that I really like. You have your nanostorms, you have the turret. There's so much available that I think is just better because then, again, you can lean off the sites. You don't have to commit to it. So I would say it's kind of nice having both, but again, you kind of have to have a certain game plan because Killjoy on the attacking side does get a little bit rough, in my opinion. It's not, as critical as on defending side, but she definitely brings a good pack in the punch.
That's true. You have a lot of escapability in terms of Chamber. The budget jet, I like that. Jet with a fake Gucci belt. That's Chamber.
Looks like a dressed up accountant or something like that,
We seem to be jumping back into the game in a few moments, so maybe we'll get a final understanding of what either of these squads will be bringing to the table. So we did have a KO lock, and I think that will be a continued commitment going into this first map, and rightfully so. Strong, solid initiator, and great with the no command for denying any sort of counteract or counter abilities when you're taking a site. So I'm excited for that. I wonder how the response will be coming from UBCO, and we'll see what's going on, or vice versa. Park, how will they respond to that?
Yeah, it already looks like the Killjoy is going to be locked in here. And you, like you said, it there is a Sova. You actually have your Stimmy Brimmy in here too, or the Reyna. So I think Arena is definitely critical, especially, if this person can pop off and get those kills. That's really important, because if your Reyna is just not performing in terms of getting those opening duels and winning those engagements, you're going to have a bad time. But it does look like there's a little bit of a hover for the Chamber. We talked a lot about it. Do we see it, or do they maybe lock in a duelist instead? But, UBCO, they're still kind of testing the waters. They're kind of still figuring out what they want to do here. But I hope they do lock in that KO, like you said. I think there's a lot of value that he brings in his kit. So, especially on a map like this, I mean, he's just phenomenal pretty much on everything, in my opinion.
Yeah, we have that full agent setup locked in. Bean will commit to the Chamber, and rightfully so. It's good to have either of these agents on opposing sides of the map, unless you are an absolute psycho and place both Bean and Hooks J. I gotta relook at that map. I gotta see how they say their name, because
we're gonna butcher it. We're gonna butcher it. I already know what's gonna happen. There's no judgment here.
The J is fake. The J is a bait.
It's a jabate, yes. And there we go. The lock-in is here, and it actually does look like UBCO will have their jet. They are going to have the Chamber there as well. So they don't really have that Killjoy like we talked about. So they're only really relying on the Chamber to kind of be that Sentinel, which is, not a terrible thing, but again, it will change things around. But I think Park University, I like what I see from both squads. Definitely a different variety what they have for their comps. But like I said, UBCO, they're going to be relying pretty heavily on this defending side to start things off.
And initially, at this setup, yeah, I think I will leave B site alone, maybe over to Voltgeist, as we won't have Pickles. She's going to be hanging out on mid, does have the support, the capability to just jump over and give that help from Market if need be, but with a 3-player stack headed toward A, I think that's where we're going to find our first execute.
Yeah, I definitely think so too, and it actually does look like it's just going to be a one player going to be committing towards B, but they have that heavy lean on the catwalk, so this might actually catch Park off guard. And they do like the way that they're playing aggressive, and Pickles actually does have the Headhunter activated too, so she's going to be that first point of contact in mid. Going to be that distraction point, and then the players might try to swing on Cat, and now they've gotten a bit of noise queue. Pickles is able to take down the Owl drone. But just again, Park University is kind of, putting their, toes in the water. They're just kind of figuring it out. Is it too hot? Is it too cold?
They're about to turn up the heat right now, and Bias certainly knows it, but they pull up the Sky Smokes at the worst moment, somehow able to convert that into a kill with the Frenzy with the fast feet, but Pickles over down range on mid, and will be able to cause some damage as well. However, through all the chaos, there's just 2 left on the site. They will get the plant in play, where Jazz is looking to push the offensive, and oh my god, they almost lost out on that one.
Oh man, I was getting a little nervous for him. I was just thinking, Jazz, you got to hit this. You really, really got to hit this, but he does make it work. And now it's just back to a 2-2. Both attackers are actually split apart from each other, so they're not playing any sort of a trade position. Jazz going to get completely exposed. That recon bolt going to be able to get some good information. Shock Dart going to land. Takes out Jazz as well, so that's a huge kill. So now it's just down to this last player. It's just down to the Killjoy. Needs to land these shots. 4 HP in a dream. I don't know if it's going to happen. Nope. Going to be put to sleep, and that's going to be UBCO. They should be able to get this defused in, and they got themselves a pistol.
Yeah, it was great protection there by Sleeper, ensuring that the shots, the covering fire, wouldn't allow Hooks to be able to continue to fire those shots. Unfortunately, that initial peek that they took while that first sound cue of the defusal just wasn't enough. They didn't land the shots and ultimately weren't able to convert that into a round win, but they got the spike plant and a few kills along the way, so not terrible in the grand scheme.
No, actually, it's a really good note for Park. Like you said, they were able to get the spike down, so the money's looking pretty good. They're all sitting around that, high 1500s, even mid 2000s. So for them, they're going to have plenty of cash going into this next round. But for this one, they just want to see what they can do, inflict as much damage as possible, see what guns they can drop. But a lot of pressure for UBCO. They have to make sure that they don't lose a lot of casualties, because you kind of want to have that bonus round, right?
Yeah, definitely. And Jazz is in a precarious situation. They're bringing the spike. They're the first point of contact. They will swap it out. That won't be the case. Bean comes in with a headhunter, kill the body shots, will make the connection. And there's just a back and forth. The judge from Bias doesn't find the success, but Pickles downrange with 3 from the Spectre.
Whoo-wee. All right, Pickles, we see you. She's able to get herself at a 4-1 position and gets that triple that last round. And she had a really good angle. It was a little bit of a tight, angle that she was able to get that double on the 2 players on catwalk. But man, Park University, they were able to get way more kills than I think they should have been allowed to, right? UBCO, unfortunately, they just overexerted themselves just a bit too much. So now it's quite costly. But again, they do have this bonus situation. You can see their money. I mean, let's be honest, Los, it's pretty terrible. I mean, they don't have a lot of funds, so they're kind of banking on this to see what they can do. So we're kind of seeing a repeat from the last round.
This time around, full stack in A lobby. Bias there, the first one, but they are somehow able to start things off with just a frenzy shot. They'll hold on to their life as they get the fragment. Causes a bit of a stall, but Floofy doesn't care. They run right through and close the door.
Yeah, they're able to get into the site now, too. So Bean's going to be setting up the rendezvous. Spike going for the default plant spot. Actually, they're going to transition it. They're going to move it around. So not in the normal position, a bit more of a coverage. Actually, this is a good position from the Sova. Pickles tries to get in the back, but she gets taken out right away. So now UBCO, they're only down to 2. Bolt's able to get a nice double shot. Could be able to win that Sova engagement. And now Sleeper gonna have to see if anybody's asleep behind the wheel and needs to make sure to time this right, but won't be able to find this kill. And it's all just down to 1. It's the Sheriff and an absolute dream, but it will be Park, and they get themselves a first.
They definitely needed that. If they lost out on a bonus round against UBCO, that would have spelled disaster. Only losing 1 rifle along the way, or I believe a second one. But regardless, they still have enough cash to buy their teammates. And they're slowly walking upon or creeping up to some ultimates. We do have that lockdown in preparation if they decide to bring it over to B, which, I mean, it seems that Hooks is posturing for that. But they haven't really decided to make that execute to the other site.
I mean, for Park University, too, I mean, they do have the lockdown available, right? So this can be a good way for them to, use it if they want to get into the site. And the Killjoy is leaning on that B site. There you go. It's going to be activated. The spike's on the other side of the map, though, Lo. So, I mean, this is actually a bit of a fake. So now what they want to do is get all these players to the defending side to go for the rotate because they're thinking it's the execute. They're making lots of noise. And look at this. They are biting on this UBCO. Oh, no. It's like a fish trap. They've all just fallen into it.
But there might be a cutoff here. You could see that the KO Chuckle Mint might be able to stop them over by tiles. Labayos gets 1. They're still trapped off against Hooks. Hooks is able to gun their way out and still have a man advantage after the post plan on A.
Oh, man. And now Fliffy's just running around, dismissed, able to get a really new position. UBCO, they just felt, like I said, they fell for that trap. And, I mean, that was a really good move from Chocomin, but again, he just wasn't able to get more than that. And so now they're down to a 2-on-4, and Pickles, she's 1 over away from the ultimate, but I don't imagine a round like this she's going to try to activate the 2 or to force. But in this moment, this is kind of exits. You're just looking to see if you might be able to get a kill or 2. But, I mean, this is now a round for Park. They've been able to bring things back to an even game, and honestly, pretty convincing fashion too, Los.
Now it's just about exit frags here for both guys. Hoping to make them lose as many rifles as possible. They have cleared the explosion, but they also clear themselves of any threat of Bean. Not a bad start here, or a response. That's 2 in a row coming from Park University, and they have plenty of cash to show for it. Not the case for UBCO. Working with bare bones, biased back on the judge. Wasn't able to find too much success with that as they tried to make a spray down catwalk on the, I believe, the second round. However, Pickles was there to pick up the pieces. This time around, only 1 rifle. That belonged to Pickles' save previously, getting hit with 0 point. Won't make a connection, but the pop flash might be able to save the day. Sky Smoke out of UBCO. Stop that.
I love the change that UBCO was trying to go for, right? They were trying to get I think that was a double player swing that was just through the A main. They were trying to see what they can catch off guard, but Volt actually misses that shot. So much ground gained, but just gets punished for it. So now Park, they're going to go for the full rotate back. Pickles is able to get some good information, but she doesn't have a rendezvous, so she's going to get taken out now. UBCO, they've already lost 2 members, and pretty much no damage has been that much connected against Park, and they find another one.
This is seemingly over before the spike is even planted. Chuckleman 10 HP, and there it is. Hooks destroys Biased over by mid, and they've got no options left. Best Chuckleman can do is maybe look for a frag down mid. But they already know the pre-fires are there. Only one stray bullet is all it will take. And Chocolate Mint faces the music and a bullet to the dome. That's 3 in a row here for Park University. They are finding their stride. Now it's time for a serious response coming from UBCO.
Yeah, now they do have their 5 ultimates ready to go too. They do have the funds in the bank that they can get rifles. Sleeper's going to probably use the Bladestorm, as you can see. Sleeper's just about 2,300, so not a lot of cash, not a lot of dough that's going to be available for him, but it's a good opportunity. They could use the Bladestorm, try to be a bit more aggressive. I'd like to see UBCO. They did that before, right? But I'd like to see it again if they can try to contest for some map control and put that micro-aggression against Park University, because right now, they're getting all the free real estate in the world.
Yeah, no one there to contest it. The first will be Chocolate Mint. Floofy is ready for that fight, though, and realizing the 0 point is there, they back off. They don't want to take that fight. And no one will be worse for wear. Sure, there's a suppression for about 8 seconds, but there's plenty of time to wait. Still 1 minute and 5 on the clock. They have plenty of seconds to work with, but maybe this will be a little bit worse. The flash and the molly and the double swing are deadly for Floofy. No chance for a trade out there.
Oh, I love that coordination. That was perfect, right? The molly was coming in, then the flash went right after immediately. So again, that player was just dead to rights. No chance at all to get out of there. Hunter's Fury is going to be used now from Volt. Going to try to make a good connection. Actually does land on a player. So again, they've been down into the red, and that's the Brimstone. So Park doesn't have any agents that can go for any heal. The lockdown's going to be used again, but look at this. Los, they're doing the same thing. They're doing a bit of a little switcheroo. They're faking things out, but Pickles, she's in middle. So she's going to be able to get some good information and hopefully get this kill, and she will be able to land it. So that's huge for UBCO. They got themselves the player advantage, but now look at this. They have the right read in some degree that they're getting close. They know the killjoys here. Fuchs just needs to land this shot, able to find one. Can he get a second? He will not. And time is ticking in the spike. It's going to have enough time to get down.
Yeah, just in time, but this is still a full team that they'll have to deal with. The 5-man retake against Park's 2-man post-plant setup. This isn't looking good for them, and look at all those players on the mini-map. They're rushing through the back elbow. Maybe Jazz can be good for one, maybe even more if the spray lines up, but it doesn't. In fact, however, Bean has made good work, already removing 2 from play. They teleport back to the bottom of heaven. Now it's a 1v1. Sleeper drops down. Maybe they heard it. The second this cloudburst dissipates, it's gonna be it, and they win it! They clutch it out in a 1v4!
Oh my god. Oh man. Bean played that so well. Just goes in the cloudburst, catches Sleeper off guard, and just wins that engagement. Man, what a beautiful play that we saw from Bean. Honestly, just reacting to the situation. He's able to get himself out of that tight spot. I mean, Sleeper knew that he was there, but it was just a matter of getting that, movement. Just that 1 second difference allowed them to get that kill. And now they got themselves at a 4-2 lead, and they got a full thing of utility, or sorry, ultimate's ready to go too. And I mean, oh, this is detrimental here if you're UBCO, and they're going to get a little bit more desperate now. They need to change this thing into a whole new gear.
Aldrone providing some good cover, at least for the smoke. I don't think it's spotted biased on the right side, but regardless, they won't look further into that site. But you have too many pieces of utility coming out from Pickles. She's already set up multiple trademarks over on B, and a great pick on the Blubbayast will make things a bit easier now. But the rotation coming in from the Sova realizes, well, things are a little too quiet over on A. I'm going to provide support back for B.
Yeah, they vacated it, right? They just allowed Park to have control of this. They did have the trademark that was available here from the chamber that kind of slowed them down. But now the rotate's coming in. The advantage situation for UBCO is that they do have the 5 players alive, and they do have an orbital strike that they can use to flush these players out, because they should know that Park is probably going to play in the back of Boathouse. They know they're going to be in that back of site. So it can be really critical. They get the timing right. They might be able to make a little highlight reel here.
Oh, Bias starting things off with the orbital strike. It makes them forced out, and they have nothing to work with at this point. Jazz fighting for their life, unable to contest it against that massive retake. They're good for 2 kills, but finally we will see UBCO come back and put a cap to this 4-round streak here for Park.
Yeah, and honestly, I got to give some kudos to Pickles. I mean, she was able to have the tour de force being activated that last round. And when you have that, sniper in your hands, you've got to make sure you make some good connections. And she was able to find a really opening duel early on in that round, which honestly, in my opinion, kind of put Park in a bit of a bind just for the first part of that round. But it was a good way for them to get some control. They had that player advantage, and then they just grouped up. They played the advantage in numbers. They didn't get over aggressive. They didn't, just put a careless amount of swinging into it. So it was a good response that they had, and just her getting that pick alone, I think, started things off really well for the UBCO.
So now it's time for them to capitalize on that initial win and stop a momentum there for Park. But Floofy is looking to take this first point, but they've never had to check in this corner, and Sleeper will make them do that the next time and every time going forward. An unfortunate start for Floofy, unable to follow rule number 1 of Valorant. Check your corners.
You got to check your corners anytime, any given day you need to. And oh, Pickle, she's able to get out. Volt's able to go for a backswing and takes down Hooks. That's huge. So now we're starting to see UBCO. They're starting to look alive a lot more now. Some really good coordination. Pickles gets a bit more aggressive. Bean will win the engagement against Volt, but again, that's fine. She's got a nice angle that she might be able to win this engagement. And like I said, the number advantage, they shouldn't be playing too aggressive, but Pickles, she doesn't care. She's going to be able to find another. And it's all just down to Jazz on a 1-on-4.
And we've seen amazing clutches like this, but I don't think Jazz is in a position to win this one out. They can come to them, but they will be good for one. And only one, as this is the second round in a row for the Serpents.
Oh, it's looking good, though. Honestly, I think we're starting to see them coming a lot more in coordination like I talked about, and that's what you need to do on this defending side. You need to go and feel confident about your peaks. You need to swing together, go for those trades, and UBCO, they're starting to have some pretty good columns that are coming in from the whole entire group, so it's a thing of beauty, really, Los. I mean, it's starting to look pretty good. It was looking like a bit of an ugly picture, but it's starting to look quite beautiful, in my opinion.
Beauty is in the eye of the beholder, Laz, but maybe Chocolate can make something of beauty here. But they're lined up perfectly. Floofy is good for 3. Chocolate can grab 2 before they fall. But this is basically a free sight. Almost a round, I would say. But just because there are 2 players left, it isn't a massive hill for them to climb unless Blabba Yost decides to get a bit greedy and peeks down mid to their detriment.
Yeah, both players together from UBCO. They actually are grouped up inside a market. Stimmy going to be activated, so... But this could be huge. This backstab can just change everything. The game plan from UBCO. Oh, it's just going to crumble. Oh, no, the shot is missed! Oh, no, the shot is missed, but Floofy's able to get a quad, looking to see if he can get an ace, but no. Hooks is going to take it away. But a great round, an individual performance that came out of the rain. I talked a lot about that in the pre-show, and now Floofy is starting to kick things up again.
Things worked perfectly for Floofy. The stars and the players aligned in that moment. A 3K in the initial take in the B lobby. It was perfect. They had everything they needed because, UBCO, they wanted to take advantage of this initial lead. They wanted to push the offensive and have a surprise attack going down B main, but it only worked against them because there was about a 5-man swing coming off of B main, so they bit off more than they could chew. And maybe it's about to happen again as Luffy is looking hungry.
Oh, and Bolt's actually able to get a shot through the smoke too, so that's just crazy. Fully blind. Let Jesus take the wheel, and you're able to get at least 1 kill, so that's fine. And now, Park, they're able to get themselves back in this site again. Spike is going to get planted. The null command is available here for UBCO, so they could use this to try to shut everything down. Pickles will get that pick as well. Looking to find a little bit more. Hooks gives his position away, but it's an immediate trade that comes back in. Jazz for the swing for 1. Able to dash out somehow. Doesn't even need a dash command. He's able to get out of this, and now it's back to an even footing. It's going to be Bean that's fully exposed in the back. Pickles, she's waiting, and she's able to get 1 more. It's down to the 1v1, and she's going to be able to prevail.
Wow, the spot of the elbow gave Pickles the information she needed, and she got the job done. Pickles has been a standout player for the Serpents since the game has begun, able to lock down mid, lock down B from the marketplace, and given the chance, they can shine. And now with the operator in hand, I'm sure this will be a much deadlier player going forward.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, now Pickles, man, she's 12-5 right now. She's just popping off. She's just double digits. And again, like I said, that was a big clutch situation, right? So it's a great thing to see, especially from your play being a chamber. It's kind of like, when you're a jet, there's a lot more pressure for you.
Yeah, I'm just loving this back and forth fight right now. At the moment, we are going to take a quick tech pause, so no need to worry. But yeah, I'm very happy with how this matchup is going. It is neck and neck, a response every single time. And, there was a 4 streak that we did see for Park University, but now it's time to hit back. UBCO is not going down quietly, especially when you have Pickles at the forefront. She is going crazy here on Ascent.
Yeah, it's a really good point, honestly. I'm glad you brought that up because, again, like when you don't have your jet, that heavy duelist like we talked about, I mean, like Sleeper's doing a great job. I mean, don't get me wrong, but again, like that's kind of the other thing we talked about Chamber, right? It is a Sentinel, but kind of mimics a bit of a duelist, that little hybrid agent, I think. So it's when you have a Chamber that's doing damage like this and getting some good picks, there you go, just like that. That's so perfect. That's amazing. That's what you want, especially on your defending side. So now Park, they're getting a bit more desperate for these situations. They're trying to see what they can do to bring this thing back to an even footing, but the KO is just in the other side of the smoke, able to finally get out. And they do have the lockdown available again. Los, I feel like Park University has lockdowns is available, I swear, like every few rounds. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, well, you just got to feed Hooks those orbs, plants, and, they get the kill sometimes, but a little bit more helpful on the death counter. But this is a slower play than what we normally see from Park, as they're just hanging out outside of those sky smokes on A. But here's some information with the 0 point. Well, they're going to maybe think about their next steps in rotating or just sending it.
Yeah, they're really delaying this, and they're committed to this. Like, they don't have any lurks at all. They had one person in the mid before, and now it's like the lockdown's going to be used, so they're going to try to push these players back. And look at VCBO. They're not giving up yet. They're still waiting this out. But now they realize they have to move. In Park, they were being patient too. They finally make their execute in. They're able to get advanced. And actually, 2 players get detained. 2 players are detained.
Oh no, that's a little scary, but they aren't making a commitment moving into tree or garden afterward. Voltegeist, it's a tasty shot with a shock dart, so that makes this retake that much easier. Hooks reprising their role over by Wine. This has been an issue for them earlier back on round 1, but again, it will not find success. Hooks does manage to get one, and they will delay the diffuser with the swarm grenade and maybe another headshot. But finally, after being such a nuisance, it will be the Serpents who get the defusal.
The defuse is in, so now the UBCO have put themselves at a 6th round. We're going to go into that last round of the very first half, and now there's still ultimates available on the playing field, so we're probably just going to see a mayhem round. It's just going to be an absolute brawl, but if UBCO can put themselves at a 7-5, it's a nice position for them to transition into that attacking side. But again, Park, man, they've been able to bring good punch into this game, so it's really difficult to know. And again, they do have the Tour de Force ready to go. They do have that orbital strike, but we'll have to see how they use it. Do they use the orbital strike for an entry, or do they want to rely on that thing for a post plant?
You want to play? Let's play.
Oh, well, we might not even get to use it because Jazz, they're so dinged up from the wall bang, but Bean decides to make some chaos of their own. I think Floofy might be able to spot someone, but no one will destroy the dart. Oh, the second they turn the corner, Voltgeist gets the kill. However, in return, Jazz does get some revenge. This will be a site clear, but they want a bit more control just outside of the plant, so...
And now UBCO, they have their orbital strike ready to go too. And like I said, with this post plant, we know that Park like to kind of cluster in this site. So if they use it and get the positioning, this could allow them to get something. Operator going to be shot, or Tour de Force going to be shot, sorry. And now Bias is going to get caught in it. And now it's just going to be a full mop-up session here. Park have been able to bring this thing back to an even game, 6-6. And now we get to switch things over and see who can prevail, who can be able to be dominant in this second half now.
Jazz going in full rodent mode in that previous setup, just hiding right underneath that marketplace platform. Love to see it. I mean, it only netted them 1, so that isn't that crazy. But it is what it is, a 6-6 half liking to see, again, we spoke about this, the back and forth, but we're seeing a lot of streaks coming in. In fact, the only time that the Serpents were earning rounds, it's coming twos.
It's coming twos, man. It's coming twos, and we'll have to see. I'm kind of curious what we'll see from Park, because again, they played a lot of a default setup on their attacking side, but it makes me wonder, do they want to put that kind of a similar game plan in this second half, or do they kind of want to mix things up? And look at this already read. They've already been able to rotate. All right, what is this, 2 players now? The Sova's already making through. They vacated the B site, and man, they just got a full read on this situation. I mean, a little bit of noise from UBCO, and just like that, they're here.
Well, Bean not seeing Voltegeist, a poor case of timing. Unfortunate indeed, but over by A. That's the spike. Floofy holding it down. We've known them to be able to clutch things out, and they might be able to do it here today, but Chuckleman gets the shot on the frenzy, but it's still a 2v1.
And the spike's actually down too, so Chuckleman actually does have lots of time. Can make any sort of a game plan now. Suppression for both players. Now knows they're here. Just needs to hit this shot. Will finally land. It's not smooth, but okay. A little bit of a love tap, and now both players are down to the red. So really, it's just one shot to kill. Hooks is making a lot of noise in tree, and I'm not sure if the KO heard this. I think now he should be fully aware. Spike's going to get planted. It's all about this post-plant situation. Oh, making so much noise, Los. This is insane. And the turret makes a connection again, but he's able to survive. And there you go. Hooks is able to get the sideline kill, and that's going to be Park to get themselves the pistol.
Wow, I was definitely doubting that placement of the turret, but it was enough just to whittle down Chalkman to one shot. It only would take one to the chest, so regardless of where that shot took place, as long as the Ghost made the connection, it was going to go in Hook's favor, and they certainly needed that equalizer because they were so damaged themselves, and this is a great beginning for Park University on the defense.
Yeah, it's funny. I was thinking the exact same thing with that turret. I'm like, yeah, that's kind of an interesting spot. But again, I guess, the hope is like he knew that the Chocolate was pretty low. So again, even sort of a shot made just gives kind of an indication where that player would maybe be. But no, it worked out. And I mean, just a bit more overthinking that came in from Chocolate that just came to the full demise. But Park now start things off with a beautiful pistol. It comes down to the 1v1. And now we see UBCO. They're just going to go hot on the heels. They're going to commit to this B hit. And now Park, they've been able to win the first engagement. They're already here with the rotate. They're already knowing where the party's at.
Oh, they're getting it started for sure. Voltgeist running in the back line. That caused a bit of confusion there for Jazz, who turned around only to get shot in the back. But now they've gotten the spike down. And I think it all depends on Voltgeist being able to defend it, but now they're out of a position to do so. 6 HP. The Molly blocks them off. It's your teammates. Are you going to Summit 1G this?
Oh,
you have
no.
to save the day, but there's nothing you can do, and it is a defusal from Park.
Oh my god. That is such a feel-bad moment too. I mean, Bias T was, through the Molly, was like, yeah, no, this is good. I mean, it's fine. They're not going to push here, but I mean, that's kind of the deal breaker. That's what makes you lose the round. I mean, the HP was really low, but again, wasn't able to do any sort of fake footsteps, couldn't get the sound cue, couldn't, get Floofy off that spike, but that was just a full commit, never let go. And that's a bit of a dicey round that came in from Park. It came really close just considering the investment we saw from UBCO, but that was not a bad execute for, pretty much a whole W strat.
The whole W strat. I mean, you got a W key. W keying is one of the best strategies that you really can employ within Valorant or generally in any game. But it came through, and I think there was an issue with that one, is that they W keyed too hard. They W keyed all the way into the back line, and that's where we saw Sova cut themselves off. They weren't expecting, as you said, the push going back against Jazz. So it was just so unfortunate for them to be caught off guard. You can't walk through the Molly. You're going to get yourself killed. I mean, they got themselves killed regardless, but at least if you had more HP, you would have been able to try and scrap against it. So that's what we call in the biz unlucky.
Unlucky. Dash FNS. Yes. But now, I mean, we do have a, bit of a light purchase round that comes in from UBCO. They decide not to put, the funds, the money where the mouth is. They're going to try to see what they can do this next round, but they've been able to make this last one pretty close. So they are going to rely on pretty much a 3-2 split. And just like that, Sleeper able to get a beautiful opener. So now they've been able to get themselves in this site. The trademark is going to get used. It will connect on these players to slow them down for the time being, but it's going to be no problem to get that spike down. Just kidding. It's going to be a spam that comes in from the Sova. So now they finally get it down. A long waited a time for the plant. It is here, but we'll have to see. Their post-plant positionings need to be strong. They need to be effective now.
Definitely an ambitious flash from Chocolate there. Didn't do much to slow the play, and Jazz causing a pinch out from Tree will allow this to fall apart there for UBCO. Just a standard retake. Very overwhelming coming from Park. They just had the numbers. Everyone was split up on the side of the Serpent, so they weren't able to give each other cover. They couldn't have the trade out, so in the end, it was just team play from Park that won it out.
Yeah, Park had a really good retake situation, and I mean, you got to definitely notice that UBCO, their executes have been just pretty basic executes, but again, at least they're getting in these sites, and they are at least getting the spike down, and they are putting some good damage on the board, but again, it's just, they don't have the strongest inventory that they have, and now they do. They're able to put a full investment into this. There is no operator, but they do have the 5 rifles ready to go for action, but it's full armor too, and they got some ultimates, so we'll have to see what they do. The null command might be used. You talked about that in the pre-show. The null command can be beautiful for getting in those openers. So we'll have to see if that's in the Serpent's playbook right now.
There's a heavy stack on Cat right now. 3 players moving up. No one will be there to greet them. I mean, you do have Bean with the trademark. That doesn't do much if you still want to make your way through. Sleeper does get the shot. And Floofy has to back off. Only a sheriff to their name. They will have to run for cover. That won't catch them out. The 0 point, it keeps them alive. But Jazz coming out of the smoke finds 2 along with Blava Yaz to make it easier. Cut down to ribbons. It's been put into a 2v2 and 0 HP. 10 on Sleeper.
Yeah, and the rotates are coming in too. So Park had their Sova going right through defender spawn.
Oh!
Did that land in him? Did that actually connect? I was going to say, did that just land right on the head of Sleeper? Oh, man. Talk about timing.
Okay, Blava Yas, time to learn a lesson that you taught to your opponents. Check your corners, but they were looking in the wrong direction. It was good intentions, but unable to check everything. And now that Sleeper is expecting a second out from Market, that won't be the case. Floofy able to get the overheal. This is a winnable round. A Leer to their name still, but they're not going to need it. Floofy gets the shot, and that's round 10 for Park.
Yeah, a bit of a questionable peak too for Bias T. I mean, heard the Leer coming out, still went for the commitment on the swing. I'm not too sure why. Maybe it was a bit of a miscomm or something like that, but still decided to go for that fight, but a little bit of an unfortunate situation. And now we'll see that UBCO are going to call the timeout. I think this is one of their actual first official timeouts, I think. So this is a good chance for them to kind of work on the strategies and kind of figure out what they need to do, because again, they are down by 4. And they've had some decent success getting themselves with those plants, and it's really been the post plant that's been kind of the thorn on the side for these guys and gals. But again, they're gonna have to figure this out. But they got some time now, Los, and I don't even know what we should see a little bit different from them.
At this point, I think they're committing too many players in one position, and they're getting caught off guard. They have to have alternative pressure. I mean, there was a good attempt for them to move up Catwalk, but that's the only spot they had someone in terms of a attack. They didn't have anyone going up A main. You have to keep your opponents on the back foot always. If they have an avenue where they could just take a back seat, keep their backs open, not have to worry about being shot from behind, that'll make it so much easier to defend. But also, let's be honest, we had Jazz just run through the smoke and find a 2-piece and run away for free, so that's kind of hard to deal with.
Yeah, it really is, but that was a good play that came in from Jazz, like you said. I mean, again, if the timing's right, man, that they can pay some pretty good dividends, but worked out well for Jazz and puts Jazz on the top of the scoreboard with a nice 14 kills, with just the teammates right behind with 13s and 12s, but suppression going to be used. Not going to be able to really find too much at all. Now they're going to group up for the 4-1 split. Now they're going to get ready for this execute. They do have the null command ready to go. Tour de force will be used. So they're just waiting for this smoke to dissipate, and that's when the plan of attack might come in through, and Volt's going to be the one that's trying to go for the back.
So what's important here is that Stova stays alive, but no! Nobody checks the corner to the right. They have that null command. Finally, Sleeper is able to remove them from play. but it's still Bean here to get the job done. Oh, they never fully cleared the site. They got so deep, but there was still someone at the mouth of A main, and that was the major stop on that one. It was Floofy just sitting uncontested, and it fell apart so quickly for the Serpents.
Yeah, man, that's been the theme of the day, right? The theme of this game so far is you gotta check your corners. Every certain angle, you need to make sure you clear it, because if you don't, you get punished for it. And we just saw it there. Park University is holding a tight angle, was able to get, what was that, like a double kill, I think it was, from the one player alone. That's something that should have been cleared instantly, and now, oh man, it's a field day with a spam, but Floofy be able to get 2 more, and now they're just completely pushing this. Park want to end this thing quickly. They're cleaning up the parks now, and UBCO, they're down to only 3, and we're still at 1:22.
Oh yeah, Floofy just
Spike
Ah.
down B.
running around the world. Let Floofy continue this onslaught.
Oh,
We know
no.
that Bean is
Oh,
trying
no.
to shoot for something, but again, no, it's gotta be an ace. Floofy gets the job done, shooting from mid all the way around from your own spawn. You're never safe when Floofy's in the server.
No, apparently not, and I guess Floofy must have, I don't know, the ear was ringing or something, because I was saying, yeah, Jazz is top of the scoreboard, Jazz is looking pretty good, and Floofy's like, hang on a second, I'm going to do one better and just get himself a nice crispy ace. And again, like we saw, I talked a lot about if Park are going to play defaults or if they're going to switch things up, but I'm loving this composition we're seeing from them. They're feeling fully confident. This has been a flawless second half. They haven't even lost a round at all yet.
Okay, Floofy might be in trouble with that suppression. They won't have the ability to dismiss or overheal, at least for the moment, so they will rotate back to Catwalk. There is Pickles there, looking toward mid, not expecting a player from Cat, but Floofy is good for it. Just jump out for a little bit of health, and they are good to go. Chuckleman does get the pop flash in, but it will be traded out. Blabayos now continuing the spam out with the Odin. Bias does feel the fury from that one, but they have to make things work here. The smoke won't be enough to cover them. There's the tag. Here's the Odin. It's back for vengeance, but hiding from the generator won't be enough because Jazz is here to play as well.
Yeah, it's just down to 2.
Last player standing.
They don't even have the spike down either. So now Volt has to get out of this. Oh, Hunter's Fury, and they get themselves the 13-6, and Park are able to get a nice sweeperino on that second half, and that's going to be it for map number 1.
Yeah, well, it certainly seemed like a different map once we got to the second half. We were talking about how even things were in the beginning, where the Serpents and Park were going neck and neck, toe-to-toe, blow for blow, each at least netting a serious amount of kills or getting the round win back and forth. That was not the case at all when we got to the second half, Laz.
No, not at all. And honestly, like I said, I'm just pulling up the score right now. Like we said, 13-6. It was a 6-6 first half. So a pretty good effort that we saw from UBCO. But again, like Floofy being able to top things off at the 20-11, getting 3 first bloods, a bunch of diffuses, Jazz right behind as well. Just a great amount of work that we saw from this team. A totally different roster. I mean, they looked pretty good on the first half. We saw a little bit of hiccups, right? But man, as soon as they got on that defensive side, like I don't know what changed, but they were looking crisp.
Yeah, it was just a fantastic performance, and let's be honest, that was their map, so we should be expecting them to be a much stronger force on the defense, understand the strats, understand the setups that they want to employ, but there is time for UBCO to bring it back as we head over to their map of Icebox right after this quick break, so don't go anywhere, folks. The NECC action continues. And welcome back to NECC Valorant. We're still here rocking the last match of today's broadcast here on week 9. It's Park University taking on UBCO Serpents, and things aren't looking too great for the Serpents right now as Park is the winner of the last 7 rounds in a row to win out on their pick of a set. Laz, what are you thinking going into Icebox now?
Yeah, man, it's just, I think for UBCO, it's all about mental reset, right? I mean, they had a good first half. We were like, hey, this thing's kind of competitive. This thing's looking pretty good. And then bam, you're going to lose in 7 rounds in a row and you're not winning any more than that. So for UBCO, it's all about the reset. We have to make sure they don't let that affect them. This is going into Icebox, so now things could change. They've had some okay results on this one, so we're going to have to see if they can do a little bit better than that, and they're going to have to be exceptional.
I'm just going to start keeping track now. This is getting a bit ahead of myself, I'd have to say, Laz, but if Park continues to win rounds in a row, I'm going to add that onto their 7-round win streak from the previous map. It's going to carry over. I'm carrying over the tally.
I like it. Hey, I'm all for it. I think this is a good idea. I'm pro this. I'm pro this. I'm pro those.
Pro this. I'm also pro the picks that we have so far. Jazz changing up from the Brimstone, but still wants to play on the controller role. And we'll see them swap over to Viper. Choco Mint no longer running with the KO. That will be swapped in the hands of Biased, who was previously running the Brimstone. And we're having a real musical chair shuffle here for UBCO at the moment.
Yeah, and we really are. And it actually even looks like Parker kind of switching things up. They want to do a double chamber somehow. It's in some way not going to happen, but Pickle's even changing things up, and she's going to play a Viper. So I think it's a good pick. I think she played a really good chamber last game, but maybe they just realized they need to kind of change the comps a little bit more, and she might know a bit better lineups for this one. But looking almost a bit mirror, I think. The only difference really is going to be that Reyna that's here from Park, but otherwise everything is looking pretty consistent. But again, I like that KO. I think a KO can bring a lot to this, so we'll have to see if UBCO can put a little bit more value into that suppression to get themselves in those sites.
I think it will be critical, especially if you're running up against Jazz, who will have the toxic screen up, the poison orb. If you're able to deny those, that is usually the main deterrent for attacking any site here on Icebox. And, we talked about the adjustment of Sentinels. I honestly think that at this point on Icebox, a Viper is a Sentinel.
Yeah. I wouldn't disagree. I mean, I know she's technically a controller, but you know what? Again, that's kind of the thing that's so funny about these agents, right? Like, they have their label of what they are, but I mean, so many of them, in my opinion, can be those hybrids, or they can be more than just the one thing. It's really how they play that agent really comes into the full flourishing, in my opinion.
And now we get a first taste of what the setups will be here for either squad. Park University, my mind's always imagined you'll have the Viper and Chamber kind of postured around B. Viper plays the direct contact, looking down long, and Chamber would maybe be lurking around Orange, potentially having an impact on mid. But I'm completely wrong, as we're seeing now, Laz, and that's tough.
Yeah, oh man, and it's just not sure what UBCO. They're gonna go for his 4-1 split. I guess they're gonna have their Chamber just kind of lurking in mid for the time. They got the Viper wall set up too, so now even that recon bolt, man, that gets all the information in the world. So now Bean does get suppressed, so the Headhunter is going to be deactivated just for a bit of time, but it's not really going to matter. Time is definitely ticking, and Bias T needs to find this opener. We'll take out the Rendezvous, so not available for Bean to do any kind of cheeky quick plays, but look at UBCO. They've been able to cross in, and now the spike plant's coming in. Bias T going for the pop. Not able to find anything, so they're just losing bodies. They haven't been able to find anybody.
Oh yeah, it's been free and clear there, and that's 3 players looking down against Bias. Oh, for a second I thought Blavayos was on the side of the Serpents. I was like, oh my god, he's going for the knife. He's going for the knife. They have to reload. All the while, there's the defusal. Voltergeist is good for a 3 at least, and there's Sleeper finding another one. So they get the plant, they get a few frags. But in the end, that was a completely uncontested defusal. They were so distracted by the threat of Blabayas with the knife that they just left the spike.
Oh, man. So what is that now? 8 rounds in a row?
8 rounds it is, Laz. I'm glad. I thought for a second, I was like, wait, what? And then
I was
that's
just-
a
I'm
comeback
going up
to
what you
my
said.
own thing. That was
I
my
know.
thing.
This was your own like invention. You're like, I'm doing this. I'm like, yeah, man, I'm all for it. I'm with you. And you're like, I don't even remember what I just talked about. What are we doing?
You know, I've been described as a golden retriever before, but now it's about bloodhounds that we're seeing on the side of the serpents.
Woo!
They're ready for blood. They taste it in the water, but Floofy there with the point blank no scope gets the shot, and Jazz there to stop the plant before it even begins. Floofy is here with the Marshall looking for a shot, and there it is against Biased.
Oh
the
my
no scope
God.
again for the 3K.
Oh, Floofy. Oh, man. A beautiful triple on that second round. And what was that, 2 no-scopes?
That
Maybe
was
even
2.
3? Oh, that was so dirty. Oh, my goodness. And UBCO, they weren't even able to get the spike plant at all. They were so close, and they were just going for the commit. You know, just hold W, let's get the spike down, let's get some money. And, man, with them losing that round, now it puts them in that, you know, kind of a tough situation. They don't have a lot to invest. They got the Marshall here for Volt. But other than that, it's just a couple sheriffs and a ghost, and they're going to have to see what they can find. But, man, Parker looking really hot. They're still transitioning from that big W, and Floofy is still not stopping and putting full aggression on this. Look at that. It's just premium gas.
Yeah, that's really expensive. Premium. That's probably like $6.50 a gallon right there. But they're burning it all day because they've got the cash. They've got the double round win. The denial of plant. Bean might be in a bit of trouble if they decide to repeat because Pickles is deadly with the Sheriff, as we all know. And that's a Spectre converted. They've got the suppression onto Jazz, but will they move forward with it?
Yeah, and Viper Wall is going to be used too, so it's going to allow them to get closer to that site. So Bias T again, going to go for the plot flash. The right click in. Oh, it lands. Oh, it lands. You just need to get that kill, but Pickle's going to be able to help out. That's actually a double for her now. Spike should get planted. Hooks is able on the top ground. Gets an easy one, and now a dismiss to get the reposition again. And this is becoming such an issue. UBCO, they have such a good ground on this, but it's starting to crumble like a cookie, and the diffuse is coming in. But it's going to be Bias T that's able to find it. But they're sticking in this. They're not letting go.
No
They're going to be
way.
able to get this diffuse too. Park University. They're thieves. They take a third.
One enemy remaining.
And that's 2. Oh, good night. Floofy with a 4K. Floofy all day long. We saw it on the Reyna. We're seeing it on the Jet right here on Icebox. Things are not looking good for the Serpents right now. And they have rifles in hand, but can they make the commitment? That's been 2 times so far, Laz, that the defusal has gone on the other side of smokes, and there's just been no Serpent response.
Oh, man, these Serpents are just in some deep water. And they just can't get out of it somehow. Suppression going to be used from the UBCO side, so that's actually going to push back the chamber from Park. So all that ground they were trying to get, all that aggression is going to get Kibosh a little bit. Sleeper will win the opening duel now, so takes out Floofy. Finally, Floofy was sitting at a, what, like an 8-1 scoreline? So now they get that first engagement. They got the player advantage for the time being. Playing a very, you know, open, exposed position. Needs to be a little bit careful here.
Oh, the timing. The timing, Laz. They are just dancing with the devil at this moment. Bean going in for a repick. Okay, there's the sound cue. Someone's over in kitchen. Being there to clean it up, but now they have the info right in the back. Chucklemint gets the shot, and this is looking like the first round here for the Serpents, but anything can happen here on Icebox.
Anything's possible. He's still got Hooks alive too, so with the ultimate ready to go for the Reyna, this could really open up something. They could change something if they want. That Empress, she might be able to find this, but going to be some good utility. The recon bolt is going to get destroyed. Now the swing comes in. Hooks is able to find the one. Able to dismiss out, gets a good position, but still has 3 more players to go against. They just need to make sure they swing this together, but Hooks again. Hooks again!
God.
No way is this going to happen right now for the quad. Hooks is looking to get one more. It's a ring around the rosy. It's just dancing around the yellow box, and it's going to be UBCO that are able to pick up this round, but just barely.
The only thing that stopped Hooks from winning that round was not enough ammo in the magazine, but it doesn't matter how you get the job done as long as it is done, and the Serpents will put their mark here on Icebox, and it was so desperately needed. But if we're looking at that critically, I think it came down to Floofy just getting way too aggressive and throwing themselves into the fire by jumping onto the belt and giving a free kill to UBCO.
Yeah, it really was, and that's a really good point, Lois, because again, like that kind of started things off, right? And that a lot, like we talked about UBCO, they haven't really been able to get those opening duels at all. But I mean, that was able to switch things around, and Floofy was trying to, still put on the big old hero pants, trying to, do some damage, but instead it gets against them.
Okay, here's that no command. Bias running on up. They will be able to get this first shot. Maybe, yes, they're good for the running gun. And a second one to follow. As long as they have cover, they can keep the suppression on lock. It won't matter. They're stuck in the rat corner, but they will have the support, especially with this Viper's Pit. But can they run into it and find safety?
Yeah, look at the position they're in. Man, that Viper's Pit's so frustrating to go against, too. Bean can get this kill right beside, but it's going to be a classic right click that's going to work out. Jazz able to pick up the rifle, but it's going to be Choco Mint that puts a nice mint on the pillow, and Jazz is put to sleep.
Now you got to leave a tip for the housekeeper on that one. That's special service for that. And, they got a nice tip. They did get that extra 300 and great deal of money for the victory. So desperately needed. But there is a good deal of cash on the opposing end. Floofy with the operator. And the question is, what damage, what havoc will they wreak upon the Serpents this time around? And they can't lose their life willy-nilly. They can't just die so quickly. So they're going to play it back. And they're waiting for the initial peak from Sleeper. Here is the moment. Oh, the timing.
Oh, man, timing again, like you said, right? And now Pickle's going to just be in mid. It's a very slow default round here from UBCO. Spike's actually dropped on the backside, too, by attacker spawn, so they're not committing it yet. But look at how much ground they got. And they are fully committed on yellow, but now with the rendezvous being placed, this allows the chamber to go for that first point of contact. Could try to go for the entry, get out of this, but Bean does one a little bit better.
Oh, yeah. They have to play their lives, and this is going to follow up. Bean's been waiting to have that tour de force. They were only one orb away, and now they have a lot more control. There's no escape for Bias unless they drop a quick pop flash, or maybe even that 0 point just to deny the use of that tour de force. But oh, Pickles trying to be a saving grace with the toxic screen, able to find another frag while they're in the midst of it. The aggression for Bias, though, is not rewarded. Hooks is there for the pickup, and now it's all alone. Sleeper, the lone jet with the spike to get the job done in a 1v4.
Yeah, 1-on-4 situation. 25 seconds. The spike is still on the back here of Sleeper. I mean, if you can get this kill, the player's already up towards pipes, though. So again, like, you're not going to probably look at this. I mean, the angle is going to be a bit off. Spike plant could come in. Park can just, play the retake situation. 6 seconds remaining. Has to commit to this. You need to commit to the plant. It's getting close. Should have enough time. Floofy goes for the swing. But very slowly like a crab. Not going to commit to it now, but Sleeper with this position. Oh my god, look at this. Look at this. And Floofy. Oh, he's just toying with his spray, and that's going to be a fourth.
You knew that Floofy waited until Sleeper looked over at him. Imagine if that just turned into a flick. I mean, it would have been a bit embarrassing, but there still is some backup for the rest of the squad, so only one falling. So a clapback here for Park. They've got the money, and they destroyed the economy for the Serpents, and what is the response going to be? A light buy, a mixed force, Guardian, Spectre, and a few Sheriffs.
Yeah, man, they just got to purchase what they can, right? I mean, they, getting that spike down was good. Again, it adds a little bit of money value to this, but UBCO, I mean, they had some pretty good success, just, 3 rounds ago, they were able to do it. Jazz going to be able to use Viper's Pit. That might stop UBCO in their tracks, and this makes it even harder. So if they can get this connection onto Jazz, I mean, this is going to be a free site for them, essentially, because Park, I mean, they're starting to get that rotate coming in, but they're putting a lot of reliance here on that Viper. Volt's trying to see what they can find with the Owl drone, trying to find this player. Vice T going to get caught. And Sleeper actually wins this engagement, but Jazz spots him. Oh my goodness, and he's still able to win this fight. So now, UBCO, they're trying to still find what they can do, but now they're just shooting blanks. They're in the dark.
Jazz reclaims that position back on 410, and they have to back off. UBCO loses all information. They lost all ground gained, but they aren't backing off completely. Oh, Blubby Yust! Not expecting that. A bit of a surprise for them. And even the aggression on mid will be rewarded. Finally, the Serpents are making some headway, but Jazz might get aggressive on the flank. Issue is they haven't fully cleared out the site, and they've got Floofy, the resident killer, ready to make some magic. They have no luck yet. Oh, every shot a whiff so far. They have to find something, and they just cannot get it done.
Oh my god, look at Floofy. What was that combination? And now UBCO, they're hunting. They're fully hunting. Oh, and all the bullets in the world with an operator, and you miss every single one of them. We saw some pretty sick kills from Floofy, but that wasn't the round. And UBCO, they pick up a really big round, and I mean, it was looking problematic. I mean, Jazz was able to have that Viper's Pit, like we talked about. UBCO was still committing to that. They didn't even care. No worries in the world. And then when they realized, hey, Jazz is still here and we can't find him, they just backtrack and go for a good old B hit. And honestly, the fact that Floofy couldn't get that shot, not to put him in the spotlight, but that allowed them to, to take out that big anchor.
That's probably a face that represents Park after that play, but maybe a bit of more momentum will start off, and they could get a bit fiery. Hooks kind of just thrown their life away after that. They were able to get some decent damage there on to Pickles, but what else are they working with right now? Chocomint. Oh, doesn't spot the player running through mid, and there goes your op, there goes your flank, but it doesn't matter as long as the front line is strong enough. Pickles and Volt able to get the shots, and they have to watch their back line. They know exactly where Floofy is coming from.
Yeah, both these players are low too, so they're in the red, and Floofy coming all the way in the back here from B main. Still has lots of time, and both these players from UBCO, I mean, they're not playing the best position to trade off of each other. One's going to be yellow, one's just going to be on the corner of sight. Recon's going to give the position away. Floofy's a little frustrated. You can see, oh, a double Recon. Oh, man. Pickles goes for a good swing. And that will be a tie game again here, Los. It was looking a little bit dire, a little bit grim here for these Serpents, but yeah, I guess they got themselves out of that, thick water, I guess, and wait, do Serpents really even worry about thick water? It doesn't even matter. They're swimming pretty nicely.
They're water snakes now. They've evolved. But yeah, Park is kind of just throwing their lives away for no reason. We saw Hooks go in for an initial pick with the Spectre over in Garage, and yeah, that was good. Netted kill, but they still wanted more. They could have used it as a dismissed. Just get the hell out of there, play your life, and deny a trade. If you get out of there and make no trade available for UBCO, it is a total win, and it just deflates any momentum or movement that they would bring over toward B. But now things are looking good because they have the wall. They won't be deterred, but everyone is playing it back for a retake scenario. Blabayas, though, is getting in the middle of a Hunter's duel, but they lose it out.
They lose it out, but at least the connection's there, so it's back to an even one. Sleeper, okay. Able to find two more. Now it gives them that slight advantage, and Bias T now does one a little bit better too. So Floofy, you've been here before. Beautiful shot on the corner of the smoke. Right now, Bias T by themselves. Look at this, wrong position, and now Floofy is given that kill. It's all just down to Sleeper, been able to do some big work. Can Sleeper do it again? It's the jet on jet engagement. Who can do it better? Baiting all the time in the world. Park need to commit to this. Cloudburst are going to allow the half defuse to come in. Sleeper just waiting, and he will be able to find it.
Sleeper able to save the day with that 3K, and this is all looking good for UBCO. Park University, they just are not in it right now. The only times that they can find success is in flashes of kills, flashes of frags that we saw in the final moments, but they can't clutch it out. And rightfully so, they're bringing in a timeout. They've got to stop. They've got to put UBCO on ice. They need to take a big break and ensure that this repetitive event of ego challenges, ego duels coming from Park are put to an end.
yeah, they really started to slow down, and I'm not sure what it is from Park. I mean, they looked so good in the beginning, and now UBCO, they've been able to kind of wake up, you know? Got a little bit of that rust off. Maybe that mental game we talked about now is starting to get shaken, and they're feeling a lot better. They were down in the dumps, and now they've been able to put themselves in that lead, and they've been pretty good at just these B executes. I mean, honestly, they find these openings, and it just seems like Park, they don't really have the counter. They've tried some aggressive plays before at A, but we haven't really seen too much craziness here at B. But I know when they did, the Chamber tried, and then the suppression came, and then they were like, yeah, no, not a chance. I don't even want to contest this.
Not even willing to take the chance, and that's fine. Understandable. But now they have to take some risks. I mean, they have just sheriffs at the moment, so there isn't much to lose, and we may be seeing a bit of a gamble stack here, or at least what would be assumed to be one. Has that bit of rotation, and no major commitments to the B site, but they are pushing on up. Hooks down the tube. Looks up. Oh, they get the spot, but they back off. Bean might be there for the support. There's the Lear. Unable to finish and commit to the kill. Bean finally does get the trade in. So it's 1 for 1, but a bit of a bigger hit for the Serpents.
A very interesting play, too, from, I think that's Chalkman, right? Playing the Chamber. I mean, just kind of committing to that fight still. Doesn't even rendezvous out of it. And now... Oh, that's a great shot. That's right through the wall. So that actually takes down the spike carrier. So, Park... they've been able to delay this plant. Oh, and that swing. He was feeling so good about it. Now we're back to an even footing, Los. And just kidding. Sleeper wants to change things a little bit quickly.
And this will take a long time for the rotation. I mean, we will have Floofy back in action. So hopefully this can be a sign of presence. Yes. 2-on-2. The Sheriff shots are good. Jazz providing support, but they'll go in for the defusal. There's lineups in moment. Double lineup. Shock darts are out of use, and no more snake bites to speak of. So you have to make this play quick. Go in for the defusal. Only one shot is going to take it. Oh, but they've done it again, Laz. They've done it again.
No way. There's no way they do that. Oh, man. UBCO. Like we talked about, it's been looking pretty good. And then just like that, Park, they do a little bit of a filthy round to get themselves back to an even game. And now, Los, this is where a big question comes into play. I mean, you have that Viper Spit ready to go here for Park. And we saw it before. That was where Jazz was just putting in the main part of A. And it actually looks like that's probably going to be the plan this round. But now this is where Park can, be a little bit more adventurous with their game plan. They can kind of change things up if they want.
Okay, Viper's Pit enacted over on A. So this should be a funnel headed toward B. That's why we have 2 players at the ready. You got Hooks and you got Bean ready for anyone who wants to walk down B long. Initial spotted. Bias doesn't get the shot. The information is gained. A bit of an adjustment that we're seeing from Bean as they move along down orange. But there is a threat. It's covered by Floofy, though.
Oh, Floofy with a good opener. Pickles. Bit too over aggressive on the commit. But Floofy, though, you don't expect somebody to be in that kind of an angle. Oh, and Jazz able to get that kill, too. So takes down Volt. So now UBCO, they're just losing players just by one-on-one engagements. And this is what they kind of made the mistake of before. And look at there. There you go. Bean able to mash, too. And now it's just down to only Sleeper.
Highly unlikely they'll be able to pull this one off, but I can see them tearing down a few of the Park Pirates before they fall themselves. There's a Lear backing off, not even willing to take this duel. And 30 seconds left on the clock. I mean, B-side is right there. It all depends on how quick are you going to take it. And is planting even an option for you at this point? You've got money, you've got the cash, so you might as well throw your life on the line. Only 1 round after this. So nothing to be afraid of. Except there is. Except for Park.
Oh, man. Park. Okay. They got themselves on the 6. We've been here before. And do we see the same thing that we saw in map number 1? It was where it went to the distance of 6 and 6. Park had themselves in a pretty comfortable position. And again, they still have those 3 ultimates ready to go. The Blade Storm. They do have the Tour de Force. And even the Empress ready to go. But again, we see from UBCO, I'd like to see that null command being activated. We need to see them use that to get themselves either for the entry in the site or that post plant. But I'd like to see UBCO commit to a hit. And then right now,
Let's play.
it's looking like the hit might be towards A here, Los.
Huh? What makes you say that? It could be a split. But at this point, Blabayas will be the first point of contact if they move up just a bit. Both guys does send out the drone, but the second it's sent out, it's destroyed. Commencing with the no command. Bias is making some great hits, but the response of Floofy is there, but not long-lived.
Spike planted.
There you go, suppression going to be used. Doesn't make the connection onto anybody, so they don't get that intel of where these players are. Now it's going to be... Oh, no, Jazz, not like that. That's not how you do it. Now the lineup's going to come back in, lands right on top of Bias. And now he's been exposed. He knows where he is, and Jazz gets caught with a recon bolt too. Lots of utility just being burned. Everything is just being expensed of. And now the Blade Storm is going to be used. Sleeper misses them, tries to get it, but no, not able to find it. So now Park, can they get themselves in the fuse? The time is ticking, but Bias T is not able to get the job done. But they should just have enough time in Park. They're going to get themselves a 7-5.
A great setup, but things fell apart because they didn't have all the angles covered. Bias was looking toward the screen, and he had that area completely locked down. The issue was from the other side. The toxic screen blocked off the vision from the rest of Maze from pipes. They weren't able to give the cover that they needed, and the second that Hooks was able to break past that initial line, there was nothing that they could do.
Nothing for them to do at all, and now we get things switched over here on the second half. Pistols are going to be out, and this is where we saw, I mean, the first map, we talked about it. It was Park that were able to get themselves a nice 7-round victory, continuous with no little hiccups at all, and we'll have to see if that's going to be the tail of the tape here on Icebox. But I mean, UBCO, they do honestly look a lot different in this game. It was looking a little bit, slow in the beginning, but something happened and where they were able to just kind of revive and get themselves back into a pretty competitive, close game.
It all depends on these initial rounds. Floofy just barely dodging that 0 point. Maybe able to make it in the back line, but Bias says no. They're holding it down, and they're doing a good job. 2 dead already for Park. They have taken some ground, though, but they haven't secured the site entirely, but that's a flanker dead. You don't have to worry about your backline. You can focus on the forefront. Choco Mint on the rafters, able to get a nice shot from heaven, but that'll be the last of their headhunter, and there's only 1 or 2 bullets left. 2 enemies, 2 bullets. It's all you need, but the first one goes wide. 18 HP. Hooks with the falling blow, a 3K to open up the second half.
What the heck did we just watch? That was like a deathmatch round. Everybody was just running and gunning. Everybody's just trying to go for those firefights. And oh man, I mean, UBCO, they started it off. They got the first 2 opening duels, I think. And then, I mean, just somehow Park, they were able to just bring themselves right back in. And I think 2 of the players were quite low as well. And honestly, just mayhem. That was just nuts.
I think that could be described as everyone died, but nothing happened.
Yeah, that actually might be very true, because that's kind of what it felt like, right? I felt like it was just kind of like an RNG round, and everybody was just trying to see what they could do and find some pistol kills, but hey, it'll work out for Park. They're able to pick it up again. They've been successful getting 2 pistols in a row now, and they got themselves the Spectre purchase. They're going for the old B hit. They got the Viper wall to stop this thing. Floofy going for a bit of a wide angle, but will not get taken out. But that's a right click from Pickles. She's almost able to get that kill.
Yeah, she wanted it to. There was a moment, but both the planter and the support from Yellow were there to say no. But now there's 3 players on the flank. If we have Hooks able to stop it here and now, that could be critical. But in the moment that they look away, the player from Orange is making their way up. Now it's still 3 walking in from Green. They have to back off. Bean doesn't have a rendezvous with the moment. It's still off, and Sleeper is continuing the onslaught. There isn't much time, or actually, there is plenty of time for them to continue and clear out the site. It all depends on how can Floofy save the day. The answer is they can't. The force is foiled.
Thrifty.
Whew. And this is kind of the thing, right? When you're up in rounds, you got to make sure you have that dedication, and the post plan is just critical. You cannot overexpose yourself like that. And we saw Park, I think they thought they had the round in the bag. They're like, yeah, we got Spectres, we got full utility, we got armor, we're going to win this. And then UBCO, I mean, they played as a unit, right? I mean, it was the Suicide Squad, and they were able to come in. They're just kicking doors and taking names.
That's how you got to play. I mean, we were looking at the previous half where everyone on the side of UBCO was taking singular duels against Floofy and Hooks, and it was just a detrimental round. There was no way that they found success, and now that they're playing as a unit and just a death ball, essentially, of Valorant, there wasn't much response.
Look at this Park. They've been able to get themselves right into middle. They got a couple players that have been able to get inside a kitchen, and bodies are dropping now, but Park, they got themselves some great ground. But you can already see UBCO, they're going for the big flank, so they've been able to get so much information. They know exactly. The jig is up here for Park University, and now they're just trying to see what they can do in terms of gunfights. Sleeper going to be on top of Tube, but there's some good damage going back, and this is slightly favored here for Park. If they can get the spike plant, at least fake it, this can maybe get themselves something. And Bias T, what is happening? Floofy? What? How does that happen?
Spike planted.
You know, you just gotta be... I'm trying to find a fun word that rhymes, or at least starts with G for the ghost, but a ghost god. There it is. You've got... you've got Sheriff Saviors. Floofy's a ghost god. Now, they've put that spike in a position where it's easily defendable from Snowmen, and they have to know that now. Or maybe not. They didn't even look there. Floofy with the 4K to save the day. And now they've got rifles in hands. The counter force is gone, but there still is some money on the side of the Serpent, so only 3 of them will be able to buy it, though.
Oh, the Chronicle Tales of Floofy, man. Just pulling up big rounds, taking names, getting all the kills. And UBCO, they were banking on a totally different setup, but good positioning from Park, and they get themselves back to a 9-6, but it's going to be the first official gun round. We'll see. Choco Mint's going to be the only one that does have the judge, so I'll be curious where they want to put that chamber with a weapon like that. And it does look like Park again. You know, just going to see what they can find. The owl drone going to be used, going to be scoping things out, and the chamber's close on by. He's on top of green. Volt's already pushed down into mid, so again, UBCO, they're doing a great job of just getting intel. They're investigating hard.
Jazz realizing that trademark. They're able to get this spike plant uncontested, and yeah, they walk away with it. The toxic screen is enough cover. That's all they'll need. But no one has been killed. It's a full 5v5 for this retake.
Oh, now it's just all red everywhere. It's just Park. Their landmark is made. Floofy with a triple. They've unleashed the beast, and now they got the 10th round, and Floofy putting himself at a 24 mark for the kills. Bladestorm's ready to go. Tour de Force is also available for Bean. And all that money that was saved up has been gone. It's depleted, it's removed, and UBCO, we need to see something big. We need to see something very different from them this kind of round, because again, what they've been doing is just not working now.
No, definitely not. But there's not much that they could change in this moment. But let's be honest, only 2 rounds ago, Floofy was able to get some kills with the Ghost and turn it into a thrifty round that launched them to the next. Oh, Choco Mint, a great opener onto Floofy, someone who has been such a threat, the nuisance, a terror for the Serpents, now removed from play. However, being there to take some revenge and walk away with it.
Yeah, they're retreating this plan too. So even just losing that player, they're going to go for right back for the classic. The bread and butter, right? It ain't broke, don't fix it. They go for a B hit. And Jazz has been able to put all the utility that allows them to get the crossing. And so we're going to be able to get the good connection too. So now Hunter's Fury going to be used from the side of UBCO. Does make 1 connect, I believe, on the Reyna, but they're not going to be enough to really sweat about. And now Pickles, she's trying to see what she can do. Spike's going to get planted. It does get denied, but man, that life is saved.
Overwatch provided, courtesy of Jazz. But now what else have they got? It's all up to the lone player, the lone chamber. We've seen Choco Mint start this off with a kill, but can they finish it up with 3 more? The answer is kind of leaning toward no, especially with Bean pushing into the back line and picking up a 3K. 11-6. Only 2 more rounds separate Park from the series point.
Okay, well, Los, I mean, I said it before, I'll say it again. UBCO, I mean, they did one better than last map. They've been able to get themselves around the second half, but boys, it's starting to look like a potential little bit of a repeat from what we saw, and now the guns are out. Chalkamint does have the tour de force that's going to be activated this round to see, and I think, Chalkamint's going to be the player to watch. I mean, kind of the player in the hot seat, but Sleeper, never mind. All right. Starting things off hot, getting the extra spice. And now they get themselves a first opener that's been long overdue, and Chalkamint just the top one off too.
Oh yeah, this is a total reversal. What do they have left to win it out? I mean, all the way on the other side of the map is Jazz. Sure, that's fine. But the spike is still in your spawn. Floofy pushed up a little bit. They may have an issue here, as we do have the KO lying in wait. But I don't think that'll be that much of an issue, as Bias should be good for the shot, and they are. Here's Jazz finding 2. Make 4.
What?
Okay, Biased. You have to save the day. You have to drop a pop flash, and there it is. They get it done. They stop the Goliath of Jazz. That could have been one of the worst incidents in NECC history.
Oh, I don't even get it. My brain's gonna explode. I was thinking like UBCO, they're in a good spot. Yeah, they're up in the players, and I don't know what they're doing. They're having a picnic, and oh man, Jess was almost able to get a 1v5 ace clutch, and oh, you just relied it all for the right click of a flash drive to save you the day. But okay, I mean, I don't even know what to take from that, Lois. That was a mayhem of a round.
Well, let's see if we can get into a bit more chaos now as Pickles drops the pit. Oh, maybe they know the Floofy is here, but they just can't look up. They can't find the action. Now Sleeper finding some support. There's the pop flash. Look up, because here is Hooks. And there they go. Sleeper no longer there, having the ability to flash. Only have themselves to rely on in this moment. But Pickles from the garage, can they grab something? No!
Oh, she had the right idea, though. She had the Viper's Pit, and that's the beauty of it, right? You can escape it, and the timing for it to go down, it takes so much time. So she was trying to get a little bit cheeky, trying to get a kill, but now it's just down to 2. The Viper here from Park is low. Sleeper putting a lot of aggression into this. Chalkamint's able to find Ellis, so that's a good kill. So now it's back to an even footing, but that player advantage is in slight favor here for UBCO, just in terms of HP. Viper's Pit's going to be used. They should be able to get the spike down. That's going to be where we see the pit will be used. And this could be the saving grace. This could change things, but Jazz has to stay alive.
I think it comes down to Hooks right now. If they can find a pick from Kitchen, that'll be everything. I think they're a bit too slow. Oh, they've been detected. They know they're in Kitchen, and now the crosshairs are going to be on this cross angle as they make their way over the bridge. Yes, Chalkamint gets the shot, but now Jazz is good for 1. They retreat back to the safety, send the snakebite onto the bomb. Chalkamint only has 1 HP.
Oh, he's pushing. Oh, he's pushing. Oh, he's pushing.
Oh, no. Unable to save the day. There is time for the defusal. And while they tried to make a hero's effort, Jazz couldn't get the job done.
Wow. And I didn't even realize, too, that Hooks' HP was just as low on the Viper, too, right? But, I mean, the fact, too, is that Chalkamint was down to 1 HP from the decay of that Viper's Pit, so both players were one shot, you're dead. Anything would have done, and Jazz, honestly, really good effort. I love that coordination because, again, uses a snakebite, goes all the way around, tries to reposition, being really patient, walking, not making any noise cues, but that's where Chalkamint had to make a play, and that's the frustrating part about going about against a Viper's Pit. But beautiful work, and a couple clutches come in favor for UBCO. They've been able to pull up some socks, and now I think we see that Park. They do have another chance at this gun round, and Floofy does spot the chamber, was close on by, and gets a blind shot through that, and getting more aggressive. Floofy trying to put matters into his own hands again. He's done it before. He'll try it again here, Los, and we're going to have to see. They have that opening. They get the spike down, and they got all the ultimates in the world for them.
And there's no shock dart kill this time around. The spam, the shot, it doesn't make a connection. And here is the tour de force coming out from Bean. They're hanging out by yellow. The second that someone peeks too far, they will feel the wrath, and they will slow down, but that spot makes it a bit easier. Here's the retake, and it's working out perfectly. Bean has to dodge the flash, but they can't.
Hook's on the 1v3. Hook's on the 1v3. Oh, no, the whiff! Not able to find it. Spike's going to get diffused. And UBCO, man, I must have cast or cursed or something, because now this has been 2 rounds in a row. Sorry, make it 3 rounds in a row that they've been able to pick up. And they're making this a very competitive game. And the money situation still for Park University is still there, so they can have all the money. They can afford to have the rifles and their full armor, and they will have the Blade Storm used here from Floofy. But we saw that change of pace from Park. They were playing quite aggressive down B. They were trying to put Floofy as the entry point. Timeout is going to be used now from Park, and I think this makes a lot of sense because things are starting to lose control. They're not, having the rhythm that they had before. So for them right now, they can figure out a few things.
Yeah, they need to put UBCO on ice again. This happened earlier where they were losing out on matches or on rounds in the first half where they needed to take a timeout. They were throwing themselves in the line of fire without any meaning, without any reason, unable to find frags, unable to find the trades that would come thereafter. And this is a moment where it's make or break. They're only 2 rounds in a deficit, and the Serpents can very well take this to a map 3. They can bring it all the way to Breeze. They can get the job done. But now it's up to Park to somehow figure out the secret sauce to be able to turn the tide and win it out. And they've got 10 seconds to come up with the best strat ever because time is running out.
Time is definitely running out here. And now we need to see Park University start to get that Excel. Blade Storm going to be used like I called, and it's going to be the 3-2 split. They're going to try to put some good pressure in the middle. They've been able to cross underneath 2, but Chocoman's going to be able to take out the 1. They read them like a book. Floofy down. That's the heavy carry. Chocoman able to find another one. Battleist is able to finally get the trade back. And now, okay, Jazz is able to take down Chocoman, so a very good pickup. Lots of time left on the clock, so right now, Los, they don't have to commit to this, right? They can fall back, and that's what they do. The rendezvous allows the chamber to get across with the spike. Battleist does have that cross underneath 2, waiting for a rotate. If this kill can come in, this could be dire. This could be massive for Park.
Now what's great here is that they don't have to worry about the trademarks. They could walk freely up through kitchen and no one will know. This is a great moment for Blubba Yost. If they could get around and find the shots toward Boiler. Remove bias because he's exposed and there it is. Sleeper's going to be right around the corner. They probably won't expect it, but if they can get the kill, that should be critical. Pickles is all alone. She has to win the 1v3 on the spike, most certainly going down. And look at that back play from Blubba Yost sitting in the spawn. Can Pickles expect this? Will she? It's going to be critical. This is the difference between series point right now. Pickles gets the shot and lowers it down to a 1v2.
Still a winnable situation. But I mean, I think the Viper here from Park University, they do have the Snake Bites available, so I think that's going to be for the post plant. Poison Cloud going to be used. That's going to try to fake things out. They haven't heard the diffuse come in. But it's going to be the other one that's used. So now Pickles is losing HP quick. And time is ticking, so there's no chance. I think Park have been able to burn the clock enough here. Pickles is now just looking to see damage to get. Nothing going to be found. And she's going to get taken out by the spike explosion. And that's going to be the match and series point now for Park.
Only one more to seal the nail in the coffin. They've got the cash to get it done, and this is going to be a timeout here for UBCO. Rightfully so. They're at death's door. They only have 1 round to lose. 4, actually. Beyond that, it's got to be 5 in a row if they want to take this map and bring us to Breeze. So they need to take a second to think. That's Thick Bang, their coach. For anyone wondering why that member isn't on the actual team's roster, yeah, UBCO working with their coach right now. Maybe they could have that outside thought. Someone from the outside looking in, seeing how they could shore up their strategies, shore up their defenses, because it's crunch time. There's no room for errors. Not anymore. Not if you want to stay alive. Not if you want to correct that score and bring in your second victory in the season.
Yeah, and I'm so glad you brought that up, because again, for the coach here for UBCO, and this is a difficult spot to be in, because we've seen UBCO, they've been able to climb their way back into this game. It was looking like Park, again, I don't want to say they had this game, but it was looking like it was a breeze. It was looking like they were feeling pretty good. But now UBCO, I mean, the coach has a difficult job where he needs to motivate the team and figure out the right plan. And this is where the coach is trying to watch everything that's going wrong and communicating that to the team within a minute. So that's a lot of information that UBCO has to kind of intake and then use it for the IGL to kind of figure out what the game plan will be. But it does look like they're going to have the 3-2 setup. They're going to leave mid wide open, but they're going to just try to make sure they put that pressure on A. And so far, Los, it's not looking like a bad read.
Okay. Bias backs up a little bit. Even though that that 0 point didn't find any connection. So they can move up. Here's the toxic screen. It's blocking off Sleeper. She might make a commitment. Oh, but here's the follow-up. Oh, they don't even have to wait for the death coming through for the Hunter's Fury, because it all takes a tick or a tag through the smoke. They get the shot. Blugold gets a second kill from the Hunter's Fury. It's a 3v5 in this retake. This is going to be a difficult one.
Oh, it's a really difficult one. 5 players to go against 2. Hooks does have Empress ready. Recon Bolt gets it. Oh, an easy kill. Looks for another one. Oh, dismiss. Oh, you are just such a menace. And there it is. It's all just down to Sleeper. A 1-on-4. Blade Storm's going to be used. And these knives, they need to be extra sharp. They got to get the job done. Misses the one. And now Sleeper just running around trying to do something. But look at Park. They're hunting. They're going to hunt this. And they're going to get themselves a 13. A nice 2-0 sweep here for Park University.
Time was up for the Serpents, and the season is as well. Park will stay in this for the postseason, though. They will continue on to playoffs with their new record of 3-5. A bit of an improvement. Not expecting initially, as I was coming into this matchup, I wasn't expecting a very fierce blow for blow encounter, because, well, we were looking at the score lines, and sometimes that doesn't paint the full picture, and it certainly didn't today, because this was a fantastic matchup between these two squads.
Yeah, it really was. And I'm glad you brought that up, right? Because we talked a lot about that in the pre-show, where both these teams, when you look at the records, you're like, oh, all right, not the greatest, right? In comparison. But like you said, this is the Challengers division. So I think they've, both these teams have played some pretty heavy competition. But when you look at UBCO, yeah, the record now has been put to 1-7. But again, like I said earlier on, a lot of their games are really close. Like they had games where like they were 15-13s, 16-14s, 13-11s. Like they had, neck and neck games. But again, they just couldn't get the job done. It was just down to those critical little mistakes. And that's kind of what we saw even here today. They were able to have a good first half on the map number 1. And then it was a bit of a blow. But then map number 2, they started to bring themselves back into it. But it just came down to some individual prowess that were able to, put them out. And now they're down in 0-2. But you got to give your congrats to Park University. They handled a lot of adversity this game.
Yeah, if we're talking about specific players, we gotta shout out Floofy. This player has gotten so many multi-kills throughout the day, taking the team, tossing them in the backpack, and winning out multiple rounds single-handedly. Of course, you had Bean, you had Blubbing and us, you had Hooks, and of course, Jazz. Everyone on this squad as an individual member shined, but when they were working together in conjunction, they were a force to be reckoned with. They were unstoppable, and rightfully so. They went out 2-0.
Yeah, 2-0, but Park are going to be able to keep pushing themselves further. But that's going to be it for us here on the desk, right? So it's a great match, and congrats to Park University for a great 2-0 UBCO. They're just going to have to recalibrate the game plan later on, but that's going to be it for us. We'll see you soon. Thanks for tuning in.